Good morning, all. Welcome to our regular commission meeting of August the 10th, 2021. Can you believe it? We'll go ahead and start our morning, as we should, with the invocation. And before I go any further, I want to read this about our Pledge of Allegiance. In April, we voted to recognize local veterans by inviting them to lead the Pledge of Allegiance at each regular commission meeting. At the start of this meeting, it is an honor for me to mention our veteran of the day that's going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. It is Lee Washington, who is a county employee, but he was a staff sergeant, 11 years of service in the U.S. Marines. So it's with great honor that we will have him follow us, or lead us, rather, in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would, stand for the invocation and for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Father, we are always in need of wisdom, and as James, your servant, wrote, that we could ask wisdom from you, and you give generously to all without finding fault. And Father, we are in need of generous wisdom. Your wisdom is always welcomed. We need it generously. It is never superfluous. We are always in debt for more wisdom. And we know that wisdom is pure, it is peaceful, it is merciful, it is also truthful. And just as James mentions later in his letter, we can receive wisdom from each other. The wisdom that comes down from heaven often comes in the form of people, whether they are your people or not your people. They are all made in your image, and because of that, we all reflect something. So wherever we come from, Father, I pray that we can listen well. We can listen to the words of James 1, who says that everybody should be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to become angry. And Father, I pray for that for myself. I don't model that very well, but I ask that you would enable me and enable us, enable this county of commissioners, enable this county, and enable this state and even this nation to be better listeners. Father, that we would be gracious people, not canceling those that we differ with, but listening well, that we would be forgiving people, that we would be an honest people, and that we would be a hoping people. Lord, in your name we pray, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. It's a beautiful prayer. Staff Sergeant, good to see you this morning, sir.
You as well, Commissioner. Good morning. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And as far as any announcements, I know that we have a 1:30 time certain. It's going to be a long day, I can tell by looking at the agenda. So other than that, updates to the agenda, Mr. County Administrator.
Yes, Madam Chair. The updates to the agenda consist of, we had additional documents regarding item number 39, and changes to the consent agenda. Item number 9, appointment of Deputy County Administrator, has been removed and will be taken up on new business. Item number 16, Parks and Natural Resources. The requested action and approval by the Board of County Commissioners to advertise and set a public hearing for Ordinance 2113. The date was added of September 14th, 2021. Under property management, a change was made to the motion wording to add the word execute on the right-of-way map for Jim Davis Road to accept, execute, and record a specific purpose survey of the maintained right-of-way for a portion of Jim Davis Road from the south line of Section 3433-19 to County Road 676. And an additional ordinance for the public hearing regarding Ordinance 2128, retail ban on the sale of dogs and cats. We added item number 42 under Commissioner Servia for changes to the commissioner agenda. And under public and additional late item was a time certain under Commissioner Servia's agenda item number 42 for 10 a.m. this morning. And regarding Public Works, in addition to the consent agenda, is item number 43. Finally, northern alignment for Moccasin Wallow Road, Segment 1, US 301 to 115th Avenue East. And the requested action was a motion to approve that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are all the changes to the agenda.
Oh, it's not many. Not many. All right, let's go ahead and get started this morning. Commissioners, are there any items that you want pulled from consent? All right, no.
Hold on. Dr. Hopes, when we talked about the
Right.
lobbyists, what number is that? What number?
The item on the consent agenda that you would like removed is under,
Okay.
hold on just, give me a moment.
What was it?
It's about the lobbyists on the consent agenda. I just felt like we should,
Okay.
everybody should be.
Yeah.
Well, give me a moment.
It was on there.
Right, and I asked him to pull it.
I'm sorry, Reggie, what are you looking for?
Lobbyist.
I'm looking for it, Madam
Lobbyist?
Chair. Dr. Hope says, in my briefing, I asked him to pull it, and I just couldn't remember the number, so
Well,
he's getting it.
yeah, you'd have to do it in this meeting, but I was going to try and help you find it. That's why
Oh,
I
okay.
asked. I wasn't sure which one.
Here.
We can defer that if it takes a minute, because we don't really, we have up until the vote on the consent
Proclamation's
agenda to
first
pull it.
anyway.
Okay, yeah, I'll find it during the
Yeah,
proclamation.
we can keep moving.
Okay, all right.
I see it.
So is that the only item to be pulled, Commissioners? Nothing else? Now, we do have two commissioners on Zoom this morning, Commissioner Satcher and Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. Is that correct, Seth?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair, we're working on that right now.
Okay. Are there any items that either want pulled from consent? I need to hear from you.
Just the one he's talking about. that we
Okay.
can't
And the
find.
number's 13.
13?
Yes, item
is,
number
number
13
13.
under financial management, Madam Chair.
Is that
Okay.
where it is?
All right, we're going to go ahead and start with
yeah.
awards. The first one is presentation of the August Employee of the Month Award to Tim Labar. This is always great.
Hi there.
Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair, County Attorney, and County Administrator. I am excited to
State your
acknowledge Tim
name,
Labar.
please, for the record.
Mine too.
Susan McGuire, IT Director. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tim Labar is a senior specialist with ITGIS with over 25 years of employment here at Manatee County. He monitors a large collection of automated jobs that run on a daily basis and performs a wide range of the other tasks, including monitoring of our geodatabase, publishing interactive map services, account administration in both the ArcGIS Online and the portal for ArcGIS environments. I want to thank Tim personally for embodying the ACE philosophy in all aspects of his daily work. I'd also like to introduce Mark Murphy, who is his supervisor, to say a few words.
Good morning. As Susie mentioned, my name is Mark Murphy, Supervisor of ITGIS. As you mentioned, Tim has been with the county for 25 years, and I've had the distinct honor of working with Tim directly for about 20 of those 25 years, 15 years with IT and 5 years in a previous life in the Utilities Department. In those years, I've always known Tim to be professional, courteous, and always dedicated to customer service, so he's truly deserving of this award. Gives me great pleasure to see him earn it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to just say thank you from my peers to acknowledge, some of the work that I do. I can understand those guys in the field that are needing, the maps and the stuff available, not have to struggle saying that the link didn't work. We support, some of our major enterprise applications with City Works for the building, Public Works, Acela, utility operations. So it's a great honor to be recognized this month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labar.
I do have a commissioner on the board.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a quick congratulations to you, Tim, and thank you for all you do. You've helped me numerous times. I see Vicki in the audience. She must be so proud. We're also proud of you. Thank you.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yes, ditto, my friend. Congratulations, and thanks for everything that you do.
Thanks, Reggie.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tim, how many years total?
25.
25 years. Wow. I tell you what, you've made Manatee County a better county because of it.
No doubt.
Ironically, my brother got the same award in August of 2012. So,
All right, all right.
so
Thank you, Tim,
thank you.
for your service.
Thank you.
All right, next is Mike Gore, presentation of the Safety Award to Melissa Dickey. Good morning.
Good morning. Chuck Froman, Utilities. We're here to honor Melissa Dickey for being recognized by the FWEA and the WEA, a national organization. It's our professional organization, Water Environment Association. And she took the 2020 first place with FWEA, and in 2021 they took the second place, and then and she took the Burke Award this year with WEA. This is a lot of perseverance in safety, meetings, equipment, procedures, and just watching her folks. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And Mike will say a few words now.
I was wondering.
Thank you, Chuck. Mike Gore, Utilities Director. I couldn't help it. I've known Melissa a long time, 27 years Melissa's been with us, and been in the wastewater group the whole time. A lot of folks don't realize these plants, and this happens to be our biggest plant. They handle, I think it's around 15 million gallons a day is what goes through that plant. And it's a dangerous environment. And Melissa's worked her way through the ranks. I've known her the whole time. I don't get to see her near enough, but our paths used to cross a lot more in my younger days around there. And I just think it's amazing. I see more and more of these folks coming in, and the ladies coming in and taking these leadership roles. And they respect her. And these plants are dangerous. You walk around there, most of y'all have had around them, they're big pools. And some of them, there's some pretty toxic gases around them that can get you a little lightheaded. And accidents can happen, you know. And I've watched them over the years. You know, we go through things like we're going through now with the pandemic. You know, we've watched AIDS go through. I've been around so long. Melissa's been around. The fears, the anthrax, different things that come through that these folks in these plants, you know, there's where it ends up at, and it's scary. But she's a leader and a supervisor, and her folks support her, and I'm just so proud of her and so proud she's hanging in there with us and not letting up. And so the fact that the association has recognized her as well speaks volumes. So Melissa, we want, on behalf of the county, to give you that.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. And would you like to say anything?
I would just like to say thank you to the board and all of my peers for the recognition.
Thanks for your hard work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great job.
Melissa, I just want to say that we really appreciate you being with the county for so many years, doing such a great job. It's people like you that really make the county what it is today. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is Carol Whitmore, recognition of Kevin DeLillo.
And actually, I'd like to have Randy Kieran come down also. So we have two very, very hard-working gentlemen here, and both of them have left their institutions. Randy's left HCA as the administrator since 2017. Kevin is still staying with UHS, but he's left Manatee Hospital as CEO, but and he'll tell you what he is in charge of all the hospitals in Florida now. I can't thank both of you before I get into this enough for all that you've done for Manatee County. I remember March of 2020 when COVID first started, and I asked the administration and public safety, and we got every hospital, the chief of staffs, the surgery centers, the health department, all of us together in the boardroom and had a meeting on what we were going to do to preserve services and keep the hospitals going and protect the citizens of Manatee County. In that meeting, actually, it was decided, or a meeting thereafter that they had, that we would, the hospitals were going to agree to stop elective surgeries. And this is a week before the governor did. So I want to thank you all you saved many lives. We're going through a hard time now. One of our local hospitals received 30 COVID patients in one day via EMS last week, so it's not done yet. So I want to thank both of these guys for the service to Manatee Hospital. And first, and I'm going to present you with a coin that we give for service in the community, and I'll explain what the coin is about. First of all, we have Kevin DeLallo, and as all of you know, he's been here, I think, for about 11 years now. Manatee Hospital started the ER residency in 2011 along with LECOM, and also worked very hard, whether you love it or like it, about indigent care in Manatee County, and he stood up for the less fortunate. Also chairing the chamber growth of structural heart and comprehensive strokes. He expanded the ER at Manatee Hospital, and both hospitals, they started and worked with our EMS on the STEMI protocols, the stroke protocols, and et cetera. So with that, I just want to read one, and then I won't read it again because it'll be to both of you. And then I'd like you both, one at a time, come up and say a few words before I present you the coin. Congratulations upon receiving this Manatee County Challenge coin. You have joined a select group of men and women who have earned my admiration and respect. Manatee County government relies heavily on volunteers and friends who help us achieve the work of our community. The certificate and coins are tokens of my appreciation, as well as the board's, for spirit and cooperation and service. Challenge coins have been a unique military tradition since World War I. An old story goes an American lieutenant presented pilots in the squadron with small brown medallions bearing the insignia as mementos of their service together. Later in the war, one of the squadron pilots was captured with no identification except his squadron coin. The French troops who held the pilot delayed his execution after one of them recognized the American unit's insignia on the captive coin. Once his identity was confirmed and the pilot was returned to his squadron, it became a tradition for the squadron members to carry their coins at all times. More recently, businesses and organization leaders have used the coins to recognize special acts. Challenge coins are also given to boost morale and to prove membership when challenged. According to custom, when a coin holder is challenged, she or he must present the coin or be obliged to buy the challenger and other nearby coin holders a drink or any other reward the coin holder agrees upon. If the coin holder can present the coin, the challenger must buy a drink or other reward for all coin holders in the room. In recognition for your distinguished service and contribution to Manatee County government, this certificate and challenge coin are hereby bestowed to Kevin DeLallo, former administrator of Manatee Hospital, or CEO. Here you go. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Not much to say, really. This is really, I give this to the employees of Manatee Memorial Hospital and all the physicians there that have worked so hard and get through the pandemic. I've been here almost 12 years. I'm not sure how many CEOs you've had at Manatee for 12 years, but I can tell you, hospital evacuations, Ebola, there's just not many things that we haven't experienced in the last 12 years. And I just want to thank our employees, our medical staff, of our volunteers for the just exceptional care that they've given our patients over this time period, and just the exceptional work that they're currently doing in the hospital, taking care of all the COVID patients. And I want to thank the county so much for this. This is just a great honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. It's for you. Okay, then we have Randy, who is no longer at Blake, but he's staying local, which is good news, and he'll tell you about that. So Randy, as you know, has been very involved with Trauma Center at Blake. And I think he was here then when we started the burn unit, or just had come right after, and it's been a great asset to Manatee County. He became the first Manatee County state certified comprehensive stroke center, secured $75 million in facility, plant, and property and equipment for his hospital, partnered with physicians and industry key opinion leaders to establish Manatee County's first robotic epicenter, inpatient rehab rated number 3 in the Florida network. And as you know also, he has a great residency program at Blake Medical. So, and he'll tell you what college, I think it's University of Florida? University of South Florida. So we appreciate all your service since 2017. It's been rough. Everybody's in competition, but you all work together when we all need to bring the community together. And I did not want you to leave without knowing how much we appreciated your service to Manatee County. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, County Attorney, and County Administrator, thanks for the opportunity to come in and accept this today. As Kevin said, I always tell the people that I'm involved with, I'm just an administrator. My job is to help support them and what they do every day, taking care of patients, whether it's our colleagues, whether it's the medical staff, our residents, et cetera. And so it's been my privilege over the past 4 years to be here and be involved with Blake Medical Center and HCA and Manatee County and many of you. As Commissioner Whitmore said, I do have the good fortune of staying local here. So I'm joining an organization which is the newly formed parent corporation, which will take Tidewell Hospice and Suncoast Hospice, the legacy hospices of this part of the state, and combine them into a new organization. So there's a lot to be done there, but I'm excited about being involved in the community for many years going forward in that capacity. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, I want to thank you, gentlemen, for taking care of everyone in Manatee County, treating everyone with respect, dealing with all the stuff you've had to deal with, the hurricanes, having to evacuate Manatee Hospital, I think for the first time ever, during Irma, I think it was, wasn't it? I think we should all remember that. Yeah, and with the trauma center, nothing but good, glowing reports, and especially from your burn unit. Dr. Van Fleet is wonderful. I want to do a special recognition to him. He saved a personal friend of mine's life that was burnt badly. So I just want to thank everybody for what you did, and I think all the service they've done, that they deserve a standing ovation. Thank you.
That they do. That they do. Gentlemen, before you leave, we have some commissioners that would like to make a comment. Commissioner Servia, you are first.
Yes, thank you. I want to start by thanking Commissioner Whitmore for putting this recognition together, because we are so grateful for both of you and our great hospitals in Manatee County. COVID continues to take a heavy toll on all of your healthcare workers. I know and I hear how hard it has been lately again. So please extend our thanks to them, and thank you for all that you do. I'm so grateful to Manatee Memorial for taking those that are underinsured and uninsured. I'm so grateful to Blake for their new burn and wound care unit. I've had family members that have benefited from both of those services. So thank you very much for all you've done in this community.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, I just think it's important that on behalf of the citizens, we don't take your work for granted and the impact that you are, especially right now in the midst of a pandemic. There's a charge out there, and you all are leading the way for us to make sure that we serve our community from the medical standpoint. So I think it's important that the recognition, Commissioner Whitmore, thank you, but to the two individuals, Mr. Kern and definitely my good friend, Mr. DeLillo, thanks for everything that you all do.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you both for everything you've done for Manatee County. Thank you both for the time you've spent with me and my brief time up here on this board so far, educating me on the healthcare system in Manatee County and where we need help and where we excel. So I appreciate all the time for both of you and all the work you've done here for Manatee County.
And I seem to be last on the board. You don't realize until you become a commissioner what all really is involved in our healthcare system in Manatee. And it's interesting, here we have 3 great hospitals here that do such great work in taking care of our citizens and those visiting our county. And Kevin has done a fantastic job at Manatee Memorial, particularly in indigent care and other things. And Randy, I've had a little bit more dealings with you directly, and it's really been an honor for me to get to know you. And I think what the public doesn't know is that when Randy was just saying about how he considered it to be an honor, he was being totally truthful. I mean, that's Randy. That's the gentleman that I've met and gotten to know. I'll give you an example. The whole time COVID's been going on, it was, he'd be calling me, what can I do? What can I do? What do you need? What do you need? Both hospitals were always so ready to do whatever we needed done in Manatee County. And, I finally, with the CARES money that came up, I was like, I called Randy and I said, you probably qualify. And he goes, no, ma'am. He said, we're not going to take any of that money. He said, that was a privilege for us to be able to help the community. So that's kind of where we are. And I know Commissioner Whitmore can tell you much more about Kevin DeLillo than I can. And we've been very blessed, is my point, in Manatee County by having the two that we've had to oversee our medical system. So I look forward to your endeavors in the future. Kevin, I'm sure that you'll be very successful at what you do. You're a driven person. And Randy, it doesn't surprise me. I knew, you had told me where you were going, and it truly does fit you. So thank you from the bottom of my heart to you both. Thank you.
And while we're here, I would like a little bit, if anybody can, give us an update on the COVID situation in your hospitals. Randy, I don't know if you can, or Kevin can. I know you have 2 hospitals.
Sure.
Yeah, I would like to know, because we're on the front line, and a lot of our nursing and personnel are really worn out. And
No doubt.
when I heard 30 ambulances went to one hospital in one day with COVID, that made me nervous.
Yeah, it's, we're currently at about 120 COVID patients between both Manatee Memorial and Lakewood. I don't know what's in Blake.
Do you have any?
I don't know what's happening. I didn't see the stats for Blake this morning, but we have about 25 patients on respirators, and the staff's kind of worn out, I would say. So that's why I say, you can't do it without the staff. Anything you can do as a county commission to protect the staff, I think, is just helpful, because after 19 months of dealing with COVID surges and then peaks, troughs, and then going back now this summer, we've seen more COVID patients this summer than we did last summer. And last summer was really taxing the system. So I think right now, I'm not sure what the future will bring, but we're preparing for the worst, and hopefully that we can get through this and get through an end through the summer, and then hopefully our staff survives. So again, anything you can do to help us out, I appreciate, and I know our staff appreciates it, because it's been a long road for them through this pandemic. So I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Things are done. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you both. All right, now we're going to get into proclamations. What's the pleasure of the board?
I move to approve proclamations as recommended.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Servia, a second by Commissioner Bellamy to approve proclamations. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved unanimously. Moving right along.
Thanks.
The
Madam
first
Chair,
one-
I was an aye.
Who said that?
That is Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Oh, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, good to hear you this morning, sir. Yes, sir.
Can't you mute him?
I want you to know that George just asked me if I needed to meet you.
Mute.
I guess that was a vote. All right, moving right along. First proclamation. Adoption and presentation of proclamation designating September the 11th, 2021 as Tribute to Heroes Day in Manatee County. And I'm going to ask Vice Chairman George Cruz. Are you sure? You don't want, okay. Please, all of you in uniform, please come down and join us.
I think it's out. Oh, my God.
I don't get to see you guys in your uniforms very often. Wow. Okay. Can't believe it's 20 years. It's amazing. Whereas September the 11th, 2021 marks the 20th anniversary of one of the most horrific acts in the history of the United States. The attack upon our homeland by terrorists who hijacked 4 jetliners to execute multiple homicide bombings of great evil. And whereas the American people wish to remember and honor the victims lost in this tragedy with courage, strength, and dignity. And whereas September the 11th, 2001, proved to the world that heroes come in all shapes and sizes. Heroes are the people sitting by you today. Those who gave selflessly and contributed to the strength of our country, and those who responded without hesitation and are ready to respond again, whenever and wherever they are needed. Whereas firefighters, law enforcement, emergency medical service personnel are highly trained public servants who work under demanding and dangerous conditions. And the courageous and unselfish acts of these public servants proved again that our country is truly the land of the free and the home of the brave. And whereas for many years to come, when our children stand with their hands over their hearts and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States, they will more clearly understand that as one nation under God, the United States is indivisible, can't even say it, a country unable to be divided by tragedy. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that September the 11th, 2021 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Tribute to Heroes Day in Manatee County, Florida, and the board urges all citizens to remember those lost but not forgotten on September the 11th, 2001, and to pray for the families and friends of those who died. Adopted with a quorum present and voting this 10th day of August, 2021, signed by Vanessa Ball, Chairman. I bet everyone in this room remembers exactly where you were the morning of September the 11th, 2001. It's a day that we'll never forget in our lifetime. And I think our children, our grandchildren will also remember that horrific day. So, Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Board of Commissioners. My name is Lee Whitehurst, and I'm the President of Manatee County Fire Chiefs Association. And we're all here representing all of the emergency services here in Manatee County. which would be law enforcement for cities and our sheriff as well, our fire districts, and the fire departments of our cities and towns, as well as your very own Department of Public Safety. So all of our first responders are represented by this group, and it's humbling for us. This is not a celebration, of course, but it's a remembrance. And again, 20 years ago, I do remember where I was at. But we have folks now who are joining our military, joining the ranks of our law enforcement and our fire and our medical community who weren't even here 20 years ago. And so it's our jobs to pass the torch on, and so that they don't forget. And as some of us over the next few years won't be here because we'll be retired, it's our job to make sure that they remember 9/11. And in doing so this year, as commemorating the 20th anniversary, we'll be holding a luncheon on September the 8th, or sorry, September the 9th, on Thursday down at the Grove. And we're going to pass out hand-engraved invitations for each of the board members for that, as well as on September 11th, our memorial service in downtown Braden. The city of Braden has been very gracious with us over the last 20 years in keeping that memorial there at Riverwalk, keeping it up. And so also involved in your packet, Commissioner Whitmore, you introduced the challenge coin earlier, so thanks for that history, is a challenge coin from commemorating this 20-year event for each of you commissioners. And we have one for you as well, Commissioner Austin-Bridge. You'll have to get with Dr. Hopes for that. It's on behalf of the committee of the Manatee County Fire Chiefs, our Emergency Services Memorial Committee, who has worked very hard to put this event together this year, and we hope to see you there. And on behalf of everyone behind me and everyone who couldn't be here today to represent, thank you very much.
Commissioners on the board?
Yeah, Commissioner Serby?
Yes, thank you. What a beautiful proclamation. Thank you all for being here. Of course, as the Madam Chairman said, we all remember where we were that day. I was here working for Manatee County. I was preparing for a Development Review Committee meeting, and we were all huddled around this old TV, one of those really big ones that had been around for a long time, even back then, watching the Twin Towers burn. And with our mouths open, we couldn't believe what was happening. And I had an infant at that time who now serves in the U.S. Army. So although it's been 20 years, we are so grateful for all of you and the people who serve like you for all that you do and uniting our country at one of our worst moments in history, because that's what you did and that's what you continue to do, is bring our country together. And thank you so much for what you do.
All right, now to me. Yeah, thank you very much. And, you know, we do all remember, actually just moved to New York City about 3 weeks before 9/11 in 2001. And I had started school, and we were on campus at the time. And a lot of my friends, it was business school, a lot of my friends worked in those towers and had former coworkers in those towers at that time. And they locked us down on the campus, and we had fighter jets going overhead, and everything shut down. And it was quite a day. But what myself and a lot of my friends remember more than the day itself, not that we could forget that, is how New York City was after. Because there was a window of time where our first responders, our fire departments, our police were held up on a pedestal as they deserved, that we just don't see all the time today. Mm-hmm. And that was back when the New York Yankees came out for the World Series, and they were wearing the FDNY hats and the NYPD hats. And, you know, I just hope that, you know, when we have anniversaries like this, especially big ones like 20-year, people can remember not just the incident that happened and the negatives associated with it, but some of the positives and the feelings we all had. And hopefully we can all get back to remembering how important all of you are to all of us, and start remembering that and treating the positions with the respect it deserves. So thank you very much. Now, Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, I was working at my husband's office and he was home. Our son was a West Point grad, just finished Army and just gotten hired by Morgan Stanley, which was in the towers on the 50th floor. So needless to say, he canceled everything, and his partner, another surgeon, came to our house and sat with him while I was down at the office. And we didn't know till 12 that day, until noon, that he was doing training for Morgan Stanley in Times Square. And so it was just a very emotional, devastating day. And we can't let people forget about this. So I'm very happy you're here, and I just can't believe it's been 20 years already. So, but thank you we need to keep reminding everybody of what happened. This is history. So thank you for your service.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for being here this morning. I remember, I'll just pull up or recall a couple of things. First of all, I remember watching after the first plane had already hit. And I was just sitting there somehow thinking, surely this was somehow an accident.
Mm-hmm.
And then watching the second plane hit. And there's no more doubt after that. And to realize that there's evil like that in the world, and that evil specifically targeted our nation, our people. But one other thing that I remember is a big question on the news that morning was, how many people are we looking at that could die from this? And the number that someone found from research, I'm sure they were doing it on the fly, but they said that it looked like 25,000 between the north and south tower. 25,000 people worked in that building. And that was the number that came up that morning. I don't know if that, but I do know that it was because of people like you that number was nowhere near 25,000. So many lives were saved and changed, and because of the courage of our fire department, of our first responders, of the police department, and so I just want to say a heartfelt thanks to you and to all those that every day, there's a lot of symbolism here. Every day there are people that, sure, anything could happen to any of us, but there are people who specifically have chosen a career that puts them in serious danger every day. And so I want to say, on behalf of our community, thank you to all those people.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, does he have
Well,
anything?
Commissioner Bellamy's on, and then I was going to see if Kevin had something.
Thank you. I do recall where I was. I was a dropout prevention coordinator at Manatee High, and one of the things that we always did was watch the morning news. And it was brought to my attention by one of the students, and the panic that went across the campus, the emotions that went across the country, where everybody was alarmed. My immediate thought was, where was my brother that worked for Delta Airlines, that traveled a lot back and forth, and phones start ringing, and everyone's concerns obviously was at a high level. But what came out of all that was America, the home of the brave. And our first responders responded. And it was quick to identify that we will not sit down. We will stand up and we will rise to the challenge. And that's what we did. And I thought about a lot of my friends who are in the military and thought about the first responders. And here we are now 20 years later. And some individuals don't know the impact that had on our country, whether or not they were not born or whether or not they're just naive to the impact and the things that have taken place. In order for us to take and really keep this in front of us, we have to continue to do things like this and make sure that our youth and individuals in our country are aware. More importantly, thank you all for continuously staying on the line, because the work that you do, it's not just on September the 11th or 911. You all take the calls that we know nothing about, And right now, you all are fighting a good fight. Thanks for everything.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, did you have something to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Obviously, my colleagues have covered just about everything, but, on behalf of District 3, I would, of course, like to thank all of our first responders and say that I'm glad that the pledge was mentioned at one point, because I think that's something that really stands out when it comes to how much everyone acknowledged and appreciated what our first responders do for us in the years right after 9/11, and what a stark reminder it was for the risks that they take when they go to work every single day. And recent years, that seems to have been forgotten. So if nothing else, maybe there's a silver lining in the 20-year anniversary. We'll really remind folks of what it is that these folks do every single day for us. And, they're not paid the wage of a hedge fund manager, that's for sure. But it's a labor of love. They do it for their community, and it's truly is a community service that they do. So on behalf of District 3, I just want to thank all of them and thank them for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And we have Dr. Hopes on the board.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. I think all of us, it's amazing that those events occurred and we remember where we were. I was actually just completing my service in Governor Bush's administration in Tallahassee when it occurred. And of course, we all became alerted to what was going on in the surreal environment, in the governor's office. And it's unfortunate that these are the types of events that bring to the attention to the American people of what you men and women do every day. And as we think about heroes, I can tell you, coming into this job, most of us will hear a fire truck, sirens go off and they're going down the street, and an ambulance, and maybe we'll hear those sirens at night. But as you know, I get these alerts, and I'm acutely aware while we're sleeping, you put your lives at risk for us every day, as Commissioner Satcher and others have mentioned. I look forward to seeing all of you next month on September 11th. And for Manatee County government and really the people of Manatee County, thank you for all you do for us every day. And we can't bring it to the public's attention frequently enough, given all that we've been through, whether it's those catastrophes that occur because of nature, COVID. I don't know of a time in your careers where you've put your lives more at risk for everything that you're confronted with than this past year and a half. But thank you. You are the heroes of Manatee County, and I appreciate serving with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's no one else on the board.
Thank you guys so much.
Well, I'll keep moving this, she's going through. So next we have an adoption and presentation of the proclamation designating September 2021 as National Preparedness Month in Manatee County. I believe that was you, Commissioner Whitmore.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, we got nothing but time today.
Madam Chair.
Behind you on the floor.
Okay, whereas each year, the Federal Emergency Management Agency promotes National Preparedness Month as an effort to strengthen the county's preparedness capabilities for natural hazards or terrorist attacks. And whereas since September 11th, 2001, the U.S. government has taken steps to encourage all citizens to make their own survival preparations. And whereas Manatee County residents can take actions to become prepared to respond and recover from any natural or man-made hazard, no matter how big or small, the more people who are prepared, the quicker our community will recover. And whereas first responders may not always be able to reach residents as quickly after an event, and the most important step is to take is to be self-sufficient for a minimum of 7 days. And whereas Manatee County encourages all residents, visitors, and business owners to understand the threat of natural and man-made hazards and to undertake preparedness measures to protect lives, welfare, and property. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County that September 2021 shall be known, designated, and set aside as National Preparedness Month in Manatee County, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 10th day of August 2021, signed by Chair Vanessa Baugh.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Chair, Commissioners, County Administrator, County Attorney. Jake Sauer, Director of Public Safety for Manatee County. Fittingly, right after our last proclamation, every year we do observe and not celebrate, but keep in people's minds how to be prepared as it is National Preparedness Month. Before I turn it over to Steve real quick, throughout the month of September, we'll be pushing on some of those highlights of how Manatee County residents and citizens can become prepared as we are getting into the peak of our hurricane season as well, and always keep a ready stance. So the first week will be make a plan, and that is to talk to your friends and family members of how to communicate both before, during, and after an event that occurs. And then the second week will be to build a kit. And we all know how to build a kit here in Florida, and especially Manatee County, to be prepared for those hurricanes. And then the third week is to prepare for disasters, and that is to know your home, know your surroundings, and the liabilities that your home and your area, when you go to prepare for a disaster, is. And it's also a good time to review your homeowner's insurance as well. And then lastly, teach youth and those that are not normally subject to hurricanes and any kind of natural disasters, how to become prepared. So with that, I'll turn it over to Steve Litschauer to speak a little bit about National Preparedness Month.
Thank you, Director. Steve Litschauer, Chief Emergency Management. Madam Chair, Commissioners, County Administrator, County Attorney, and guests. First, I'd like to recognize the employees that we have in emergency management. Not with us today, but online is our planning manager in recovery, Jake Bibler. In the audience is Joel Richmond, who has oversight of logistics and support. Matt Myers, human needs and recovery. Tristan Morath, our planning section, who you see his reports come out quite often. Tom Kitchen over operations, and Candy Kelly would be remiss, our fiscal and admin person. Our unique division, I think, is so unique throughout the county that we do not have a lot of people, but we touch so many different agencies, and I know I'm going to forget some of them, but obviously county administration, from the administrator to the deputy administrator, every department within Manatee County we touch and work with. Beach Rescue, Florida Division Emergency Management, EMS, literally every law enforcement agency in the county, both local, county, and state, every fire service, both district, city, and state, a Department of Health, the Red Cross, Salvation Army, our CERT team, the school districts, the hospital, and that list could go on. Before I get into talking about a little bit about preparedness, one thing I want to echo, and it's reflecting back on the prior presentation, we should not forget President Bush was right here. Air Force One was in our county that morning, and talking about intense, that was an intense moment when the president of our nation was right in our county, and echoing what Commissioner Cruz said was when that brought the entire nation together. It didn't matter what color uniform, whether I carried what kind of badge or a gun. And just a couple weeks ago, we were reflecting, and I think in our profession, and I just got back from a conference, so many people think about storms and hurricanes is all what we do. And I went back and reflected on a list that, and I'll make this real quick. In the last year, these are things that we have touched and been involved in. We can't forget about COVID for the last 18 months. Piney Point being an environmental incident, Red Tide down 2018. Aircraft crashes, even though they're small, one involved a crash that burned 3 different. The flash floods that we see almost all the time. The hurricanes of November, July, and now if you're watching the news, and we're starting today briefings on another storm, Foreman. F1 tornado hit IMG in April. The explosion on 9th Street West in December that claimed a life. The Colonial Pipeline that had an effect on us just for a few days, to civil unrest, and kudos that go out to some 13 agencies for every weekend that we have a holiday weekend on the beach that we involve those. So emergency management is more than just that storm. We're involved day to day. It's a privilege to represent the county, to have the staff that I do, and thank you for the proclamation.
Thank you, Commissioner Servia.
Yes, and thank you so much for being here again. We're so grateful for all that you do. And that list that you just recited of things that we never expected to have to handle, you know, from a board who plans as much as we can plan for everything that we expect during the year, there's always that huge list of things that we don't know what's going to happen. So thank you for all that you do. We appreciate all of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll be the last one on the board, I guess. You know what? It's nice knowing that you're all there at emergency management, that you guys do what you do, and it makes us feel very safe. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
From all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Dr. Hopes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just realized that we have other people up there that were not up there a moment ago when I thanked everyone. I really appreciate all of you because you do a fantastic job. And as you know, starting on my first day here, we became pretty good friends and partners and team members. So thank you. Thank you for all you do every day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Where am I? All right, next is adoption and presentation of proclamation designating September 2021 as Teen Court/Teen Court 2 Month in Manatee County. Commissioner Bellamy.
Proclamation Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida. Whereas in 1991, R.B. Chips Shore, Manatee County Clerk of Circuit Court, established the Manatee County Teen Court Program, the county's only diversion program for children ages 10 to 17, and 2021 marks the 30th anniversary of this program. And whereas teen courts are one of the fastest growing crime prevention and early intervention programs in the nation. Whereas Teen Court 2 increases the awareness of delinquency issues on local level and mobilizes community members and youth to take an active role. And whereas Teen Court and Teen Court 2 exemplifies the practices of empowering youth through involvement in community solutions, teaching decision-making, leadership skills, and positive peer pressure. And whereas Teen Court 2 designs effective program services and sentencing options that hold youthful offenders accountable, repairs the harm to the victim and the community, and contributes to the public service. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that September 2021 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Teen Court 2 Month in Manatee County, adopted with the quorum present and voting on the 10th day of August 2021, signed by our Chair, Vanessa Barr, as well as the Clerk of the Circuit Court, Angelina Coloniso.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this. I had some numbers to share with you from our teen court program. In 2011, when it was the 20th, just the 20th anniversary of the Teen Court and Teen Court 2 program, there were in excess of 12,500 cases and saved taxpayers approximately $36 million over the course of 20 years, alleviating some of the caseload in the juvenile court system. And during that time, 20 years, youth and adult volunteers contributed in excess of 130 volunteer hours. And now at the 30th anniversary mark, we've got an additional 2,661 children participating in the program. They've contributed to over 55,800 hours of community service. And additionally, we've had over 1,800 students volunteer, over 22,200 hours to the program. One story that stands out in my mind as clerk, we actually had a student who wanted to volunteer at the time who was blind, and his mother wanted us to seek, is there anything we can do? He really wants to participate in this program. And this came up in one of my directors' meetings they told us about. And we said, sure, bring him in. And the kids were great. They embraced him. They went back and did jury selection, and he participated fully in that. And he was a go-getter, and he decided that he wanted to be the clerk and try that position out one night, which requires you to read the docket off. It requires you to read the case number, the case style of the case, and make all of the requisite announcements prior to the court proceeding. And that night, we made that happen. He brought in his Braille machine, and we typed up that information, and he was able, there wasn't a dry eye, I don't think, in the courtroom that night when he stood up. His whole family was there, and he was able to read the docket with the case number and the case type, and he stayed in that position until he aged out of teen court. I don't know where that young man is now, but I know he's doing great things. So that was a really great story. In our directors' meeting, there wasn't a dry eye, I don't think, when that announcement was made to us. So I just wanted to let you know our teen court program is doing good things, and we thank you so much for this proclamation and recognizing the 30th anniversary. Thank you so much for that, this honor. And this is our team right behind me. Yante Hines, did you have anything you wanted to say, Brad? Yes. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Yante Hines, and I'm the supervisor of the Manatee County Teen Court Department. I just want to say that our Teen Court Department is a wonderful program. It's not just for when youth are in trouble. We also use this Teen Court Department for volunteers. We receive at least 5 or 6 volunteer forms each week for youth that wants to join in. And within the last between May and July, we have trained at least 47 youth that wanted to volunteer as an attorney. So now they are being attorneys in teen court. So I wanted to express that teen court is not when youth just get in trouble. It's definitely a volunteer atmosphere for community service for high school and for scholarships. Thank you.
And Tammy Cole Morgan is our deputy courts director. And we also have Rena. Rena also worked in the teen court program.
Nice to see all of you. Commissioner Servia?
Yes, it's been a day of celebrating our first responders and all that they mean to us. And what we're celebrating with you fits right in there, because as we remove some of the unnecessary responsibilities to allow them to function more efficiently and allow you guys to help our teens in this diversion program, it's just such a wonderful thing that you do, and I appreciate it so much. It helps to educate our children, and it removes that burden from the court system and from law enforcement to actually help people. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Satcher?
Yes, I just wanted to thank you so much for this program. My son, my 13-year-old, is actually in volunteers, and of course it's been online, since COVID started. But boy, getting him to be on time sometimes can be a struggle, but not for that. He knows it's coming. He's got the computer out, being sure he can get logged on, and really enjoys it. And then afterwards, you'll hear him, this kid was saying this, but I could tell he was lying, or whatever, or vice versa, So it's just, he really enjoys it. And so on behalf of the people, the kids who get to be a part of it, thank you.
And I'll be the last on the board. I just want to say thank you because, you guys make a difference and help our teenagers. And that's truly, what it's all about. And thank you for all you do. I used to only hear about Sarasota. Everything was, the teen court in Sarasota. Not anymore. It's Manatee County. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
All right, so moving on down now, we're going to go to citizens' comments for future agenda items. So on that note, I have a few cards. I'll try and read them. Brian Kerwin. And after that is, I'm having a hard time reading this, Pat. I thought maybe, okay.
Good morning.
Madam Chair.
My name is
Yes.
Brian Kerwin.
I'm sorry, can you hold up one second? Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, did I just hear you?
Yes, ma'am. Would you be so kind as to read off the, the statement about decorum and whatnot before we begin comments?
All right.
The Pledge of Civility.
Yeah, let me read that. It's right here. Thank you, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. It's a good one. Pledge of Public Conduct. And again, every time I read this, I say it's not just the public, it also includes the commissioners as well. We may disagree, but we will be respectful of one another. We will direct all comments to issues, and we will avoid personal attacks. And the reason for that is because, we're not always going to agree perhaps with something that's going on up here or something that we're talking about or whatever the case may be. But we can be respectful to one another and having that conversation. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, thank you for getting us to do that. Yes, sir. Sorry.
That's fine. My name is Brian Kerwin. I work in a development role for Solve Maternity Homes. For 45 years, Solve has provided cost-free housing and life training services to pregnant women and teens in need, as well as to their children. To date, Solve has shared in the welcoming of over 1,400 babies born to live in residence, while impacting more than 2,000 women and their families. As a faith-based 501c3 nonprofit, Solve Maternity Homes is funded through private donations, foundation grants, and events. At your commissioners' meeting this past July 27th, a motion was passed by you for the authorization of a county expenditure of $50,000 to Solve Maternity Homes for the purpose of funding a support program to assist women in need of pregnancy support services. Solve's staff and board of directors deeply appreciates this commission's faith in Solve Maternity Homes, and especially you, Commissioner Satcher, for making this motion of generous provision. While a determination is being made as to from where these county monies will be generated, I state here that in accordance with bylaws, Article 13, Section 5 of Solve's Acceptance of Funds Policy, Solve Maternity Homes will respectfully decline the acceptance of this funding from Manatee County. Again, Solve Maternity Homes is grateful for your consideration of financial provision to our organization. I wish to also address two items that have been said by members of this commission during recent public deliberations. First, while Solve exists to provide housing and supportive life services to pregnant women and teens in crisis as an alternative to an unwanted abortion procedure, at no time does Solve engage in pressuring people and dictating what they should or should not do. And second, any statement that Solve Maternity Homes has taken Manatee County taxpayer funds is incorrect. From 2002 through 2011, Manatee County served as the fund administrator for grant monies applied for by Solve from the Choose Life Florida Specialty License Plate Fund. This fund has been built and supported at all times through voluntary public contributions to life causes. Manatee County stopped being the administrator of these funds in 2012. Thus, as to these funds, Choose Life Florida has been the funding source and not Manatee County. I reiterate that Solve's funding is through private donations, foundation grants, and events, not local taxpayer dollars. In closing, I again thank you commissioners and offer here to any member of this salient board the opportunity to tour Solve's side-by-side Bradenton homes and further learn about the perpetual mission of Solve Maternity Homes to build stronger women, children, families, and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very good. I want to go ahead and add right now, too, that on consideration of future agenda items, each person will be limited to 3 minutes. If the 30-minute time period has been exhausted, the board will entertain any remaining comments near the end of the meeting with the same 3-minute timeline. So go ahead, Pat. Charles today. I met Charles already.
Volunteer.
Good morning. Sorry, my voice, my tremors are bad right now. I apologize.
It's okay.
First of all, there was a statement made about,
You need to state your name, sweetheart.
oh, I'm sorry, Pat Simmons, I live in Bradenton, about Chicago's Mayor Lightfoot with her idea of putting social workers and mental health workers, partnering them with law enforcement. And I think it's a really great idea. I have 15 years history of crisis counseling, and I have worked with many law enforcement officers over the years. And not all incidents we need to be there, granted, but I think it's necessary in some cases for us to mitigate different issues with the mental health community. So I would just like for you to think about that. The second thing I want to say is I asked out at G.T. Bray Park if there are any parks that are inclusive parks that work with children and people with disabilities in Manatee County, and they couldn't really come up with one. I know that there was at some point some money allocated for that, for it to go out to G.T. Bray, but it's my understanding something fell through. So if this is ever brought up, I would ask you please to include members of the disability population when you're planning the park. And my third thing, just real quick, is hurricane tracking charts. This is from St. Lucie County. And there's an actual map with the latitudes and longitudes that you can track the hurricanes. And that's kind of one of my hobbies, I guess. But it would be really good for you to put this kind out in your next issue. And my next question is just real quick. Who is responsible for posting the fines for people parking in handicap spots without permits? Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Next is Glenn Gibellina, and I'm having trouble with the next one. It's just one word. It looks like Divina? Divina? Right.
9 copies for the 7 commissioners, the council. Ross. Good morning, commissioners. For the record, my name is Glenn Gibellina.
You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. So, nobody likes a target on their back. You've all been targeted from the outside sources, such as Bearfield. What you were here targeted by someone within your organization. We are presenting today the many facts collected by multiple authors of this report. We will prevent facts and documents that will draw a conclusion of deceit, untruths, collusion of this organization. Most of the facts and documents have been presented to this board, administrator, and county attorney without much response, much less a remedy that we are seeking today. As we travel down this path, have an open mind of who would be benefit, certainly not the citizens whose monies help pay for these expenditures. We'll come to a conclusion that it leads down to. 1, one nonprofit, Community Solutions 360, a pet nonprofit of Jerry Lopez. Not one other nonprofit had the luxury of upfront zero-interest mortgage until the home was sold. Often the mortgage was more than selling price agreed upon. So you have in front of you the citizens' report. And in that report is the 11 seats that were available for the board. Only one. There's an email from Jerry Lopez to Community Solution to target my seat, and only my seat. So I am not unhappy with that.
Madam Chairman, could we please keep the issue, we need to focus on
Stop the
issues
clock.
and not people.
Stop the clock.
Our civility pledge says to focus on issues
These
and
are
not
questions
people.
I am asking. I need answers.
I haven't heard a single thing where he's attacking Jerry Lopez. He's using it as fact-based, based upon a very thorough report that he put together to prove something that he's discussed numerous other times, and nothing's moved forward on this. I don't hear anything that implies an attack.
And there was an email, he is correct.
Right, these are just questions I want answers. It's not a personal attack. I want to know I want the questions answered. It's very, very simple.
Talk for 3 minutes, please. Let's let him talk.
So, my question is, why would a board member be targeted? Why would a targeted member that was voted vice chair and spokesman for this group of the Affordable Housing Board be targeted? Who would target a member who volunteers his time above and beyond what is required? Who would steer a nonprofit, Community Solutions, to a for-profit seat? We would not steer the nonprofit community to the actual seat that's available. She didn't do that. Would not steer Community Solution to other vacancies. By the way, vacant seat 11 was still vacant when we came up to the board. She could have went to try to fill that seat. Lack of professionalism, integrity, honesty, moral character to hold the position.
So, Madam Chair, at what point now are we not attacking Jerry Lopez?
Yes, thank you
All right.
very much, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. This
You've
is
got my-
unacceptable.
Thank you. I mean,
Our staff needs to
at
be
some point, we have to
protected.
It's a
adhere to
question.
the civility of oath.
These are questions that need to be answered.
Civility, our chairman just read.
And
Really,
that's the question
you
mark
know,
now.
Glenn, I did read the civility pledge, so
Okay.
try to stay within the realm,
done.
would you please?
I'm done. We got a whole crew coming up.
Okay,
And I'll shoot every one of them down if they attack staff as well.
all right, thank you. No need.
I think you should read it again.
Glenn, we'll get her one.
After Davina is Rodney Jones.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. My name is Davina Maruka. I am a full-time resident of Manatee County. On June 8th, your commission gave a duplex lot to Community Solutions 360. Prior to the transfer, I did make a public comment that the day about how 360 was not properly registered with the Florida Department of Agriculture as a nonprofit pursuant to Florida Statute 496, which requires all nonprofits to register in the state. In fact, Community Solutions 360 had a final order against it from the Florida Department of Agriculture dated December 21st, 2020. In the 6th page of what you were handed by Mr. Giubilini, you will read, the respondent, CD 360, shall cease and desist from acting as a charitable organization soliciting contributions in and from the state of Florida, until such time as the respondent is in compliance with the Solicitation of Contribution Act. It failed to renew its registration, it continued to solicit, and it was aware of the complaint, because in the final order you will read that the complaint was delivered on October 20th, 2020. Yet, Manatee County delivered to Community Solutions 320 during the time of this final order and the litigation that was going on with the Department of Agriculture, 2 deeds on October 8th, an interest-free mortgage in the amount of $212,000, a deed on June 8th, Exemptions from registration from the Florida Department of Agriculture are only allowed if funds are given from the government for county grants or contracts. You need to see Florida Statute 496, 404, 5. I do not believe that deeds and interest-free mortgages would be considered funds. In addition, we know that Community Solutions also received additional payments from Manatee County for training programs during this period of suspension. This isn't just a failure to register, they were suspended. That was the final order from a state agency. Now, I want to talk about why this is a problem for me. On March 22nd, I sent an email to Denise Thomas to inquire about how to participate as a nonprofit in obtaining surplus lots. I have had Manatee County nonprofits since 2013. I also provided evidence that we had built 14 affordable homes. That email was ignored. On April 14th, I resent my email again asking for the same information. Denise responded that day that she was creating a
Thank you,
surplus
Davina. Your
property
time
lot.
is up. Mr.
I will
County.
be sending this to all the commissioners.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg, would you like to comment on this?
Well, I can respond that I think a memo went to the board from Ms. Lopez addressing this issue, in which she correctly stated that the statute that's being referenced applies to solicitation of donations outside of government grants and contracts. I disagree respectfully with the woman who just spoke. I do think that the contract that they entered into with the county for that property is not subject to that requirement to register. But I believe Ms. Lopez stated to the board that she had communicated with that nonprofit, and they had decided that because they are going to start engaging in those kinds of solicitations again, they were going to come in compliance with DOA. They may already have, I don't know.
Okay, thank you, sir. Rodney Jones and then Michelle Martin.
Greetings, Rodney Jones here again. I'm actually want to say kind of help you out a little bit. When people come up for public comment, your board procedures and policies and your own intuition or whatever you use to determine what's off subject, it doesn't supersede the United States Constitution, which guarantees me a First Amendment freedom of speech. So I just want to caution you on that. And also to our law enforcement, you know, we love you, but don't let somebody send you to do something illegal without making sure you're in the framework of the law. I've got a couple documents here. I'm going to leave them here. I don't know what your COVID procedures are, but one are summary judgments and also a sworn criminal affidavit from Charlie Kennedy, our school board chair, that has been submitted into the courts. I've got one for you guys to pass around. Didn't want to kill trees, and then I've got one that I like to admit it into the record for the clerk. You got a catastrophic fail here. I don't know whether it's because I'm black or I don't seem to be intelligent, but I've been tracking this for 4 years now. I've got a long civil rights history. I've got 10 years corporate investigative experience. I actually had some training with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And Mr. Hopes has gotten himself into a lot of trouble at the school district. You guys did a very poor job of vetting him. You actually promised the community a national search, and then we end up not even getting his references checked. I think that's poor practice for any employee with this, the Manatee County, and this is going to be a prime example of what happens when you don't follow good process and you create your own process to bring somebody in. You know, Mrs. Satcher, a little disappointed in you because you become Jesus people all of a sudden, but you ran a lot of agenda when you first came in, so you can't be Jesus people and run an agenda at the same time, so you got to choose. You know, so we're unfortunately for you, as I understand it, you might want to call Mark Barnaby. There's now an outside law enforcement agency currently pulling records from the city of Palmetto. It's going down. We did file a complaint with the U.S. Department of Justice. Whether you believe it or not, it's true. And there's been corruption and fraud. We have substantiated it. And we couldn't get anybody to help us here at the local level. We tried with the state. Ed Brodsky's implicated in this as well. So it's a deep cut here, and I think it's going to go down. There's a lot of rumors and murmuring going on at the federal level, and we've also had the story picked up by a national news entity, so we're going to be in the news again. So whenever you guys get tired of pretending like you're ethical and pretending like you're honest and pretending like you're stewards to the people, we'll be really happy for you to start doing your job, start being honest, and start being forthright. And you, Mr. Satcher, the man of God, a man that says, man, you got bigger responsibility than anybody up there. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. And the way you came in the door here, man, you saddened me for a man that claims the gospel. I mean, you got to do a much better job, man. You can't play both. You got to pick one or the other, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Michelle Martin, and then Carol Phelps.
So I was actually going to say something similar to what Rodney said, and policy doesn't trump the Constitution. And it seems to me that the commissioners, and actually a school board, tries to get into this idea that we're submissive to the
Could you please
policy-
state your name?
Michelle Martin, more than the Constitution. So please don't use your policy to try to bully me and stop my freedom of speech. I spoke with Glenn about this issue with affordable housing and surplus properties. Now, I have not met anybody who is more committed to the community and to the people of Manatee than Glenn. So he informed me of all of this. I'm coming to you with questions because if what Glenn said is right, it seems like there's corruption, and I'm hoping that you guys will address it. So in 2017, there seems to be a directive from the board to direct staff to allow for-profit builders to develop the surplus properties, and they haven't done that. It's been 4+ years. When Scott Hopes came here, Glenn approached him and asked him to pay attention to this. It seems as though nothing has happened. And it's such a joke to the staff that yesterday at the Affordable Housing Committee meeting, Jerry Lopez said she was looking into it, and it was currently being reviewed. Now, I don't know what needs to be looked into for 4.5 years, but it seems as though that is dragging the feet, and it just makes me ask questions. What's being reviewed? What are they looking into? Why is it taking 4 years? It seems as though that department has failed to do anything for 4 years. Why are we still trusting them to take care of it? Why are we continuing business as usual and allowing this department to lag behind and to negotiate with property management? This shouldn't really even be in their purview. This is the role of the attorney to draw, the board members have instructed the staff to take care of this, and it seems as though the point would be the staff should direct the attorney to draw up a resolution. For this to continue, it's unconscionable. People are suffering. It's poor management, but you guys allowing it is poor governance. We're going in the wrong direction. You know, Hopes is new, perhaps Jerry hoodwinked him, I don't know, but the board knows. The board knows. So I'm asking you to instruct him to take responsibility away from Jerry, direct it over to the attorney, get a resolution for for-profit builders. They already have a template for this, for the nonprofit. Just tweak it for the profit. The longer we delay, the more people are going to be suffering, and there's no reason for it. Enough is enough. So my request is for future agenda, please, this week, direct Hopes to deal with that resolution so that next week the board can address this. Okay, so I don't know why this isn't being done. I don't know why it's not being done. But whatever it is, I realize that you can't fix it, but I ask that you direct your admin to. And please, whatever you do, don't make an excuse that it hasn't been developed yet because of COVID and we couldn't get it done, because these directives can be initiated even from, your computer or your office or phone calls. Thank you.
Mr. Clegg, did you want to make a quick comment, sir?
I do. A couple of points. Just in response to that issue, because I've seen some, just a minute, I've seen some emails about it. The board should understand there's no policy or code provision that prevents the county from working with for-profit developers and granting them property for affordable housing purposes. There is a distinction in state law between two different statutes, Florida Statute 125.35 and 125.38, in that when we're dealing with nonprofits, we can convey directly to them without any competitive process, and our code reflects that. But to do it with a for-profit company, we have to go through some form of competition, but it can be an RFP, an RFQ, an ITN. We did that, for example, a few years ago when we were looking to have a hotel built on the convention center property with a for-profit company. So there isn't any pending need to change policy. I can't speak for the practices of how it's being handled within the staff departments. That's outside of the scope of my role for the county, but there's no policy that prohibits it. And I've had that discussion with staff, and they're aware of that. I want to talk about the First Amendment, though, because this is coming up quite a bit lately. And I think it needs to be said, the First Amendment does indeed provide members of the public with a constitutional right to express their opinions when addressing the boards. The courts have also said, however, that this right is balanced against the interest of local governments in conducting orderly and efficient meetings. Courts have recognized that local governments may restrict comment to the subject matter under consideration, and they may remove speakers from the chambers if they engage in disruptive behavior, either at the outset of their remarks or in response to being asked to adhere to the rules for addressing the board. And there are quite a few federal cases out there that stand for this, and good examples in our 11th Circuit are the case of Jones v. Hayman and the case of Cleveland v. City of Cocoa Beach. Now, obviously, we like to err in favor of letting people talk, and future agenda items is a pretty broad description of what people can talk about. And so we try to give them the benefit of the doubt and let them make their statements to the board, have their 3 minutes, and move on. But it is a constitutionally acceptable practice to require them to follow our rules. They don't have the right to come here and dictate the rules to the board. That's not how it works. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Hopes, did you have something to add to this issue?
Yes, as Mr. Clegg mentioned, and I appreciate Ms. Martin's comments, because we have determined that there is nothing that prohibits this board from entering into relationships with for-profits as well as nonprofits around affordable housing and workforce housing. I know it's been some time since we had the workshop on it, but as you know, I have been meeting with for-profit companies that are interested. And just for the public, we are going through a very extensive exercise at looking at all surplus property and segregating it by property that can be used for a single-family home versus multifamily homes. In some cases, there's enough property for an entire neighborhood, and so that will be forthcoming in a future workshop with the board in your consideration for both land, trust, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Feltz, it says affordable housing, I think. Okay, all right, go ahead.
Thank you.
State
Thank
your
you.
name, you'll have 3 minutes. Please.
Carol Feltz, Iacca City. Again, to the commissioners, thank you very much for giving us our 3 minutes. There is a lot of passion and there's a lot of frustration, especially if you've driven here from Iacca City up 64. Having said that, Mr. Gibelline is one of our most outstanding spokesmen and advocates for affordable housing, and he should have been giving us 3 minutes up here. And I'm sorry if things get passionate or frustrated, but that's part of the problem. We're looking at a follow the dots. We're asking a question about a procedure that does not seem to have the intended results. And I'd just like to read this excerpt. We had a property that at this time, the commissioners thought the property was legally transferred to CS 360 within a few days, the usual time that it takes back in July of 2018. Why did we not know that that was going on? Is it customary to conceal the ownership from the BOCC for over 2 years? Is it customary to conceal the progress of this affordable home? We have a problem? That had no intentions on building the conveyed lots for 2 years. So that's 2 years somebody could have had a roof over their head. But we had a left hand and a right hand that didn't seem to be getting this together. Is it customary not to inform the administrator of such improprieties when we had a situation with this particular nonprofit in their operations? No checks and balances are in place to correct this illegal behavior, so it continues. CS 360 never reported back in a span of over 2 years to the BOCC concerning the conveyance of the lots, leaving the county on the hook for liability for over 2 years. This, of course, is a burden to the taxpayers. This conspiracy to hide the conveyance of said property by a nonprofit and a Manatee County employee involved is questionable, unacceptable, and this is what we are trying to bring to your attention. Not personal. All the while, we have a nonprofit, CS 360, that was paid $90,000 by the taxpayers to conduct financial classes for the county. All contracts, land conveyances with Community Solutions 360 should be terminated when we have an issue, as was brought up as mentioned in their conduct. All county employees involved in this, per Mr. Glenn's recommendation and one of your highest advocates, analysis, activists, should be terminated immediately. A criminal investigation by the sheriff's office should be ordered. We should have people involved out on administrative leave until the investigation comes to a conclusion. And all I could say is we have this, okay, thank you very much,
Thank
Commissioners.
you. Madam Clerk, have you been keeping up with the 30 minutes? Because I put down 9:35, but I want to make sure that we're accurate here.
I just need to find the time.
We also used up like 10 minutes of that with
I know.
ourselves talking.
I know. I don't have any other cards, that's why I was asking.
I'm sorry, it's not showing the time on here.
All right. Ooh. Is there anyone else? I'll allow one more speaker because we kind of did get tied up there for a second. Is there anyone else that would like to come up and speak on future agenda items, 3 minutes? Yes, sir, come on down, please. You are correct, we did.
When I raised my hand, I actually didn't realize that you had a specific agenda that you were speaking to, but I did want to
No,
speak.
it's any future agenda items.
Okay. Yeah,
You'll state your name, you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Right. Now that I'm here, I just heard them comment on the fact that, talking about your
Sir,
amendment,
could you
First
please
Amendment
state your name?
rights.
Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Reverend Arthur Huggins. Thank you. Just wanted to speak on the fact that I saw the last event that actually happened with Rodney Jones, and it really disturbed me and my spirit. It kind of unnerving event that actually happened, and when you see stuff like that happen, not even having the opportunity to complete his thought, and it was erupted, it bothers the community in a detrimental way, because now you feel like someone that is actually trying to speak for the good, for the community, is being cut off and actually led out in the way that he was led out. It's very disturbing, and I feel like now it's my duty to come and to speak up and at least have some voice to say how we feel about that, and that hopefully moving forward that you would take in consideration how you're doing and treating the citizens in Manatee County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, that is the end of the 30 minutes that we have, but we will bring it up again at the end of the meeting to see if anyone else would like to speak. We do have a 10 o'clock time certain. Misty, it is your item, if you'd like to take it from here.
Madam Chair, I'm on the board, but that you're, I'm
Yes,
on the
ma'am, go
board.
ahead.
I just want to make a comment about the items. First of all, I agreed at the last meeting with Commissioner Cruz. Public comment is public comment. When I was chair, I let them say whatever they wanted. It's for 3 minutes and it's over. I have to admit, since I was chair, people have gotten a lot more vicious and disrespectful, but it's still 3 minutes, and many a time I've said, just let them talk. Just let them talk, because you see situations like this. There are, as we've all said it the other day, there are people that get treated differently than others. So, but we agreed at the last meeting that we're going to do better up here. The solve, I'm glad the gentleman came up. I'd always seen it on the budget. I didn't realize it came through the license plate, but it was always as a line item on our budget. And that's why I'd said I voted for it every year, because it was on our budget. So I guess they passed it through for a few years. And I do want to say something about Jerry Lopez. She is a stellar employee. She is an MIT grad. She is very, very astute in her job. And somebody even put her salary on here. I mean, it's public, 151. We did a national search and found her. So, and according to our attorney, she is not doing anything wrong. So, just in all defense of her, I have never had an issue. I've never had a person complain about her in all the years that she's been here, except for today. And it's just being fed through Mr. Gibellina on what his impression is, and I respect that. I like Glenn. Thank you. I'm done.
I had nothing to do with that, so you know.
You did.
No, I
Sure
didn't.
you did.
Commissioner Survey, are you going to open your, I want to respond for just a second before you do, if that's what you're getting ready to
I
do.
would like to just make one comment
Okay,
on
go
public
ahead.
comment.
Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Which is, yes, at the last meeting, we agreed, and I support, to let people speak. They come here, they drive here, they make an effort to come here, they should be able to speak for 3 minutes, no matter how loosely related to the topic it is. However, I stand firm in the civility pledge that we have adopted at Manatee County. We need for the comments to stick to the issues and not attack people personally or professionally, and that includes, most importantly, our county staff. And that is why I interrupted the speaker, and I will continue to do that. But otherwise, I'm in favor of letting people speak. Thank you.
Okay, I'm next on the board. I'm going to respond to what I'm hearing because I can tell you, I have heard almost everybody up here, except for the new commissioners who are new, complain about speakers who are speaking. So it is very difficult. Commissioner Whitmore, I don't remember, to be honest, when you were chair last. It was, I think I just
2011.
gotten elected. Well, no, I wasn't even elected yet, I
No,
guess.
2011.
Okay, so all I can say is that there are people in this audience right now that commissioners have complained about when they were speaking in very harsh ways. I just want it to be clear that, you know, we need to practice what we preach sometimes. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, I did want to thank the individuals that came down, especially when you start talking about your constitutional rights. I've asked the board to identify ways that we can make sure that we are consistent. I was very, very appalled by what took place the last meeting, and I actually brought it up to everybody's attention. And I actually want the county administrator to really look at, you know, how we as a board or how our staff can look at diversity, equity, inclusion, about that implicit biasness, because some things we do naturally, and I gave an example at the last meeting, but some things we do naturally, we don't mean no harm, but it does harm people. And what took place at the last meeting, it's easy for us to just say, hey, it took place and it should not have taken place. But what are we going to do to make sure it doesn't take place again? And I think that's the challenge. And up here, we have a responsibility to be willing to grow. And I think this is an opportunity for us to grow and how we can better serve our constituents in the time where they're having their emotions and their passion. But we do want to ask our constituents to make sure, you know, you operate within a level of civility, stand away from profanity, and making sure that whatever we're trying to get addressed is put out front. But we cannot repeat what took place the last time, and I commend the individuals that came down here and spoke on it. It's always good to see Reverend Huggins, and I just want to make sure it's clear from my perspective that not only didn't look good, and a lot of people don't like to address black-white issues, but that was the reality of it. It just didn't look good, you know, as far as what took place with the individual to blacks. And someone has to speak out on it. I think I have a responsibility to, and I think I did.
By the way, I'm looking forward to
Madam Chair,
your
when time's
cards,
right,
what
I'd
you were
like to
going to
see.
add to your cards.
Right.
Yeah, and Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I'll call on you in just a moment. Dr. Hopes, you're next on the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to let each of you know how much I appreciate, and I believe the staff appreciates you protecting them from public personal attacks. They're not elected officials, and the message can still be brought forth by the public referring to a department or referring to a particular service unit. This is not a forum to personally attack employees that are public servants, and they work very hard to serve the needs of the community. If you have a complaint about an individual employee, you can address it to me. If you have a complaint about me, you can address it to your elected officials. But I think civility is a pretty interesting term, and one component of civility is respect and proper respect. And I want to thank the public for the comments today because I think they were constructive. I don't think they deviated too far into personal attacks. I want you to know that we hear you, but I really appreciate the chair and vice chairs and commissioners for drawing the line when we have people who are unhappy and are attacking by name our employees. So thank you.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you're next on the board, sir.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, Dr. Hope stole like half of what I wanted to say. But one, I would like to say that I've never complained about people coming down to speak. My issue is when they attack staff or use profanity or basically break our civility pledge. And specifically to what Commissioner Bellamy brought up with Rodney Jones coming in, I regret what happened when Rodney Jones was removed. However, do I think that it was handled incorrectly? Not really. He obviously was attacking someone personally. He was called on it and became loud and disruptive after that. And then when a deputy walks down the aisle, it is out of the hands of the commission at that point. You know, we don't step in and tell a deputy how to handle a situation ever. And at that point, you know, Mr. Jones chose to put his foot in the ground and start dropping F-bombs. Well, you know, those are choices that he made, and those are actions that he took. And staff, you know, you brought up the idea of some sort of training with staff. No staff member had a role in this whatsoever. You know, I see no reason to tell our staff that because of what happened with Mr. Jones, that they need to go through some sort of training after something that happened between Mr. Jones and the board and a deputy. There was no staff involved in it at all. In fact, the only way I'm seeing staff involved in these citizen comments are when people come up and attack them. And I'm with Commissioner Servia, and you know, I'm not going to sit by quietly while our staff are attacked. Although that said, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Jones. He's done a lot of great work in this community, and he's a very intelligent guy. And I'm glad that he and Jim Bellina and Michelle Martin and all these people, Carol Feltz, I'm glad that they come down and speak up. There are so many people, I think, who wish that they could come down and speak up, but of course they're working and they don't really have that option. So they speak for more than just themselves. And I know that, and I respect that when they come and speak. And I'm glad that they do. But, you know, we can't allow folks to attack staff and use profanity and just come down to be disruptive. There are good comments today that were, they were contributing and constructive, like I thought we had today. That's great. And that's, of course, we should always encourage. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Oh, yeah. I think, and I hope you feel better, my friend. I think some of that was missed when I'm talking about training. We do have minority staff within Manatee County government, and I've heard countless amount of communications as it relates to how they are treated. So my stance on the diversity, equity, and inclusion training will continue. And from my position is to make sure all of us are willing to look at things from a different perspective. When I said that the staff need to be trained, I'm reflecting on some of the communications that I've heard from staff on how some directors or some managers or some people, you know, communicate with people of color. And I'm offering an opportunity for us to all grow and look at it from a different perspective, which is why I've asked the county administrator to look at the diversity, equity, and inclusion. And one of the things that he responded from was he brought it to USF as far as diversity, equity, and inclusion. And as diverse as our community is, as diverse as the staff is within Manatee County government, it does give us an opportunity to grow and strengthen communication and look at people from all walks of life and respect their cultures and where they come from. And that's all that I'm asking from. But it's quite clear, it's quite clear that even myself, could obviously use a little touching up in that area, because when you look at implicit biases, one of the things that you have to do is be willing to say, hey, I have some things naturally, how I look at some of you all a little bit differently, and be honest with that. And the unfortunate thing is that you all obviously look at me a little bit differently. And the reality of it, if we're not willing to discuss those things and bring them to the forefront, we're not going to be able to address them. And the elephant in the room is always, how do we deal with it? I always recommend people to challenge their challenges. Don't run from it. We know the era that we're in right now. We know some of the struggles that have taken place in America. We know must I remind y'all what took place on May the 24th last year with the George Floyd incident? That's the reality what's been in our country. That's the reality of where minorities have dealt with from the time that they've been living. And I will let you all know, I said this then and I'll say it now. Obviously physically, no, there's not a knee on the back of my neck. But mentally, as a black man, I've lived with a knee on the back of my neck my entire life. So I don't want you all to feel like that these things take place and it's okay. And we're just going to be able to say, well, we're going to move on as business as normal. You in your mind alone should say business should not be normal. You in your mind alone, if you had any type of sorrow, any type of grief for the Floyd family or all these different families that have experienced these horrific things that take place, you in your mind alone not only can say, well, what should I do differently? Your mind should challenge ways that you can listen, learn, and love to find a way to make a difference. I'm finished.
All right, I don't have anyone else on the board, so we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break and then come back to our 10 o'clock time certain. All right, welcome back. We're going to move right along. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. So, as you know, I have been involved in finding better ways to manage the homeless population that grows as our community population grows. And unfortunately, I find that Manatee County is about 15 years behind the curve when comparing how we address the problem to what other communities are doing. The housing instability that is plaguing our state and Manatee County is only adding to the problem. We must have a coordinated response program that includes emergency shelters, transitional housing, and a path to permanent housing. We also must include services to address the root problem of homelessness, which is predominantly addiction and mental health issues. And we need social workers to help manage these crossover services. So we have to do a better job. And whether you believe we need to tackle this problem for humanity reasons or economic reasons, both of these are winners. There are proven business models that show a positive return on investment for these types of programs, and Sarasota has demonstrated this. And that's why I am so grateful that we have Mr. William Spittler here today to tell us about Sarasota's program. And I'd like to start by reading a bio for Mr. Spittler. He graduated from Indiana University with a bachelor's degree in forensic studies. He began at the Sarasota Police Department in October of 1980. He worked up through the ranks to the rank of captain and retired after 30 years as the assistant to the chief of police. Went back to Indiana and was the chief of police at Center Grove Police Department, left in 2011 and returned to Sarasota. He was hired at the Sarasota Sheriff's Office, worked as a patrol deputy and a member of the tactical unit until 2013, when he was selected as the Director of Planning and Research. In 2018, he left this position to become the coordinator of the Homeless Outreach Team. He stayed there until about a week ago, when he retired with 41 years of service. I called this guy yesterday. He was on, I think, a 40 or 50-mile bicycle ride, and he pulled over on the side of the road, and he said, I've only got 5 more miles to go. Let me talk to you. And he spout off so many statistics. Obviously, he didn't have any notes in front of him. So I'm so excited to hear from him. Thank you for your time and for being here.
Well, thank you for the invite. I
Please
did bring
state your
some
name,
notes.
sir. Please state your name.
Oh, William Spittler, Spittler.
Thank you.
I am a citizen for a week, and it's been awesome. I had nothing to do today but come here. So I did bring a piece of paper with some statistics, but also joining today is Scott Eller from Castle, who's one of the vendors that we use, and also PJ Brooks, who PJ appears to be a mild-mannered gentleman with a mask on, but he actually has about 3 decades of dealing in substance abuse with First Step. And also, I did notice in the back we have a Centerstone person, which is also probably an expert on where we're going to go with this. But anyways, it boiled down to, in 2013, Sarasota County decided there was a bunch going on, just like here in Manatee County. And as policy makers, I don't consider commissioners politicians, even though you're elected politically. You're allowed to make policy in which way the county was going. And at that point in 2013, Carolyn Mason, some of the commissioners, like yourselves, I hear today, are forward thinkers. Like, hey, what are we doing? What are we doing? And we've changed commissions since 2013, but Nancy Dietert has a great story. Christian Ziegler's one of our biggest supporters about what can we do differently because of the outcomes that we're getting. Because the sheriff's office, which I was employed, was spending millions of dollars housing homeless people in the jail with no outcome. We were housing drug-addicted young individuals who would eventually get out and not have programs are available. And eventually, I think both of our counties led Florida in overdoses a few years ago. So it boiled down to is what can we do and what can we do differently? I can tell you by when I talked to Captain Gherkin, who you're very lucky to have, and also Deputy Jewett, is how much money is Manatee County spending on housing homeless people just in the jail? The figure is astronomical, like $7 million it's costing this county to house homeless people. Okay, in Sarasota County, the number wasn't quite that high, but it was millions. Okay, then what happens? the sheriff comes down here, like my sheriff did, and says, hey, by the way, we need to expand at the jail, okay? There is not one jail expansion that you can do that's not gonna cost you around $100 million, okay? Then we decided, okay, let's look at what homeless people are doing for our EMS response. In Sarasota County, 2013, the county spent $750,000 that year transporting homeless people just to the emergency room. $750,000 of taxpayers' money hauling people to and from. Okay, so then what do? So at that point, I was the director of planning and research, and, you know, things fell together. The Dr. Robert Marvitt was brought in, and that's a very long story, and I'm not going to bore you with it. But what happened there was Dr. Marvitt and I became friends. He put out a 12-point approach and this and that, and you know there wasn't enough political will to do exactly. But he introduced me to some great people. I went to Pinellas Safe Harbor, the county just north of here, and their sheriff is also a forward thinker. They have the sheriff runs a homeless shelter. It's right outside the jail and outside the courthouse, and it holds, I think, about 400 people. But Sheriff Galtieri is one of those guys of why do we keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result? But Dr. Marvitt also took me on an unbelievable road trip. I went to San Antonio, Texas. There is a homeless shelter there that has about 70 nonprofits all under one roof. It takes up an entire, like 3 or 4 city blocks. It's unbelievable. But there's different steps in this homeless shelter, and I got to talk to some really neat people that worked hands-on daily with homeless people. And I learned from just one lady, a Catholic nun, an older lady in her 70s, that said, a couple things that she taught me. But number one is that most homeless people have given up hope. And if you can restore hope, and we went through the process, and their facility is actually called Haven of Hope. So, and the other thing is never work harder for somebody who's homeless than they're working for themselves. And I've used that just about every day of my adult life working with homeless people. So then Robert took us out to Phoenix, Arizona, to the Central Arizona Social Services Center, and got to talk to the police there, what they were doing in this urban setting, which is a little bit different than what we have here in Manatee and Sarasota County, but it gave me an idea of what law enforcement's role was and the role of case management. So after that, we flew into Los Angeles. We actually went to lunch where they filmed the last scene in Pulp Fiction, just for a little side note. That was kind of neat because we were waiting for it to get late, and we went to Skid Row. Now, if you've ever seen Skid Row and ever, Google it or whatever, as a 50-something-year-old man at that point, standing on Skid Row was unbelievable. I mean, there's like 50,000 homeless people that live on Skid Row. And just to stand there and smell it and, get the experience and talk to these nonprofits located along Skid Row, it gave me an idea of how bad things really could be. I think the statistic at that point was there are more people that sleep on Skid Row in one night than sleep on the streets anywhere else combined in the United States now. I don't know if that's true, but that was the magnitude. We left Skid Row a little early because there was a shooting right down the street from where we were at. And I said, Robert, we got to pull the plug on this one. So LAPD came in and handled that. But we went to a homeless services center owned by Audie Murphy and Michael Douglas, Hollywood stars. It was nice. He got us through there. And then we spent the last day down in San Diego. We went to St. Vincent de Paul. We visited at Father's Joe Village, met Father Joe himself. But I learned a lot there because of the homeless veterans that are around San Diego. And so, and how that's addressed. So we came back to Sarasota, and of course, just like everything else, no one really wants a huge homeless shelter. I mean, it's just the way it is. Government policymakers kind of stumbled along, and eventually, in 2017, the county initiated the quality of life ordinances. And of course, those ordinances have been tested. They've been Pottinger, they've been tested by the ACLU. but without having this board enact some tools that law enforcement can use, you're walking around with nothing in the tool bag. So basically, the ordinances that help law enforcement when dealing with the homeless, obviously, there is no outdoor camping allowed on public property. I looked today, I know Manatee County is about 500 square miles, I believe, and Sarasota is about 400 square miles. But the largest property owner in Sarasota County is Sarasota County. And what you find, and I'm sure it's here, is, the majority of the parks in the county are nothing more than what people believe is a homeless shelter. So you need the ordinances to engage with people. The also is that you can't panhandle. Panhandling, obviously, you see it on every street corner around, but in the unincorporated area of Sarasota County, we do not, and we do enforce panhandling. I can give you my own personal opinion on panhandling, but we'll move on. And then the storage of personal property on county-owned property, because you can look at most of the places people pull up, they leave all their stuff, and of course, that's dealt with in the appropriate manner. So the HOT team runs off basically, 4 E's. We engage with people, we educate them on what we have, we encourage them to take it, and then if worse comes to worse, we'll go to enforcement. I will tell you, standing here today, that we have only arrested 1 person in the last 3 years for camping out of doors. The 4 E's work. So when the county funded us, it was myself and 2 social workers. And the social workers, luckily, had both worked in the jail, had been, the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, I'm sure, has, plenty of employees, and also you've got Centerstone that can have people come out and understand the population. I had 2 at the time. We actually grew to 3 case managers and 2 deputies. It's not a huge amount of staff, and the philosophy works. So, okay, what do you do with somebody? So we go out and we usually most things are call driven. So you get a call of a homeless encampment, a homeless individual, the HOT team responds, we go up, we would engage with that individual, the case manager then would come in, law enforcement steps back, and then the basic contact happens. At that point, we have a couple of options, but option 1 is we have 25 beds at the local Salvation Army, 1400 10th Street, and we can take that individual to the hotbed. Now, a hotbed is something that has to be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It can't be on the floor, and so we have 25 of those beds at the Salvation Army. We also have 25, and the program is basically set around 30 days. Now, obviously, COVID's changed some of that. And then there's the second part of the program is another 25 beds, which the county pays Mr. Eller and his staff, and that's more around 90 days. Now, I will tell you, if somebody comes in here and tells you they can make somebody unhomeless in 7 days, I want to meet that person, okay? It doesn't happen. That population, or our population, who I love dearly, is suffering from mental illness, substance abuse, child abuse. I'll tell you, 99% of the ladies that I've talked to have all been rape victims. Most of our men have been molested. It's an unbelievable population. You cannot undo that in a week. You can't undo that in 2 weeks. I learned, especially up in St. Pete, the sheriff lets people just basically hydrate and rest for a week before they even start really trying to engage with them to get them to that next level. All right, I've got some statistics. I can open it up for questions, but here's what we have in Sarasota County. Since July of 2018, we have identified 1,311 unique homeless people. So when we contact, let's just say Jane Doe, Jane gets a case number. We track her through the computer, what her case plan is, and that type of thing. So what's Jane? So then out of that 1,311, we've had 530 people come into the program. Now, that statistic is 40%. So you're going to get 60% no's. We were higher the first year. We were about 42%. I believe as we've gone down the road that I used to tell the staff a week ago when I left, but there's no unicorns out here anymore. The easy ones are gone. These are all hardcore people that they've been out there, they continue to use, they continue to live mentally ill, and it's just harder. But 40%. So we've taken out of that, and the statistic stays the same. 208 of those people have successfully completed the program, which is 38% of the 40%. So once again, not a bad statistic. And we've had, 279 incomplete. Now in our shifts program that Mr. Eller helps us run is we've put 44 people in there, we've put 96 people in the 90-day program. 44 of those people have been completely housed in a program, moved on with their life, which is 45%, a little higher than the shelter life. And then, of course, we've had 53% of those people not successfully have an outcome. There's also a program that comes out of the Housing Authority in Sarasota. I know the Housing Authority in Bradenton, but we've been able to get people on HUD vouchers. Now, HUD vouchers are difficult for people because of the requirements about felonies, arrests, et cetera, et cetera. So we've been able in the last 2 years to get 31 people on those vouchers. 20 of those people are still housed, which is 64%. Very good a number for that. We have had 2 evicted, less than 1%. 2 had to move on to an assisted living facility due to health problems. The astounding number is 5 of those people are dead. They were housed within the last couple of years, have suffered some health issues. We just had one 2 weeks ago, and that's 16%. We've only had 1 HUD voucher person go back to being homeless, which is 0.03%, and one of the individuals is now in a recovery program. He is a high utilizer of our mental health and substance abuse. He's currently at the Salvation Army and a recovery program there. And so that's it. Some of the things that we do that I'm proud of is people always have obstacles. Like, I don't want to come in because of this. I don't want to come in because of this. Okay, well, what's your obstacle? Well, I have a dog. Well, out of the 67 counties, and I know Manatee County has one, but the sheriff's office actually runs the animal control. We house people's dogs for up to 90 days. We have a veterinarian that comes in free of charge, does all this, and it basically assists them with the animal to get the animal healthy because it's been living outside. Most homeless people take better care of their animals than they do themselves. But we make sure those animals are well taken care of until they get housed. We had a lady, I think, she lives in the city of Sarasota. So my boss calls one day and says, hey, I've got a lady here that has some backpacks that she wants to give us to hand out. And I said, well, sir, not to be rude, but we don't take backpacks. He goes, what do you mean? I said, well, the sheriff's office does not hand out anything to anyone homeless that allows them to remain homeless. We are trying to get them off the street, not make them comfortable on the street. I said, there's plenty of great nonprofits. You have them here in Manatee County that take care of people that aren't quite ready to move on to the next step. He goes, well, what do you need? I said, man, I'd really love to have somebody pay for mental health medications. Because when people go to our mental health providers, they get a prescription, and normally it's about $12. Well, if you don't have $12, make it $1 million, because if you don't have 12, you don't have $1 million. And I said, see if she'll pay for some medication for people because they need their meds. This lady set up an account on a credit card at Family Pharmacy on 17th Street, and every month we give her a bill. I think the most she's ever spent in about is a month, but oftentimes people that don't have their medicine will relapse back up into the CSU, et cetera, et cetera. So when we get them their medicine, we then try to get them back onto their financial program. A lot of people have Social Security that's lapsed. If you go to jail, you lose your Social Security, et cetera, et cetera. So that's another program that we try to do for people. We do not deal with families. The sheriff's office does not deal with that. There is a system in Sarasota through the Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness that can adapt with children, housing children, Harvest House, Catholic Charities in South County. And also, the other thing that we stumble upon is couples. And, you know, at the Salvation Army, I tell them all the time, you know, when we meet people out in the woods is, you know, we don't mix boys and girls, okay? You guys, one of you has to stay downstairs, one stays upstairs. That's an obstacle. We have not been able to find a vendor that will do that because it's just difficult. Let's see, what else do we have? Cost, what do you spend? Well, for our shifts beds, our 90-day program, it's basically $49.80-something cents, 86 cents a day. If you run that for 25 beds, $365. That includes case management. It includes 3 square meals a day, roof over your head, residential home, bedroom, et cetera, et cetera. That costs Sarasota County $497,000 a year, basically. Way cheaper than a jail stay. The Salvation Army, which has the shared dorm, 3 square meals, case management, we pay about $35 a day for that, if you're roughly $319,000. So for all of our housing for 50 people, 365 days a year, it's $766,000.
Can I butt in for a second?
Please do, because listen,
You know,
I can talk
I'm
forever, but
sitting
I
here-
need questions, okay? I'm running out of material.
listening to everything that you're saying, and it occurs to me that, truthfully, this probably isn't the right setting that we need to have you at. We probably need to have a workshop where we can really dig into it and,
I'm retired, I can come back.
well, I wish it was that simple for us, but it's not. But, I mean, it seems to me that this would be better as a workshop, and we could get a little bit further along in what we're looking at here, I think. Commissioner Servi, have you thought about doing that, honey?
Yes, we've had workshops, and I believe we need to have more. But I was so pleased to have the people we have here today, our speaker, Joy Jewett, Captain Gherkin. I'm working with these
Sitting there
people.
and they haven't said a word. I know. I keep looking at them like,
But-
what do you think? What do you think?
But they will be able to. But this is a gentleman that is here to tell us about the success of Sarasota, so.
Yeah. And I will tell you, I knew about the program in Sarasota, and I think it's a great program. But I really think if we had a workshop, Mr. County Administrator, is there a time soon when we could schedule it?
Yes, ma'am. And actually, when Commissioner Servia mentioned the agenda item, I wasn't sure what the content was going to be, but I do think we need to have a follow-up workshop because we're also just about ready to propose the potential veterans facility across the street. We've identified where those funds can come from. Many of the services that the speaker is referring to, you may be aware that we run a lot of that through our community paramedics program.
Right.
Where we have grants.
I knew that.
So I think this would be a timely topic in the next month or so with regards to our work session agenda. As you know, you directed me to fill it up. And so this would be something that would be worthwhile in the early fall.
Perfect. I mean, is everybody good with that? I mean, would you all agree that this is a topic for a workshop so that we can really dig into the weeds and just have the workshop on this item?
Yes, Madam Chairman, that's a great idea, but I would like to afford the people who made time to be here
totally
today
agree.
the time to give us some more information with the understanding that we have a very long schedule that the chairman is trying to manage, so thank you. But please continue.
Really, I mean, people ask, we talk about, just the overall strain on the system with the way we were dealing with homelessness. You can talk to your emergency services people, you can talk to your doctors in the emergency room. You can talk to your mental health workers, and let alone the deputies that are out here handling calls that, this program has eliminated that. The same thing in the jail. We do have another jail diversion program going on in Sarasota County, but it was something that the policymakers looked at and said, hey, this makes sense. And once again, I have the data to prove it makes sense. If you're into the financial side, if you're into the social services side of life, the statistics also bear that it's a win-win on either one of those. And I was quite happy that our policymakers in Sarasota County got behind the program and, funded it. So that's really about it for me. If there's no other questions and you want me to come back, I do have a tea time today at about 1 o'clock, but I'm usually available.
I don't like him. He's bragging that he's retired. I think a workshop would truly give us the time.
Okay.
And the resources to really dig into this. And I just had a conversation myself last week with an attorney about something. But anyway, I think a workshop, Mr. County Administrator, that perhaps we could put together fairly soon, because I think Commissioner Servio is right. We need to look and come up with some solutions.
There's some on the board still.
Yeah. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, I gave, and she didn't know this, when I gave Commissioner Servio a compliment last week about how hard she works to make a difference. And this identifies it. And I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you bringing this forward. But I do want to make sure it's clear we're not going to solve all today. And we're not even, I don't think we're 25% through our agenda right now. But I will say this about the workshop. When we have the workshop, we need action steps on how we're going to move forward. We need to identify, potential parts and where we're going to get money from. The reality of it is I actually met with them, I think either last week. Yeah, last week I met with representation from the Sheriff Department and Suncoast Coalition, Innocent Homeless, and Centerstone. And we talked about where we are as far as numbers, how many homeless and the resources and where we're trying to go. Because since I've been here, we've had this conversation a number of times, and we've kind of turned in a circle, but we have not identified what steps we're going to take in order for us to move forward. So in respect to the request for the workshop, I would ask that we identify action steps. So when we get out of the workshop, we know what steps we're going to take. I think I got some ride-alongs that's coming up. I don't know, not they schedule them, but I asked them to. I've heard of Skid Row, but since you were talking, I actually Googled it, and it kind of reminds me of one of my basketball teammates in college, and they were actually talking to us about it. But I just connected to it totally differently by Googling it and everything like that. We want to get a little bit more in front of that in our community and kind of represent and support our homeless a little bit better. But I don't think we prolong now because of we know we're going to do a workshop and we know we need action steps, and hopefully you'll come back to the workshop.
Yes, sir, I will. I
And
promise you.
hopefully the representation from the Sheriff Department will come back to the workshop. And hopefully there will be a consensus where we can identify action steps. And I still think we have work to do. Before they give us a workshop date, I still think we have work to do so we can be better prepared for the workshop in order for us to have our action steps and opportunities to move forward. But that's just me. We've been working on it. But Commissioner Servio, I stand up and I salute you. Last thing, Madam Chair. Last thing, sir. The information that you just gave about the Veterans Facility, I almost jumped across this table just then, to be honest with you. And thank you for your work. Appreciate it.
Well, speaking of that, Dr. Hopes, you're next on the board, sir.
No, I think I already addressed it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge and then Commissioner Whitmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I'm very glad that Commissioner Servio has stayed on top of this issue. And I agree that it's probably more fitting for a workshop. I love that we're hearing solutions this time around. We had a workshop once before, and I really didn't hear a whole lot of solutions in that one. I heard mostly statements about the problem, most things that most commissioners, I think, already knew. So I think this workshop would be a much better use of our time, and I really look forward to it. I love a lot of the things that I'm hearing from this speaker. And anyway, I'm really looking forward to it. Just in District 3, we have a homeless issue that has really been plaguing us. That, like Commissioner Serby in her district, I've been trying to work to get people to services. We really don't have any services in District 3. We've had a lot of folks, particularly with addiction issues, over in our district setting up camps, and some of it on county property. An awful lot of panhandling, which I've been trying to curb, working with the Sheriff's Department on that. So anyway, hopefully we can, and the veterans idea as well. I'm glad that's moving forward. So hopefully this is a step in the right direction and some progress we made.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore?
Yeah, I mean, first you have to know the problem before you come up with a solution. So our first work session more or less gave the commissioners that, maybe not be as up on it, what kind of organizations we have in Manatee County that are treating it. And I sent emails to our officers because I think they felt slighted on on the way that meeting went, but I know it will be better. But what I want to see, and we have so many organizations in this county, and we have so many that deal with homelessness and other issues. But what you don't see is like how they're entering in the system, how do we treat them, and then what the outcome is, and then to get them to a home, the amount of money it's going to cost. And that's what we as policymakers want to see. I mean, because, we got the Salvation Army, then we got across the street at Turning Points for lunch, and then we got housing for the Salvation Army, and then we've got food banks all over the county. We've got the various organizations that they can go to for other treatments. And I know there has to be, with the help of everybody here, there has to be a process that they go through. But the end result is a temporary housing, and that's what we don't have. So you all need to, when you come to us, that's a problem, we all know. We've got to have an idea of what you think a solution would be, and we always need money attached to it. I'm sorry, but this is like, our taxpayers are paying for this, and we have to be upfront on what we do. Now, when we're dealing with all these organizations and these programs, it costs a lot of money. But the outcome is they're preventing stress on the healthcare system, our law enforcement. So you'll save money in the long run. But we have to justify that with the taxpayer. So, Scott, when you do this, what I would always have liked, there's so many organizations, and they don't work all together. They all have their own little silos, which is fine. But we want to see a process, kind of like what they did in Sarasota. Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I appreciate you being here and everyone from our law enforcement community. And when I see that someone has found a way to make a difference, I get excited. And when I get even a hint that the way they're making a difference might be less expensive, then I get really excited, So if we can save money over, housing people at the jail, as a county and as a community, I thank you. And I know that that our deputies and our sheriff's department is always, thinking outside of the box and looking for things like that. So it sounds like what they need is support from us. And so I'll be willing to do that. I want to segue a little bit to say over and over again in his speech, he mentioned the Salvation Army. And that's consistent with the world. I haven't traveled the entire world, but I have been blessed to go to a lot of countries and a lot of places. And when you go to those places, you see organizations, faith-based organizations, making a difference. And so the Salvation Army, I believe their slogan is doing the most good. And they do a great job. And so I find it concerning that we have had multiple years go by where the Salvation Army has been trying to figure out a way to give children and families housing in Manatee County, and we've turned them down now twice because of recommendations. And so I'm not happy about that. And I'll go back to what was said during the future agenda items at this time so I don't have to bring it up later. we all do need to take a look at our own biases and what we come to the table with. And I spoke to Brian at Solve Maternity Homes before I came to this county and to this commission and said, we need to make this a safe place for women and children and babies. And we could make a difference by supporting this maternity home. I talked to him before it. He was excited about the idea. I had to pull over when he called me last night to tell me he was going to reject that money. And the reason was, and I told him, I said, you let one of the ugliest human conditions win. And he told me, no, we're not letting them win. We're not going to be denying any woman service. We are okay. We're going to be able to help these women in every case. And so he reassured me. And so I have nothing but respect and gratefulness to him. But I just want to say to the community and to this board that when someone calls and when my inbox is full of emails that say we can't support an organization because they're faith-based, and that's the only reason in the email, it is disheartening, discouraging. We should be able to see through that and call it what it is. We support the Salvation Army because they get the job done. They get a job done that other people don't want to step up and do. We should be willing to do the same for organizations that are willing to help women that find themselves in a crisis pregnancy situation. So I want to express and let it be known that I'm very disappointed that because of what I consider political pressure from misguided people, that we have an organization that could be helpful in the community that basically has been, that is not going to be able to go to that next level. And the honest truth is, whether they're funded, whatever level they're funded at, we should count ourselves lucky to be able to be a part of it. We won't be able to at this point, at least with Solve. I'm just disappointed, and I hope we can rise above that. When we come up with programs to help homeless people in this community and get them out of that situation, I hope that we will not discriminate on the organizations that may be helpful to them based on their religious creed. Thank you.
Have to agree. Commissioner Serbia.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for all the comments. And Mr. Spittler, thank you very much for your time to be here today. And I appreciate all the support that's here with our law enforcement team and Castle and everyone who made the time to be here. Centerstone, thank you. I just want to say before I have just a couple of comments that Commissioner Satcher, please know that we do support faith-based organizations as Manatee County, and I do personally. And my brother actually was a recipient of Salvation Army help when he was homeless, when he was drug addicted. He went through Sarasota County Salvation Army before he came to live with me until he passed away. So I'm very thankful for Salvation Army. I think there was just a hiccup in the Children's Services Advisory Board, or I'm not sure, I may be off on that. The paperwork didn't quite comply with the rules that we had, but I know our staff was working to help them. So getting back to the homeless situation, thank you guys. We will be in touch. We will have a future workshop. And I only ask that we have that workshop. Here's a challenge for Dr. Hopes. Soon. And I know there's a long list of workshops. And the reason I wanted this item brought before the board is because we're in the middle of our budget season. And while we support some of these efforts in our paramedicine group, and we support some of these efforts in animal services, we need to beef that up or find a way to do a better job with our dollars and support this. And that's why I felt it was important we discuss it during the budget season. So if there's any way that we can have that workshop before we make the final decision on the budget, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher, you're next on the board, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's exciting to hear, wonderful to hear, that there's not any bias against a religious organization. We have two organizations that were pledged to be funded, helped. They have to have their own budget. They raised their budget way beyond the money that we're talking about. One was Solve, the other one was CareNet. And so I'd just like at this time to hear from Commissioner Servia. So since that was turned down from Solve, and since you do support faith-based organizations that are getting something accomplished, would you support taking the rest of the money that we have allocated for that and putting it towards CareNet?
With all due respect, Commissioner, I believe we need to stick to the agenda, and I'm going to defer to the chairman. I don't think we have the time for this discussion. I'm not prepared for the discussion. I don't know what CareNet does, but I am happy to have this discussion in the future with you. Thank you.
So I'd just like to make it clear, and I think it probably is clear, that whatever the issue is, it is real. It is an actual disagreement. This is not me creating a disagreement. For some reason, somebody doesn't want to help a woman in a crisis pregnancy. She says it's not because it's a faith-based organization. Okay.
Commissioners,
There's just
we
no
really
doubt
need to
at
move
this
forward.
point.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to respond to that. I don't even know where that's coming from. I do not understand that. I am someone who will help anyone in a crisis situation. I don't think this discussion is appropriate here. It's not on the agenda, but I'm happy to have it at a later time. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead at this point and move to
Madam Chair, point of
public
order.
comment.
Madam Chair.
I have one card. Commissioner Van Osterbridge, was that you, sir?
Yeah.
That's me, Madam Chair.
Yes,
I
sir.
would like to get this, on an agenda at the next meeting so that Commissioner Servia has time to research this, look into it, and find out who CareNet is and what they do, and so she can learn about crisis pregnancy centers and the great work that they do, and so that she can come prepared to the next meeting to take a position on this.
It's a great
And
organization.
stop trying to weasel her way out of it. I would like it on the agenda, please.
Excuse me, colleague Van Osterbridge. I'm not wiggling my way out of anything, and I'm insulted that you would say that. And if you're trying to put me in a political position for future elections, I'm very, very sad to hear that that's what's going on with my colleagues. It is not appropriate. I am someone who is a strong member of my church and very involved in this community, professionally, personally, and I have been for decades. My roots run deep here. So please, let's follow the agenda.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead.
It's on the
Commissioner
agenda,
Van
no
Osterbridge,
problem.
are you
Take
finished,
official
sir?
position. As long as it's going to be on the agenda, I'm finished.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move forward. Mr. County Administrator, put that on the agenda, please. So we're going to go ahead. Public comment. I have one card. Glenn Jubilino on homelessness.
Thank you, Glenn Gibelline, for the record. So I would encourage our fine MSO officers to come and speak as well, because they really have a handle on it. They know what's going on. So as homelessness, I talked about it at the Council of Governments. We don't have any. And their position is give a hand up, not a handout.
Right.
I'm on board with that. That's what they need. The key is transitional housing. We don't have any. Carroll Pallet Shelter is a solution. There's surplus property that the county and city are holding for future utilities or whatever. We can use that property now. City of Bradenton, over by the water treatment plant, 5 acres. Go to them and say, we'll give you $1 a year. We want to put 30 pallet shelters in there and ease some of the pain for the homelessness. The homeless vets, thank you, Dr. Hopes, moving in the right direction. Thursday night at Popey's, 6 o'clock, Will Robinson and Thomas Gregory will be there, and we're going to talk about funding for that as well. Housing, for the Salvation Army, again, that's within the city of Bradenton. They have not allowed them to expand, so we need to start looking at other sources. The jail, you know, we've got a great crew out there. Pallet shelter is one solution. Again, it's temporary, transitional housing. As Captain Gerken will tell you, these people need a roof over their head. They need to secure their belongings, and they need to get their mental health facilities right and go be productive in life. Like the gentleman said, and he did a great presentation, you don't get it in 7 days. You don't do it in 28 days. It takes months. So we need that safety and that safety net of a transitional housing. And if you look at the cost, 50 folks for $766, it's $15,000 a year. That's about 3 trips to the emergency room that we have to pay in the indigent care fund. So let's get proactive, let's get preventative housing, and that's what it is. You know, if you go out there and start, you know, you've got gobs of money in the stabilization fund. Let's stabilize our community. We've been kicking this can down the road far longer. And you know what? In 60 days, the moratorium is going to be up. I sent y'all a blurb on that. You think the crap's going to hit the fan? Wait. You're going to have landlords throwing folks out. They're going to go to market rent. They're not any affordable houses. They will be homeless. So we need to jump on this. So the property's out there. The funds are there. The numbers work. Let's quit beating this horse down the road, send them to jail that costs us $150 a day. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to come forward on this item? State your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Carol Feltz, Myakka City. We have some different ways that we've suggested attacking some of the root problems that lead to homelessness, that lead to drug addiction, that lead to abuse, that lead to a lot of things. I have a great deal of respect and admiration for what Mr. Satcher is trying to do. The only thing that I would like to bring into the equation is an equal opportunity for us to attack a problem that requires two. And I think we need to give a little bit more attention to our young gentlemen in the world who, as I read the word, with all due respect for women's rights and all those kind of things, we do have a lot of men out there that they are the ones that maybe need some of that faith-based counseling, some of that work towards giving them a responsibility towards their procreation and towards their reproduction too. And I just think that Mr. Satcher might want to broaden his interest in attacking perhaps an entire problem. When we talk about housing, like we've said, people are homeless because they do not have a home. Now, we've suggested some things to attack our affordable housing and our homeless problems, but we have to think a little bit outside the box. We did it with the ADUs, and a lot of times we have the best of intentions, but things kind of go a whack. The intention with the ADUs was to provide what? Housing in an affordable manner to people. Out in Myakka City, you all know that it happens. You all know that it occurs. You know it's happening at this moment right now. We asked for provisions so that we could provide affordable housing in a manner that works for us in a rural community. And these are some of the reasons why I've asked before that we have a Rural Citizens and Lands Advisory Committee, because, yeah, we handle things a little bit different out there. You guys know we have a transient circus community. They live in RVs on their properties. We have FEMA trailers that house our migrant workers. We have a KOA camp. We have people who are wanting to put in facilities for events that include accommodations for overnight. So in a way, you already know that we're solving some affordable housing problems out there. We're taking care of our homeless. We've talked before about putting affordable housing into the rural areas, but there's a dependency on services. But there's still people out there. Yes, there are encampments. Yes, there are people living in RVs. We want to
Thank
be
you.
part of the solution, and we'd like
Thank
to
you,
have
Carol.
some voice in that. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward on this issue? Come on down and state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes, sir. Major, you're doing a great job.
My name is Keith Green, and I just wanted to actually just speak up. I don't know if this is a related subject or not, but when it comes to the organization to solve, it's something I know personally as a member of the Knights of Columbus that has worked very closely with my council on a number of different issues. And I'm saddened to hear that they have decided to withdraw any form of funding from the county government. I ask that anyone that has any doubts of what Solve is about can please reconsider and look at what they do, look at how they serve the community. Not only the greater good of making sure that women who are, in a situation of crisis with being thrown out of their home because they're, pregnant for whatever reason, that it's a very hefty load for someone to be pregnant and to be homeless or to be living in the back of their car because their parents are upset of a unplanned pregnancy. We're not speaking of a situation that involves abortion. These are women who are deciding to keep their babies. And I think that for the county to support them, knowing that they're carrying a heavy burden, I think it deserves a second look. And I ask that those that have any doubt of what Solve can do or is trying to do, that they give it a second look and see what good they're serving for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm going to go back. We're in public comment about homelessness. Is there anyone else from the public that would want to come forward on this issue? Seth, any phone calls?
No calls, Madam Chair.
All right, I'm closing public comment. Commissioner Cruz.
Let's move forward. Oh.
Yeah, I'm just going to say a couple things quick because this is one completely unrelated. We just finished having a conversation and telling people to stop talking, and we've done this every single meeting because A, they were off topic, and B, they were disparaging the people on this board. What we just saw up here was both way off topic and disparaging on this board. If you can't honor your own pledge, then please don't tell the citizens of Manatee County to honor it. We're no better than them, and vice versa. Either let everyone do what they want or nobody, but you saw how easy it was to go off the rails here, to go off topic here. We even have public comments about off-topic issues. It just happens. So please, I say this every meeting, just let people talk and don't try to overanalyze what they're saying because we clearly can't adhere to it ourselves. The second thing I was going to talk about relative to transitional housing, I do like the fact we're going to have a follow-up work session. Homelessness is important, but I agree this needs to be an actionable work session. Exactly. I know we can't act in a work session, but I went on a ride along with Debbie Jewett, and there's a lot of great ideas out there. We were talking about, what was it, Yellow Brick Road? Is that the area where the temporary tent kind of areas where people can go for a period of time and it's monitored? There's a lot of great ideas out there. We just don't hear them all. Or at least don't all hear them together. So I would like it to be a little bit more actionable. Bring in Debbie Jewett and, bring in people from Sarasota who have experience in this and really see how we can move this forward, budget appropriately, because I agree. Preventative is always cheaper. It's always cheaper to send some of the dentists to get a cleaning than it is to have to remove all their teeth down the road. It's always cheaper to get a checkup once a year than it is to wait for a major thing. And the same thing goes with housing. The best thing you can do to stabilize anybody's life is housing. And, transitional housing, as long as it's coupled with the proper services to find employment and get stabilized and get situated, it's the way to go. You can't just transitional housing to somebody who doesn't want a job. I think it's not 100% correct saying homelessness is strictly due to not having a home. There's homelessness because people just don't want a home and they don't want to not be homeless. But there's a lot of people out there that do. And you put somebody in a stable place on a temporary basis, is the best way to get people on the right footing in any way, shape, or form it is. So I agree. If it's a matter of dropping shipping containers or putting tents up or doing anything where it can be monitored, controlled, and you can have a central source to bring in the turning points and the career sources and everybody else, it's all the better for everybody, and the quicker we can move them on. So I agree with everything that was said, and I do look forward to having a more actionable process that we can try to budget money, get ahead of this, because at the end of the day, we're spending this money anyway. It's not like we're taking money out of something else. If we're putting people in jails and we're dealing with endless outreach, it's a lot cheaper just to get ahead of it, and it's a lot better life for the people that we're trying to help.
Attorney Clegg.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Cruz, I would suggest you schedule it as a special meeting.
Yeah.
And you can take action on proposals. That's the way I would suggest you handle it.
Can you do it on the 5th floor so we can have a work session with a special
you can.
meeting? Okay, good.
Sure, I think we've done it before.
Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you're next, and then Commissioner Bellamy.
Can we move on? Oh,
No, we're not moving on quite yet, Commissioner Whitmore.
he's in a bad mood.
I would just say to Commissioner Cruz that we were on topic. Solve and CareNet Crisis Pregnancy Centers do house homeless people, and the discussion here obviously is on homelessness, and they do act as transitional and temporary housing. So even Mr. Green referenced that multiple times when he stepped up during public comment as well. So I would just have to agree to disagree that I think we did stay on topic. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Bellamy,
Yes, Madam Chair.
moving forward.
Can I make a motion for us to have, do we need a motion in order for us to have a special meeting?
Yes. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, if Commissioner Bellamy, if the administrator is comfortable doing it, then you don't need to, but if it's,
Yeah, because we're going to need a date.
Yeah.
That's the
That's why
problem with it.
I just don't want us to bounce away from it. I wanted to. Okay.
Yeah, we just need to pick the date. That's why I was hesitant. All right, I don't see anyone else on the board, so we are going to move forward. Thank you guys for all being with us this morning. Look forward to you all being back. This is a hot topic in Manatee, one that we've got to address, and I think you can see that this board is anxious to do that. So stay tuned.
And we'll let you know when.
Yeah, stay tuned. To our MSO, you guys are the best. Not leaving y'all out, didn't mean it that way, but
You guys are all right.
you guys rock and roll in Manatee, and we thank you for all you do. So we'll see you soon. Okay, we are going to move on. The next thing we're going to do is citizen comments on consent agenda items only.
Yeah, that's what
And then we're going to do an 11:30 time certain on the item that was pulled. Item 13 was pulled off consent. I have no cards.
And number 9.
And number 9, well, that's deferred. That's, So is there anyone from the public on consent agenda items? Consent that is items 8, 10 through 35, and 43. It's on there. All right, Seth, anyone on the phone, sir?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 2 raised hands. We'll begin with 860. 860, please press star 6.
860.
Hi, caller, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. This is David Ballard. I actually work for State Representative Tommy Gregory.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Wonderful. Just wanted to touch base on the consent item regarding a new lobbyist.
We pulled that one.
It's been pulled. That'll come up, David, in
10-4.
just a few minutes.
Yeah, a few minutes.
I did want to say that the selected lobbyists, they are wonderful. Your prior counsel and lobbyists were also wonderful. We don't care. It's just a matter of it being an ERP situation or a publicly noticed and contracted situation. Would prefer that, but we look forward to working with whomever you select.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave.
Any
Thank you.
other, thank you, David. Any other phone calls, Seth? Do you have another one?
Yes, Madam Chair, 775-775*6, please. Hi, caller, please state your name for the record.
Yes, I actually wanted to comment on the last thing. So,
Can you state your
on
name,
the,
please?
Homelessness. Betty Holden, but I actually wanted to comment on the last topic about the homelessness. I was trying to get in on that.
All right, go
So-
ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say that I encourage, with the young mothers that the crisis pregnancy type thing, that I just encourage that you would help them to keep their babies, and I just hope that you would help them to find the help they need, because once their children are taken away from them, they may never see them again, and they could be adopted, and it would just divide their family up to the point where the children wouldn't know the parents wouldn't have their children. And it's a pretty sad situation. So, sometimes it only takes a little bit of money to help somebody with their rent or their food, just to get over that spot, that time when they're having a difficult time. And that's a lot better than dividing up a family and having that kind of separation that lasts forever. So anyway, I just encourage that the help would be provided for those young women to keep their children and not be a statistic of the system. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seth, any other phone calls?
That's all we have. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
I'm going to close public comment. So we have pulled item number 13, which we'll go over in just a moment. Number 9 has been deferred.
It has? No, it hasn't. You made it go up
Which
to
one?
regular.
I thought you wanted that one.
No, I think it was deferred last time.
Oh, okay, because I've got a thing here that's telling me it's been
Somebody pulled
deferred.
it from consent
Staff
to
has been
regular.
waiting there for like
It was
forever.
on consent.
I'm sorry. I can't hear the administrator. Go ahead.
No, one commissioner, one or more commissioners had requested it be removed from the consent agenda so I could explain the restructuring of leadership.
Okay, that's interesting because, okay, it says on mine it's deferred. I apologize. All right, then we're good. What is the pleasure of the board on consent? Thank
Second.
you, thank you. All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz, second by Commissioner
Madam
Serbia.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Is that, we pulled 13, are
Yes.
we going to exclude 13?
It is
Okay,
excluded.
But it didn't say that.
I said that earlier, yes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. It is approved unanimously. Thank you. So now we're going
Madam
to
Chair, I
go
was
to.
an aye.
What did he say?
He said aye.
Well, I
I
thought.
said I was an aye.
Okay,
You did not
gotcha.
ask. Thank
All
you.
right, we're going to go back to item number 13 that has been pulled.
Could we do 9 first?
Well, do 9 first. Okay,
Thank you.
fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we can go back to work.
No, I don't want
Commissioners,
y'all to go back. I want y'all all to stay here.
We should hold off on 9 until after the animal thing.
Now, that I would agree with.
Actually, he
Commissioner.
has a couple rescues. He
All
probably
right,
wouldn't
y'all go
mind.
ahead.
Just so you know.
Commissioners, number 9, I come before you for your confirmation of Mr. Charlie Bishop as Deputy County Administrator. And with that, this rounds out the leadership team that I had built for Manatee County government. What I would like to do is show you the new structure. Many of you that have been here for a while may recall that there were 2 county deputy county administrators, and they had no direct reports to them. When I arrived, one of those positions was filled, one of them was vacant. As you know, I filled the first vacancy with Mr. Reinschuttle, and then following that, I reclassified Jan Brewer's position to be a Deputy County Administrator and Chief Financial Officer, And with the reclassification of Mr. Bishop's position, where he formerly was the Director of Property Management, that rounds out a team of 4 deputy administrators. And I wanted to make the point that there were no new FTEs. The addition of Ms. Brewer and Mr. Bishop was based on their performance in their own departments, their capacity to take on additional challenges, as well as their competency as managers and leaders in Manatee County government. So in this structure now, it has reduced the number of direct reports to me from about 25 or 28 direct reports down to around 8. And so with Mr. Bishop, he has agreed to take oversight and support for building and development, property management, which he had been operating before, and public works. Mr. Reinshuttle is providing support for parks, public safety, utilities, and records management. Under records management, it also includes our public relations team and those folks that manage our website and other communications. Ms. Stewart, who has been in that role for a number of years, takes over oversight of CVP, neighborhood services, RIO, and of course the ARP grant and the federal dollars coming down for us. Ms. Brewer, as you're aware, is the chief financial officer as well as over financial management. She's taken on the responsibilities over human resources as well as IT. So with that rounds out the leadership in my administration. And they have each been charged with working with the departments to identify additional resources and needs and potential reorganization within departments. So with that, I ask for your support in confirming Mr. Bishop as Deputy County Administrator.
We don't vote on it, right?
Commissioner Cruz?
I'll make a motion. Oh, sorry. I'll make a motion to approve your appointment.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I'll be quick. I love the new structure we have here, and I'm very happy with the 2 directors that were both moved up. They were both more than deserving of this, so congratulations, Shari. I'm very happy with this. You have a overloaded team there in terms of your oversight, so good luck with that, but I have full confidence you'll be able to do it.
Commissioner Bellamy?
I'm sure, do we have to make a motion for this?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'll second her motion, but can I make a comment or wait?
Well, I'm taking comments right now, yes.
Okay.
Seconded it too.
Okay, I just, this guy, we had an issue last night. He's already he's just a worker. He's hit the ground working. And I want to make sure that it is clear that I express my thanks for everything that you all done last night publicly. We had a tree down in the middle of the road on 17th Street. And Carmine led the charge, but he's obviously on the phone with the boss getting approvals of what can be done and what cannot be done. And I sent an email out expressing that his leadership basically encompassed, community impact and teamwork at its best in the midst of all that thunder and lightning last night. So I just want to say thank you, but I always tell you thank you, but congratulations as well.
All right, I'm next on the board. Charlie, wonderful. Glad to see it. I know that you've got a great team behind you, and you've got your hands full. You've got some tough departments there, some big departments. But my goodness, how long have you been with the county now?
Yes, ma'am. Been with the county 20 years come September. Director of Property Management now for 12 come October.
Well, I guess you're qualified enough. Okay.
Thank you.
No, I'm thrilled. I think that you're perfect for that, for the responsibility and the job. And I have noticed that since you've been kind of working in that department under that position, I've been hearing from you, and you're on it. I mean, I don't think you've stopped. So I look forward to good things for you.
Thank you.
It's exciting. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, and the way Charlie works, we all know how he works, and he works wonderfully. And I always have, even before you got this job, when I knew the directors that were assigned, I always copy 311. When I get a complaint, I copy the administrator and the deputy director under it. And, of course, the manager of the department. And unfortunately, he was getting ahead of himself. So I let him know, I'm only copying you as a courtesy. You know, the manager and all can handle it, and I know he's on top of it. And Commissioner Satcher, I think I copied you. There was a street poles down in Colony Cove since Irma. And these people have been going to Colony Cove asking to get it repaired since Irma. And I finally asked him to send me an email so I could do a code enforcement thing. And it was repaired in one day.
Wow.
So thank you very much, and worked with you for years. Thank you very much, Charlie. You're going to do a great job. For the teams that aren't used to working with Charlie, I mean, in this capacity, get ready. Because, see, listen, we all know Charlie's a military guy and he'll get it done. Carmine's learned well from him, and
Lots
the others
of
have too,
energy.
Tom.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Servia, you're
Yes,
next.
congratulations, Charlie. So well deserved. And there is not a blade of grass that grows under you, because no matter the time, the day that I ask about a problem, you guys, all of you, the staff is like on it immediately. So thank you. It's well deserved. I look forward to what you're going to bring to the organization.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I would echo a lot of my colleagues' sentiments. Charlie has been doing a fantastic job, even before when he was property management, but now in this position as well. I've needed help in District 3. We've worked very closely with Red Tide for starters, and we've also had some sort of problematic areas that are county-owned property that have sort of been neglected, and he's helped to get those cleaned up. And out of GT Bray, some of the sort of last, final things that we need to do as part of the, the redoing of GT Bray. He's helped with that, and Carmine as well. So he's got a couple of big departments, added to him with BADS and Public Works, of course, being the biggest. But I know he's the right guy for the job, and he served his country well, and he's doing a great job serving this county. And I would really say the same about Jan as well. She's doing a fantastic job being promoted, and kudos to Dr. Hopes for spotting that talent that we had within the county and elevating them to the roles that they need to be in. And even Bob Reinschuttle has been given public safety and utilities are two massive departments, along with Parks and Natural Resources, and he's learning the ropes and doing a good job as well. So I have nothing but praise for all these folks. I think they're doing a great job for the county. And I also appreciate the fact that when this new board came in, there was disruption, and some people felt that they didn't want to continue with the new board, and that's they're of course their choice and their right, and I totally respect that. But these folks decided to buy in, to the new system and the new board, and I'm certainly very appreciative of their loyalty, not just to us but to the county as well. So I wanted to add that part as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. All right, I do not have any other commissioners on the board, so we do have a motion to approve by Commissioner Whitmore, a second by Commissioner Bellamy. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Aye.
Mr. County Attorney, do I need to open public comment? I thought about it as soon as I said it.
Okay,
All
you
right,
can,
I'm gonna,
you can take it after the motion.
Yeah.
It's fine.
'Cause
But
we've
you
already
need to
voted.
open it.
Madam Clerk, it was approved unanimously. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone that would like to come forward? You can't do it. Any phone calls, Seth?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 1-605-605.
Hello?
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. Just want to say thank you, Dr. Scott Hopes, for bringing Charlie forward. I love the structured idea with the county. I think he would be an asset. I love the departments he's heading.
I think we just lost you, Andra. Are you there?
I support the motion.
All
There
right,
we go.
Thank you. Any other phone calls, Seth?
That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, I'm going to close public comment. Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Charlie Bishop, Director of Property Management, and new Deputy County Administrator.
Wow.
First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Hopes for believing in me and the board for giving me the opportunity. I don't want to disappoint you, I tell you that. I'm not worried about failure. I don't want to disappoint anybody. I want to first thank my staff of over 190 individuals that's brought me to this point. You're only as good as the people you surround yourself with, and the individuals behind me you can tell what they do each day. We lost Letty Funk to retirement last month. She went quietly, but she was my administrative assistant for 12 years, and I miss her daily. However, I've got a new one, Vita. Very proud and honored to have her. I've got individuals that's been with me for almost 12 years, some not quite as long. Maggie Daniels, my CFO, Becky Roberts, my HR liaison, Joy Leggett-Murphy, the land acquisition guru. Can't do anything without Joy. Yeah, I got Debbie Scacinoci, Public Records. I've lost her to Bob Ryan Shuttle, but he's going to be really pleased to have her.
Yeah.
Todd Boyle, who I'd like to finish with Todd if you don't, I would like to go back to Todd if you don't mind. Eric Kaplan, he's your new Building and Energy Sustainability Manager. He's doing a great job. Tom Yarger, we all know Tom, Construction Services. Finally, Carmine D'Amelio. This guy behind me is a miracle worker.
He's a lot like you, Charlie.
Again, you're only as good as people you surround yourself with, and I really appreciate them. Special thanks to Melissa Matisco, the drone extraordinaire, business owner and operator of Drone Effects. I love her. Thank you, Melissa. My parents.
First time you ever said it.
I know.
Yeah. My parents who aren't here no longer, but they're always with me on my shoulders. My two kids, Mass and Harry. So thank you. Yeah. Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
it's with sadness that I'm getting ready to announce Todd Boyle's retirement.
No way.
Todd, I can't compete with the mountains of Tennessee, nor his spouse, who's elected to go up there. He was courteous enough to give us plenty of notice, but those are big shoes to fill. Actually, we're actually trying to fill them with two individuals now because of the workload and the demand that the survey provides. So with that said, Todd, you've been a blessing and a true gentleman, and we'll miss you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Madam Chairman, Board, it's really a bittersweet thing. It's exciting to take on new challenges in life, but I've been blessed beyond measure for the opportunity that I've had to serve the public. Like Charlie said, you're only as good as the people that you have with you, and I want to mention their names: Priscilla Saleska, Robert Prince, Ryan Clark, Joe Carnavelli, and Tom Venable. Those are the people that make my job as successful as it is, and I've appreciated what they've done for me, and I thank you for the opportunity to have served. It's been a little over 14 and a half years, and again, it's been my honor and privilege and blessing.
It's an honor knowing with you and working with you.
Thank you.
It's going to be very odd with you not running the hallways and being around. That's,
I met you.
yeah. You're showing your age, Carol. Stop it.
All right, let's get to work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Dr. Hopes. you're on the
Yes,
board,
Madam
sir.
Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I really appreciate it. And I just wanted to let you know that, as you can see, we have an exceptional team. And we make decisions together. We meet at least 3 times a week, the 5 of us, and we discuss whatever the challenge is, whatever the problem is, and we come up with solutions together. It's not one person, it's a group. I consult with each of you, and then the 5 of us consult, and then once we've made a decision as a group, then we bring it to the directors. And so with that, we're ready for whatever challenges are presented to us. So I thank you for your support.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to go ahead to item number 13 now. Commissioner Bellamy, you pulled that item?
There's rumblings over here.
I know, but they're talking about something.
I don't know.
Madam Chair, we're talking because I have asked the chair to take up item 36 before we go to lunch, but we
I
can
am,
do it
but I'm
after
gonna-
this. Yes,
I'm
ma'am,
gonna
I
do 13
understand. I'm
first.
just letting the board know what's going on. So.
Okay.
So I talked to the county administrator about this as far as this being on the consent agenda. My concern is when you're talking about, obviously taxpayers' dollars and going out to a lobbyist to represent the county, I felt like that the board should have some type of communication on it collectively. So I said, I'm going to pull it because, when I talked to Dr. Hopes about it, he basically, identified, how familiar he is with the lobbyists and how much lobbying work, and he knows a lot of lobbyists that do great work. My thing is, well, should it have gone to a RFP or RFQ or something in that nature right there? He brought it back basically to say, I think it's a time constraint based on what's going on with legislation and wanting to do it quick. So I brought up, maybe a 30-day extension to the one that we're contracted with right now, so we can kind of do it the right way. I just felt like it being on consent agenda, that we needed to discuss it, as a board perspective. But if you all don't feel that way, but it's just me.
Commissioner Whitmore, you're next.
Yeah, I brought this up in all my years here. I've never seen us hire a lobbyist like this on consent agenda I know it's with the budget and stuff, but, and we've as a board has decided if we were gonna go out and look for somebody at the port as well as, when we hired, our other firms. So this has never been discussed before the board until I saw this on the agenda, which I kind of don't appreciate. I had no problems with Martha, but I heard commissioners up here had problems and under their breaths and stuff had said they weren't happy. And so when I saw this, I saw the writing on the wall that they must have been talking to others. But then, I have this other person, this new person that we're looking to hire is actually done smiling? Okay. Is actually the person that's representing the Humane Society today for the thing. So I've actually met him twice now through Zoom. And I guess, and Dr. Hope says he knows him and he's really good. I just don't like the process it went through. That's it. And I feel bad that we are letting the firm go that we've been using for years under a consent agenda I have not heard any negative, but I heard, again, commissioners talking out loud that they weren't happy. So I saw the writing on the wall as things are changing day by day, which is fine, but I had nothing wrong with this gentleman when I've had interactions with him. So, and Scott said he's very good, but again, we had no input at all. So, but I'm gonna support it. I don't like the way that we handled our current lobbyists, and I hope somebody will do the courtesy and write a letter thanking that firm for all their years of service, because I don't think that would happen unless I ask.
Commissioner Cruz.
I'd like to make a motion directing Commissioner Whitmore to write a letter to our previous lobbyist to thank her for all of her services.
No, I think the administrator
No, but seriously.
I think the administrator should. But it's a good idea.
No, it's
No, I think the
an
administrator
excellent idea. We'll have a work session on it. Look, I don't know any lobbyists. I'm new. James probably doesn't know a whole lot of lobbyists. Kevin doesn't.
I don't know Johnson.
We're not here. My job doesn't involve picking who our next directors are. They don't involve picking who employees are here. So I don't see a lobbyist being any different than the statutes that are essentially in place directing our county administrator to hire staff, whether it be on a temporary contractual basis like our lobbyist or on a permanent basis here in this building. Dr. Hopes has extensive experience, more than any of us here, on lobbyists, knows all of the lobbyists, and my understanding was that he listened to policy directions and things that were important from this board and used his contacts and his experience with people to find lobbyists that best matched the policies that we wanted moved forward up in Tallahassee. It's great that we've had someone for years, but honestly, in my opinion, lobbyists are the kind of things maybe you should change every few years because they've kind of gone through their resources, gone through their contacts, gone through, what they could provide. And now you find someone else maybe with a new wrinkle or some new contacts or new ways of doing things. So, I have no problem with this. I wouldn't necessarily even want to opine on who we're going to select because I don't think I would be good at making that judgment. And I trust our administrator and his previous experience to make a decision in the best interest of this county.
Commissioner Servia, y'all are
Yes.
giving me a headache.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I don't mean to add to your headache. I will say this, that there's probably no one more qualified to suggest a great lobbyist than a former lobbyist, Scott Hopes. But having said that, I will also say I'm someone who really does honor the process. And it would have been nice to have this on a regular agenda item, just to discuss not only the value of the firm that's being chosen, but how much are they going to cost the taxpayers? What do they provide? What were we not getting in our former lobbyist that we're looking for in a future lobbyist, and those kinds of things. But I'm confident that the choice that Dr. Hopes has made is probably a very good one.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve this contract.
Second.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open it to public comment. Anyone from the public want to come forward? How did I know? I don't know, but it's good.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, and I'm in favor of this. To talk about the process, so Mr. Hopes is in charge of getting lobbyists, just as Carlos out at the port, if you remember 6 months ago, he brought on a lobbyist, and I questioned that.
We did.
We approved it.
Yeah,
So-
we did.
But he found it.
I'm questioning that decision every day.
Okay, so, but,
He's here.
Ouch.
but he found it. So you guys didn't blink an eye on that. I think it's a great decision. And I'll take it a step further. When I saw the $90,000, I contacted him because on the proposal was affordable housing. And I wanted to know what efforts are going to be forthcoming up in Tallahassee on my pet project, which is affordable housing. Now, I've done this with other lobbyists. They've never answered an email because they don't work for me.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to him about that. No,
You guys cut the checks. She emailed me back and said,
because he's
here's
not
my
working for me
number.
yet."
I'll be happy to talk to you about it. So I think this is a great decision.
Not after today, you won't be emailing you.
No, okay, well, we'll find out. But the other point that I want to break out, and I'm going to make it short, I'm not even going to burn up my 3 minutes, because I know you need your hour and a half for lunch. So,
how'd you know that?
Dave Ballard called in. He said, look, well, I'm on board with this. So now you have someone that's been in the business. You got Dave Ballard, who's Tommy Gregory's staff. So I'm on board with this. And the fact that she even emailed me back and said, let's talk about it, is great, because I think as they go to Tallahassee and the affordable housing issues come up, that the public needs to be involved with that and support her in emails and letters from the public that she can bring to the legislators and say, look, here's what these guys want from Manatee. I'm representing them. Here's the affidavits, emails, or petitions that we can provide for them. So I'm on board with it. Thank you.
Anyone else, Seth, from the public? No? Before we vote, Commissioner Bellamy, yes, sir?
Yeah, and I'm not against it. What I'm saying is the process, as far as I'm sure there are other lobbyists out there wanting to say, well, why couldn't I come up with a presentation, at least put in me a bid for an opportunity? That's my point. And for it to be brought in on the consent agenda, that means we were not going to address it. We were not going to discuss it. But like Commissioner Cruz says, that's not what we're here for. But it kind of contradicts, because that's exactly what we did for the Port Authority.
Yep.
And those roles are a little bit different. And I think we had a couple of lobbyists to come in and do presentations. If I can recall, there were 2 or 3 of them, we had to choose one.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that I'm saying is when you have other lobbyists or lobbying firms out there that may have been saying, listen, if the window opens, I may want to put in for a RFP or RFQ so I can see, can I represent Manatee County or their firm represent Manatee County? When we just put it on consent agenda or when we don't discuss it, next thing you know, they're feeling like they wouldn't have an opportunity to be a part of the process. And I think that kind of goes against what we stand for. And again, again, it's the process, but that's just me.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't see anyone else on the board, so Commissioner Cruz made a motion to accept. Commissioner Whitmore seconded the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Aye.
It is approved. I know, I keep forgetting. KVO, how do I forget you? It is approved unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chairman, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, I have to leave at noon, so I'm going to take off.
Don't we have 36?
We still have
We
three
are
more
going to
things, so we
do
have to
item
go
number
through 'em.
36 before we leave.
Oh, yeah, the other two are
We also have
deferred.
40 and 41.
I know that.
Well, Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
may I just suggest, because, well, isn't 40 and 41 we can do after?
After lunch.
If you want to do them now, that's fine, but I'm asking that we go ahead and do 36 because there is an attorney here with a meter running for the client. to
I
get
was
the-
only pointing out because the animal thing is 1:30 times certain.
Yes, sir.
And it's going to be very long.
Be a long afternoon.
And
That's
if we
why I'm asking
defer
for-
40 and 41, we may be doing those in the dark.
Okay.
That's just my
Yeah, but
suggestion.
but I have to run to a bank, so as soon as we're done, I'm running to a bank, right? And then I'll be back.
Okay.
We can come back a little early.
Item number 36, who wants to handle that?
I'll read it into the record, Madam Chair. Item number 36 is adoption of ordinance 21-30, expanding the boundaries of the Summerwoods Community Development District. This is a fairly routine item, which is why it is an advertised public hearing scheduled for presentation upon request.
Right.
Unless the board requires a presentation, you can proceed to public comment and adopt it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second. know what
I
just
love
did.
that.
Is that summer
All right,
work?
I'm going to go ahead. We have a motion by Commissioner Cruz, a second by Commissioner Whitmore, but before we vote, is there anyone from the public that would like to come forward on this item?
I'm just here available for questions, so.
You did a great, you did a good job.
You're doing a great job. Seth, any phone calls, sir?
No calls, Madam Chair.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. It is approved unanimously. Wow, thank you for spending the morning with us.
There you go.
He was on law review with me a long, long time ago, so I felt like I owed him
Okay.
getting him out of here. So,
Madam Chair, I wasn't I didn't really have a chance to chime in, but I wasn't I.
She forgot, yeah, but we knew you would.
I didn't
Don't get
forget.
so
I knew he
close to the
did.
camera, Kevin.
All right, so we do have item number 40 and 41. What is the pleasure of the board? Can we move forward with these two so we can just deal with animals this afternoon?
I'd
we do
rather
it
just get
fast.
through these things.
I'm good with that.
Wish she was there.
I'm sorry?
Angel's gonna wish she was here.
But because, if, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead. No, please.
Yes, she would have wanted to be here, but we also talked about the actual ceremony and making sure that the family arrived and be a part of that. So this is more like a technical thing. If the board can just move on, we can just proceed, if that's the pleasure of the board.
I'll make a motion to approve adoption of resolution R 21-124.
Second.
Second.
I love it.
this is a public hearing under our board requirements, so of course we do need to open it up for public comment.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I can't do
It
that.
just took it over.
I can't do that.
All right, we're going to go ahead and
I mean,
open
I
this
don't
to
want that
public comment. Is
power.
there anyone from the public that would like to come forward? That was fun. Not seeing anyone. Seth, any phone calls?
No calls.
All right, we're going to close public comment. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Whitmore, a second by Commissioner Cruz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Okay. All opposed, nay? All right, it is approved unanimously, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Cruz, you're on the board, sir.
Nope, I'm waiting for the next one.
Okay, we're really on a roll.
It's the last one.
All right, item number 40. Oh,
41.
41, sorry. Oh, this is a biggie. I'm
This is
sorry.
my item, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
And
You go ahead with this.
I am prepared to make a presentation to the board. It would be basically the same presentation I made when Commissioners Satcher and Van Ostenbridge had their request before the board to pay their legal expenses. If you would like me to walk through that again, I can. I do need to
Madam Chair, I don't
clarify
require a
that I
presentation.
realized
I'd like
this
to make a
morning,
motion
the
to
amounts in
approve.
question here are about $64,000 in
Kevin's-
fees.
I heard.
And an
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
point of order, I don't require a presentation. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
You're not on the board.
Okay. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Go ahead. and
I
finish.
just need to clarify that there is an additional $4,000 that should have been included in the estimate. It doesn't affect the motion or the approval, but there's a $4,000 settlement amount in addition to the fees, and I had neglected to include that in the estimate in the agenda items. I just want the record to be correct on that.
Thank you. I do
That's all.
appreciate that.
All right.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, your motion, does it include the 4,000 that Attorney Clegg just mentioned?
Yes, ma'am. I've discussed this with the attorney, obviously, in my briefing,
didn't
and
even know.
my motion will reflect that amendment or that change.
I accept that as a second.
All right, thank you both, because I did not know this until just now.
It's
All
my
right,
bad.
is there anyone from the public that would like to come forward on this issue?
I'm on.
Seth, any phone calls? I see you.
Yes, ma'am, we have 1605605.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, this is Andra Griffin, Manatee County. I'm hoping you guys can hear me now. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Awesome. So I just want to say I appreciate Kevin bringing the motion forward to approve these fees. I just want to say I'm tired as a taxpayer of paying attorney fees for, a few commissioners on this board causing chaos with other commissioners. This was completely unnecessary. And I bet you if we tally all of the legal fees and these stupid settlements to a guy that has 43 felony convictions, it's frustrating. It's unnerving and it's frustrating. And none of you guys deserved any of that, period. None of you. And I just want this to come to an end. Carol and Misty, can you please tell us, as the taxpayers, that you guys are done with this nonsense? Because we are really kind of over it. And I don't want to be approving any more attorney fees for commissioners because of the squabbles on that board. So those are my comments. I'm glad that the motion's brought forward. Vanessa, you did not deserve what you were put through. James, Kevin, and George, you all did not deserve what you were put through. So with that, I'm done with my complaint and my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say thank you for that. Thank you. Anyone else, Seth, on the board?
No, ma'am, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close public comment. Commissioner Cruz?
I call the question.
No, I was on my button.
Second.
I was ahead
I'm
of you.
sorry, the question has been called by
Oh, that was
Commissioner
a
Cruz,
real
second
smart
by
move.
Commissioner KVO.
Voting for it.
All in favor of the
I was
question,
gonna vote
say
for
aye.
it.
Aye.
All opposed? I'm sorry, Reggie, I didn't hear you. Did you vote, sir?
Aye.
Okay.
I don't, that's consistent. I don't have.
I'll vote aye, and I want to say a comment after, since
Okay,
you guys
well,
cut me
You're
off.
on the board.
That was I've been on the
Called the
board
question.
before
You
the
can't-
question
there's no
was
more
called.
You know what?
There's no more
It's-
discussion.
That's
One
right.
question
There
is
is
called.
no more
After we
discussion. The
vote,
board
I
was
can
closed.
speak.
Okay, so now we're going to vote on the motion. The motion,
We have not
Go to the
voted on the
question.
motion was made by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, a second by Commissioner Cruz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Okay, all opposed, nay? It is approved unanimously.
And I have a
Madam Clerk.
comment, Madam Chair, and I was
Yes,
going to vote.
ma'am, you're on the board.
I was, if you read my notes, I actually was going to vote aye for it because it is a lawful expense. But what I feel, all this money that was spent, and it was admitted to last week, that a lot of this was about a dumb resolution that was written to take me out of chairmanship for a lousy 8 weeks. And I did look at all the other invoices when they came, and there was a few things that I thought that the other two were, no, actually Satcher's attorney, there wasn't anything out of place, but Kevin's attorney charged him for a few things that I don't see why he would charge him for, like responding to Commissioner McClash. I mean, stuff like that. So I don't know if he got, if he had to pay that or the clerk did, but I feel like that the Commissioner Baugh's position, as we all saw and was admitted, was all because I was chairman for 8 weeks. And a lot of what we heard about was this resolution, and I'm sure a lot of this money is what's being charged for. And for Andrea to say that we did all this, girl, you have no clue. So anyway, but that's okay. I'm sure she'll come back at me at the next time like she always does. And that's it, but I was always intending to vote for it because it is a lawful expense, and per our attorney, she was under the auspice of the county, correct, Attorney Clegg? I want it verified because I get a lot
Madam
of
Chair,
grief.
Commissioners, as I've stated in the past, the board has to make that finding, but that was incorporated in the motion and the approval that the board gave, and I think it is a very legally defensible finding.
Right.
I do, particularly in her case, because the public records request went back to like August of
Right.
2020, when she was, clearly just doing her job as a
Right,
commissioner.
exactly.
So,
Thank
yes,
you.
I agree.
I'm next on the board.
Madam
I'm
Chair, I
next
just-
on the board.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
can I just make one more comment? Just,
Go ahead.
Andrew Griffin, stated that, Barfield was convicted of 43 felonies. I think that's not accurate. He was actually convicted of 67 felonies.
67.
And he was also
And who's
asked to
counting?
leave the Navy. Yeah, he was also and counting, I'm sure. And he was also asked to leave the Navy after communicating with the Soviets. He was basically kicked out of the Navy.
Oh.
Yeah, the guy's
I
a
didn't
total
know that.
loser. Just a really terrible person. And it's a shame that, he ended up with any money out of all this and that he created so much disruption within the county. So that's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just have a couple of things I do want to say. Commissioners, thank you for your support on this issue. I have been ridiculed. I have been called a criminal by someone on this board more than once. None of it has been true. There was never any sunshine violations, nothing. We all went through this for nothing. And I just want to say I'm glad that it's over in that regard. Thank you all, and we are going to recess for lunch. See you back here at 1:30.
He's allowed to participate because there's a
Good morning. Welcome to our Hurricane Preparedness Media Day event. I'm Jake Sauer, Director of Public Safety for Manatee County Government, and I want to thank each of you for attending this morning. The news media is a critical partner to help reach our Manatee County residents. And with the county information throughout the year, especially during hurricane season, you guys are one of our most important partners. We rely on you, each of you, reporters, photographers, and video production crews to relay updates to our residents, and the need for timely and accurate coverage is never more important than it is in an emergency. Over the years, Manatee County government has forged strong working relationships with many of you, and we appreciate your willingness to help us with broadcasting our messages during emergencies to help inform our Manatee County residents. Behind me is Chief Steve Litchauer, and he's going to provide you with an overview of this year's hurricane season, along with the messages most important to our residents so they can remain Manatee ready and safe during a hurricane. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Litchauer for a 20-minute presentation, and we'll take some time to answer your questions afterwards.
Thank you, Director. As he said, I'm Steve Litchauer, Chief Emergency Management, and what we want to do today is just pass out important information that citizens know how to prepare, what to look for, and most of all, as he stated, to be alert and watch the media as the season goes on. What we're going to cover today is a couple important things. Know your home, and each of these topics we'll touch on individually. So know your home, know your level, evacuation zones, and then we'll give some ideas and some pointers on securing your home, sandbag and shelter locations, the when to call 911, when not to call, and when to use our newer 311 system, and then bring out and bring attention to our new Alert Manatee and Manatee Ready notification systems. So as we know, last year was a little bit busy. We were predicted at 16 storms and 8 hurricanes, and of course it turned into 30 storms and 13 hurricanes. So quite a busy last year, but we try to tell people whatever those predictions are, do not just focus on we're going to have X amount of storms. As we have said and will continue to say, it only takes one. We look back in 2018 with Hurricane Michael, Panhandle probably hadn't seen a storm like that in 100 years. And then you saw what happened. So we want to remind citizens, don't become complacent, that it does only take one storm. This year's prediction is going to be a little above normal, not like last year, but a little above normal. So somewhere, they're predicting, if we looked at the chart, somewhere about 15 or 16 storms with probably 8 or 9 named hurricanes. So again, a little bit busier, but I'll go back to my previous statement. It just takes one, so be prepared. So in Manatee County, we've had some great building codes, and this is a chart. And what I will do is refer back to this chart a little bit later, but this is knowing your home. So as the chart shows, and I'll work backwards, an older home of 2002 back will sustain winds of 110 miles an hour or less. Between 2002 and 12, 130 miles an hour. And then 2012 onward, 150 mile an hour. Because what this is important to know is if we had a like Tropical Storm Irma that came through with winds under 70 some miles an hour, or even a Category 1 or 2, most of our homes now, because we've had the building increase over the last few years, will withstand those winds. And that's important to know their homes. So in a little bit, I'll show you how we can educate the citizens if they don't know what year their home was built. Evacuation we do for 2 reasons. One is storm surge, and you will see on this chart about the surge. The surge, as I describe it, is that wall of water coming in for us on the west coast off the Gulf of Mexico, up the Manatee River through the Tampa Bay, but that's that wall of water. It's not street flooding, it's not flooding by rain, but it's that wall of water being pushed ashore. And when hurricane, or again, tropical storm Irma was coming our way in 2017, at first we were predicting surges up to 15 feet. Now it didn't happen, but we have to prepare for that because it takes hours and hours to evacuate people. It's not 1 or 2, It could be tens of thousands, or it could be actually an evacuation. We're talking a little bit, everyone from South Florida on. The other reason we evacuate, of course, is folks in mobile homes, in manufacturer homes, because those are not built for high winds. Even a good, what I describe as an afternoon thunderstorm can cause damage, and we saw that about a month ago where several mobile homes were affected by high winds. So storm surge is that wall of water coming in off the Gulf, working its way up the river, and that's what we evacuate. We'll cover how to know what zone you live in shortly. Preparing your home is very important. Again, the preparation of the home is shutters, hurricane windows. As such, the newer homes, most of them have a higher grade window. Most of them come with shutters. If you live in an older home, we recommend even plywood, something to defer debris flying. Big thing we want to remind people, a lot of people will leave for the summer, leave on vacation, and in this diagram shows outdoor furnitures, bicycles, planters, and things like that. If you're going to be gone a while or a storm's coming, pick those items up out of your yard, because those could become a projectile not only in your windows but in your neighbor's windows. Obviously, you want to make sure you have a full tank of gas, secure your doors and windows. Try to keep your trees trimmed and keep a notice. Again, as we saw during Tropical Storm Irma, what we saw was because it had rained so much, the ground was saturated, the wind came through and toppled over many, many 100-year-old trees, and those trees then would fall on houses, block roads. So it has a lot to do with saturation of the ground too, but if a tree is near your home, you could see damage. So we recommend keeping those trees trimmed as much as you can. Knowing your level is on our website, mymanatee.org/information, and sandbag and shelter locations are also listed. And I'm going to advance forward to show how to get to those locations. Good information on the website. As I tell people, if they forget anything else, just remember mymanatee.org. And then there's a search bar, and then they can look at knowing your level, sandbags, and shelters. So if we clicked on the link that took you to know your level, you see it here at the bottom of the page, and your address. And we entered, this is the address of the admin building. You click search, and one of about 6 blocks come up, but if you see here at the top of the screen, at this particular address shows that it's evacuation level CD. The reason, two areas, it's a large piece of property, so one part of the property is in C and one's in D. If someone had this, I would recommend going with the lower level, because you may be high and dry, but the roads may be underwater or whatever. So that is a way that people can enter the address at any time and see the level of evacuation. They can do that also, and I'll touch on it with our hurricane guides. They can see a map for that. If they hit on the same link, they would go into one of the other blocks that's titled Property Information. If you see about halfway down, year built, this gives you the year that dwelling or that business or building was built. Refer back to knowing your level slide. But that's not to say that someone with an older home has not replaced a roof. And when I speak about replacing a roof, it's not just putting new shingles on. They could have then strapped it down and truly brought it up to current code. So just because it's an older home doesn't mean that it's not rated high, but it's more than just putting new shingles on. The other sandbag and shelter locations is on this link. If they would have hit on mymanatee.org, and the other link, or just inquire shelters. We'll first hit on sandbags. The black bags, I kiddingly say they look like pineapples, but they're sandbags. Obviously, those locations are closed. If those locations would be open, they would be red. But what I want to say too is the various cities, City of Palmetto, City of Braden, and all the island cities, many times set up additional locations for their residents. So again, this map is great. It's interactive. We can add the locations, or if time needs, they can call 311. The pictures of the little red schoolhouses, again, in red they're closed, in green they're open. We have, and I'll say this, that every shelter is a school, but not every school is a shelter. That makes sense. So every shelter is a school, but not every school is a shelter. Also, what I remind folks is we do not open all of them at one time. We open them up in phases, and those phases would be determined on direction of the storm, type of storm, whether it's high wind or a lot of surge. So again, this is a good interactive way. You can get it on your app, the 311 app. You can go to the website, or you can again call 311. I wanted to mention about watches versus warnings. A watch is telling you to kind of watch out, something's coming 48 hours in advance. Again, this is where we depend on y'all, the media, in whatever form, to keep the citizens apprised of what's going on. You watch, get ready, and stay tuned. When we go to a warning that's 36 hours out, and that truly means a hazard is imminent, and follow the direction of local folks. So the difference between watches and warnings. When you do have to evacuate, we recommend evacuate tens of miles, not hundreds of miles. Find someone that's out east, up in Parrish, rather than driving to Georgia or to the East Coast. Find a family or friend, a hotel out of the area, and if you do have to leave, leave in plenty of time, because again, we saw when Irma was coming through that going to Atlanta, an 8-hour trip was taking people 18 hours. Not only it took you that amount of time, you're fighting for the same roadways, the same gasoline, same hotels that not only Manatee County residents are, but everyone south of here headed north. So that's why we recommend tens of miles, not hundreds of miles. Find a friend. If you do have to evacuate, make that the decision to know in your home and know in your level, because what we saw during Hurricane Irma was people that did not need to evacuate did. So only evacuate if you do need to. So shelters, we want to say about shelters, we refer to them now as refuge of last resort. It's not the Holiday Inn, it's not the Hilton, refuge of last resort. As I said, they're at public schools. Not always that school is open. That closest is not the one you're going to go to. We say it's a lifeboat, more like a single-person kayak than a cruise ship. You have to bring all your slides. As you see in this picture, everyone has a different type of folding chair. They bring sleeping bags, they bring mattresses, but you have to bring everything that you need, including all your supplies. A shelter, though, is a safe environment, and you are fed. So we don't want to not tell you to go to a shelter, but we want to say, if at all possible, go somewhere else and leave the shelters to those folks that have nowhere else to go. This year, we're trying to limit space due to social distancing. We're still encourage people to try to stay apart from one another because everybody's not vaccinated, but that will depend on the intensity of the storm also. So again, we recommend have a plan to go somewhere else, but if you need to go to a shelter, those are open. It is a safe place to go. We do have this year 22 general population shelters, 3 of which are pet friendly, and we have 2 special needs shelters, and both of those are pet friendly. So room for your pets at the shelters, and on the map and on the guides it will tell you which of those shelters are pet friendly. Special needs shelters, basically it's for folks, family and friends and residents that are oxygen dependent, electric dependent, and Alzheimer's and dementia. What we ask is, again, register early. Go online, mymanatee.org/needs, and register now. The reason we ask for that is, as throughout the state we saw, again, we use tropical storm, Hurricane Storm Irma as an example. Over 4 times the amount of people were registered, what was registered showed up. And keep this in mind, at a special needs shelter, we do provide cots, we provide medical coverage, we provide nurses. How do we plan for the proper amount of food, space, location, and medical supplies and medical help if we don't know how many people's coming? So again, we encourage you, if you have a family or friend that are in one of these three categories, to go ahead and sign up now so we know. Then you're contacted to see if you are coming, if you still need to come, but it gives us some pre-planning to set those special needs shelters up. The difference of 911 and 311 is that 911 is for emergencies. You call 911 for emergencies, fires, accidents, things like that. You call 311 here in Manatee County for routine inquiries, directions, what sandbag locations are open, utilities issues. 311 was a new concept about 3 years ago, a really great concept that citizens don't have to remember any other number but 311. Again, utility problems, questions about shelters, or in any given day, any other questions about county government. What we started last year is a new notification system called Alert Manatee and Manatee Ready. Alert Manatee, we encourage people to sign up, and I'll have the next slide, is phone calls, text messages, and emails, where Manatee Ready is short text messages. Alert Manatee sends out emergency notifications as evacuation orders, shelter locations, boil water notices, weather alerts, and you can go on that by mymanatee.org/alertmanatee. So if you would help us get that message out, the more people that get straight messages from us, the more prepared those folks are. Manatee Ready, the director and the county leadership used this quite a bit during COVID's onset. Text Manatee Ready, all one word, Manatee Ready, all one word, to 88777, and those are short text messages to the folks. So encourage them to sign up for that. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to the director to go over some pointers on hurricane preparedness and hurricane kits. Director?
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring up Lieutenant Glenn Kroll. He's from our Emergency Communications Center. He will be showing off all of our supplies here for those interested in what those are. I'm sure we all know what they are. But so first up is a sleeping bag. As Steve mentioned, you have to bring whatever you're going to sleep on. If you do choose to come to a shelter, you will need a sleeping bag with you if you come to that. Also, I'm going to talk a little bit after what happens after a hurricane and why a disaster kit is very important. Disinfectant wipes, obviously we all know why we need those, especially if you're in a shelter or after a hurricane and you're in your home. Disinfectant wipes will become very important as you might not have water. Masks, obviously you're going to be in close quarters after a hurricane or during sheltering during a hurricane. Camera, or your cell phone has a camera. Obviously a toothbrush. Any medicine that you may need. Pharmacies will not be open during a hurricane, and most of the times they will not have power after hurricane. So make sure that your medications that you take daily is available and you're stocked up on that. Plastic trash bags so that you can keep your waste with you. Anything that you, after you use it, you can put that away. Zip ties, and that's used for a lot of different things. After a hurricane, there's damage to the areas that you are in. You can use that to secure things. Obviously, a first aid kit. Plenty of water. Make sure that you have potable drinking water. That, like I said, after a hurricane, and as we prepare for a hurricane, especially if you live in the barrier islands, your water will be shut off as we evacuate the islands, and we do that to protect the water system. Glasses, if you wear glasses. Sunglasses after a storm, obviously. Sunscreen, you're going to be out in the open. You might not be able to return to your home. And sometimes it's after a hurricane, a direct hit, it's hard to find shelter immediately. So you could be out into the sun for quite a while. Safety whistles in case you need to track anybody down or get anybody's attention. Flashlight as power is expected to be out. Obviously toilet paper, matches. Can opener, as Steve mentioned, we always ask those that are preparing for a hurricane If you're without power and you're without water, you will need a can opener to get to whatever ready-made food that you have to get you through until services can get back up. A weather radio, always a good thing, always something that you should have, no matter what, if it's hurricane season or throughout the year. For inclement weather, we're getting into Florida's inclement weather time of the year right now, tornadoes, tropical storms. That weather radio will save your life in the middle of the night as you're sleeping and you don't expect a tornado to pop up. That will alert you to that. Gloves, for obvious reasons. Bug spray. I can't stress bug spray enough. Plastic tarp for sheltering or to keep the weather or anything else out. And then a thumb drive. In the thumb drive, you're going to put all your important information, anything that is important to you, self-identifying things as well on your thumb drive and your data. So that is a storm kit there. Doesn't take up much room, but we always encourage those that have not to make a storm kit now. I cannot stress that we always do a preparation before a hurricane comes. If we were to get a direct landfall of a hurricane, you should expect that services that everyone is generally well used to using, such as cell phones, power, water, life's everyday things, will not be available. It takes a while for all of that to come back online. That's a part of our recovery process, and we work very hard to get that back online, but it will take a while, especially things that you take for granted every day. So with that, here's some ways to stay connected. I think you guys all know how to stay connected with us. We work very closely with you guys. Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for Manatee Gov. And then public safety, we also push out important notices, and that's at MCG Public Safety on Twitter. So with that, I can take some questions, and then we'll go to the EOC, do a brief overview of the EOC, and then our sandbag fillers are out there. Does anybody have any questions?
So we are still seeing COVID-related restrictions in shelters. I know last year that was the big message you wanted us to push out, that there was not going to be enough space in shelters. We didn't have as much space in shelters as the amount of people who sheltered during Hurricane Irma. Are we looking at the same problem?
Well, we're always, COVID is not gone. However, the numbers are getting better and better as we move through the weeks and the months. So we try and reserve space safe enough, but it just depends on demand for a shelter. We're certainly not going to turn anybody away during an evacuation, and that's why we're encouraging those to make a plan now to go with neighbors, friends, and family outside of the evacuation zone. Shelter should always be your last resort.
A lot of times on mobile homes, their mobile home is in a zone that's not being evacuated, so they feel that they don't have to evacuate.
Right.
I mean, that seems to be a problem. What should they do?
Yeah, so when we make the call to start evacuating because we're under watches and warnings for a hurricane, if you live in a mobile home or manufactured home, you are part of the first evacuation to move to a different area. Mobile homes and manufactured homes are not designed for strong hurricanes, and they will not survive direct landfall of a hurricane. We've seen it plenty times.
And regardless of what zone it's in?
Regardless,
Yeah,
absolutely.
It means you gotta go.
Yes. Any others? Just some housekeeping tips. Our Animal Services Division within Public Safety has been working with our commissioners to bring pop-up animal vaccine clinics to the community. We've had our first one with Commissioner Van Ostenbridge out in West Bradenton at GT Bray Park. We're scheduling another one this month over in Trailer Estates, and we'll be doing those throughout the county. That is a great initiative for those who need to get their animals vaccinated in case they have to go to a shelter. We do require that your animals are fully vaccinated, and you bring those licenses and their records with them. So it is all free. Look at our web pages for the upcoming dates, but we'll be scheduling those through June and July, free to the community. Bring your pets out, get them vaccinated and ready for hurricane season as well.
So what would you say is the most important message for us to get across this year?
Make a plan now. This is the 7th year in a row that a named storm has popped up prior to hurricane season. It's not going to be any different this year than it is for many others. We were a little grateful last year, but we do expect it to be an active hurricane season. And if you make a plan now, when we do call for evacuations and we get prepared for a storm coming, you'll be in a much better place. All right, so we'll go over to the EOC, and then our sandbag machine, filling machine is out front as well.
Here off the beautiful suncoast of Manatee County, both residents and tourists could agree that just about any day is a perfect day for the beach. And while the water may look inviting, it's important to know that there can be dangers below the surface. 95% of Manatee County's water rescues are related to rip currents.
When you're caught in a rip current, if you're not saved by a lifeguard or saved by somebody else, statistics show that it usually ends in a tragedy.
Florida ranks #1 for rip current deaths, and rip currents can happen anywhere.
They're extremely common. We have them on our beaches many days of the year.
Most misconceptions about rip currents is that they're wide and they're huge. Most of them aren't. Most of them are 10 yards wide to 20 yards wide, and that's it. And then they're 50 yards long. You'll feel a rip current as it pulls you offshore. You'll feel it pick up speed as it's closer to shore, the strength. As it goes further away from shore, you'll feel that rip current start to weaken. And all of a sudden, you'll see yourself to where you're not traversing further away from the shoreline. At that point, it's safe not to swim back into the rip current, but swim either at a 45-degree angle or a 90-degree angle parallel to the beach, 15, 20 yards, and then swim in. Never try to fight that rip current back to shore. When you do, you're swimming against a current that is 5 to 10 knots. It's hard for anyone to keep up any kind of a swimming capability against that current.
But before you even enter the water, here are some things you can look out for on your local beach.
Always swim on a lifeguarded beach. We have lifeguards at Manatee Beach as well as Coquina Beach. It's important for safety. It's important for the fact that there's someone that sits in that tower every day and knows the conditions that exist. There's someone there that can help you with directions. There's someone there that can help you with first aid. All of our staff are trained EMTs. We're all rescue divers.
On each and every tower, we have a flag flying every day, and there is a chart that is posted on the base of each tower so that they can come up and reference that to know the conditions of the day.
Know your ability, know how strong of a swimmer you might be, know the water conditions, make sure you're aware of what the conditions are of the day, and take a good look at the surf. If the surf is rough, there are going to be rip currents. If it's a calm, flat day, chances are there are no rip currents.
So remember, when you're visiting Manatee County's beautiful beaches, always swim near a lifeguarded station. and parents should always be nearby when children are in the water. For more information on how to keep you and your family safe while visiting the beach, log on to mymanatee.org/beach safety. And to find out about current beach conditions, including if there's rip currents at your beach, go to colgate.mode.org/beach conditions.
County has been on the map for a while, but being the 25th county in the state of Florida, which is a Purple Heart state, we wanted to do something a little bit different.
Our very first combat wounded Purple Heart parking sign.
Today we've actually marked a formal way of saying thank you to those veterans who have been awarded the Purple Heart. We're going to have 53 of these signs at all the parks, constitutional offices, libraries, and the public accessible buildings. I mean, it's going to be there every single day that a person walks through that door is reminded of all these sacrifices the men and women have had.
There's very little room for error between a Purple Heart recipient who can walk away and one who doesn't. And I know many who have not had the chance to walk away. So I'm very, very glad to see it.
This is quite a compliment to recognize us for the things we did, and a big thank you goes out from me to the county for doing this.
It shows that the county has not forgotten its veterans.
I mean, this really drives it home how dedicated we are to take care of our veterans and their families. Anyone coming through the county to do business, going into the libraries or spending time at the parks, they really realize why they have the freedoms that they do. It's because of the Purple Heart recipients and the sacrifices that they've made while we have those.
When an emergency happens, we count on our paramedics to be there. We rely on them to provide us with the immediate pre-hospital care we need, and they rely on us to find out what's wrong. Today, Manatee County paramedics are responding to more 911 calls than ever before, and what they're finding out is a lot of these calls could have been prevented.
As a paramedic, I respond to 911 calls, and I realized that I could be doing so much more for these patients, and I was actually not doing the right thing by just picking them up and taking them to the hospital for them to get lost in the healthcare maze. And as I continued to realize this, I started looking at neighboring agencies and successful community paramedic programs throughout the nation, and I was asking myself, well, how come we're not doing this here when the need is so great?
James Crutchfield has taken the lead in developing Manatee County's new community paramedic program. Working alongside 2 other seasoned paramedics, the program will begin by targeting 5 subtypes of patients: frequent falls, mental health and substance abuse, diabetic patients, congestive heart failure and chronic respiratory conditions, and high system utilizers.
The ideal of the program is to respond, reduce, and redirect patients to the most appropriate resource at the right time at the right cost.
Sometimes there's a little bit of a gap between the time that the patient leaves a facility, a hospital, or a treatment facility. And so what we're able to do is we're able to kind of help be like an extension of the physicians in the healthcare industry and be able to get their services to their patient and get the patient to the resources that they need.
Patients are referred in multiple ways. They can be referred by ambulance crews, they can be referred by physicians, case managers, home health. The referral process comes into our chief, and he then determines if they're a candidate for the program.
After a patient is referred to the program, these highly trained paramedics will go into their home, sit down, and talk with them to find out where their needs are not being met. They take a look at the bigger picture and come up with a plan tailored to each patient. Then, by working alongside various community partners, they're able to connect patients with the resources they truly need.
The School of Pharmacy has partnered with the paramedicine program because there have been some gaps in care that have been identified with the medically underserved patients of Manatee County. So we are collaborating to try to help identify some of the barriers of care that are out there for our patients and see from a medication aspect what we can do to help resolve some of those problems for our patients.
County employees and Centerstone employees get to work together in the field to try to talk people into starting their journey to recovery. And that's a bit different than before. And so I think that what will happen over time is that we'll all have a better understanding of what's going on in the community, and we'll be more flexible and more quick to respond.
There's so many people involved because it's a community issue. It's not just one group of people. But as a community, we've kind of developed this problem, and as a community, we're going to fix it.
This community partnership allows the medics to do more for their patients than just tell them about the resources they were unaware of. It brings the resources right to their front door, which in the long run does more than just fix the patient's problems. It changes their lives.
Anybody that uses this program will get the support that they need because it exceeded all my expectations of anything. They're so good. I thank God for them every day because they have helped me.
My hopes for this program is to be the link that's missing in the healthcare industry. We've got such an abundance of patients with individualized medical needs.
The majority of the patients that I've seen so far had no idea that these resources existed. They didn't know that there were resources available for durable medical equipment. They didn't realize that there were resources available for transportation. They didn't realize there were resources available for the NA and the AA meetings and what the times were.
As the program continues to develop, we're going to see a healthier community.
When emergencies happen, we count on our paramedics to be there. Now, even after an emergency, patients have someone to count on, someone to connect them to the help they truly need. Because Manatee County's community paramedic program is more than just lights and sirens.
Some things are better round. Some things are better round. Are intersections better round? Roundabouts are safer. There's fewer injuries and fatalities. They are safer for bikers and pedestrians too, and they move more traffic. In fact, there are over 5,000 roundabouts in the U.S., and more are coming to Florida. They are easy to drive through. Slow down approaching the roundabout, looking for people walking or riding bikes at the crosswalk. Look left, yielding to traffic in the roundabout, they have the right of way. Once inside, exit where you want to go by turning right, and don't forget to use your turn signals. You see, some things are just better round.
To compliment DOT on an excellent project, this roundabout has turned out better than I could have imagined. They were very open and willing to work with the public. They took public comments a year ahead of time and incorporated some of those designs to actually make this roundabout bigger when they realized the number of 18-wheeler trucks that come through here. And we pack fresh citrus, and it all leaves our packing house on 18-wheelers. So we have 3,000 18-wheelers came in last year, and then they leave, so that's 6,000 trips through this intersection. People were questioning how well this would work. Well, I'm here to tell you it works extremely well. Traffic's flowing well. They're not backed up behind 18-wheelers waiting for enough clear space to get through. I would encourage any community to embrace this and work with DOT, and they'll see the benefits that we have seen here. So from a safety standpoint, traffic flow standpoint, this has been a complete success in my opinion.
A roundabout is a compact, circular intersection with traffic flowing counterclockwise around a center island. Roundabouts can have a single lane or multiple lanes. Roundabout design channels traffic into the flow and are designed to slow traffic approaching and within the roundabout. Splitter islands direct and slow traffic as it enters the roundabout. The splitter islands offer pedestrians and bicyclists a spot to pause as they cross the road, allowing for safer crossings. The center island uses truck aprons, a raised area around the center island, which gives large trucks and even emergency vehicles a bit more room to move through the circle.
We live in a digital world, so why is riding the bus still so mundane? Well, with the brand new MyStop mobile app, it doesn't have to be. With real-time bus arrival passenger notification technology, you can know exactly when the bus will arrive at your stop. No more waiting around. And when it gets there, mobile ticketing through Token Transit makes boarding quick and painless. The MyStop mobile app and MCAT, helping you on your journey.
Thank you for choosing Manatee County Area Transit. At MCAT, we are committed to ensuring all passengers have a safe and pleasant ride while using our services. All passengers are expected to comply with certain rules. Failure to follow these rules may result in the police being called, the passenger being asked to leave the bus or bus stop, and/or the passenger receiving a trespass order from the bus or bus stop area. Exact change is required. Operators can take change, but they cannot make change. Shirt and shoes are required when riding. Passengers are responsible for carrying their own packages. Please limit items to what you can carry yourself. MCAT is not responsible for any item left on the vehicles. Smoking, including e-cigarettes, is not allowed on any MCAT vehicles. Please watch your language. Do not use profanity while on board. No disruptive, lewd behavior or abusive language will be permitted. Service animals assisting special needs passengers are allowed on MCAT buses. Don't be a litter bug. Make sure you pick up everything before you go. Playing individual radios on vehicles distracts the driver and other passengers. For this reason, headphones are required when listening to individual radios such as cassette players, CD players, iPods, and MP3 players and electronic games. Nothing is permitted on board vehicles that may pose a health hazard for other passengers or transit staff. This includes weapons, gasoline, opened alcohol, and illegal drugs of any kind. Thank you for choosing Manatee County Area Transit. Every day we get thousands of people where they need to go. Both weekday and weekend service is provided. Since riding the bus may be a new experience for you, we want to show you how easy it can be. It's a good idea to familiarize yourself with MCAT's routes and schedules. Schedules are available on board each bus, at the MCAT Administrative Office, and at locations throughout the county. They're also available on the website. Individual maps and timetables are available for each route. Each route map shows major cross streets, landmarks, and designated bus stops. All fixed routes have a head sign located above the windshield. This sign will tell you the route and the destination. Be sure to check this sign so you don't end up on the wrong bus. Most vehicles have a front door and a back door. Always board through the front door and exit through the back door. The exception would be if you're using a wheelchair or need to retrieve a bike from the bike rack. Fare collection boxes are located in the front of the bus near the driver. This is where you'll pay your fare. Be sure to have your payment ready before you board the bus. It saves time and speeds up the boarding process. If using cash, please have the exact fare. Operators can take change, but they can't make change. The seats located in the front of the bus are reserved for seniors and passengers with disabilities. Don't worry, there are usually plenty of seats toward the back of the bus. If the bus is full, you may have to stand. If so, use the handrail or strap while the bus is in motion. To signal the driver you want to get off the bus, pull the bell cord about a block before your stop. This will alert the driver to stop at the next bus stop. For your safety, drivers may only stop at designated bus stops. Be sure to gather all of your belongings and wait until the bus comes to a complete stop. Exit through the back door. As you exit the bus, step away from it and allow it to pull away before you cross the street. Never cross in front of the bus. Welcome to MCAT, your premier transportation provider for Manatee County. We invite you to bring your bike as you travel. Bikes ride free with any paying passenger. Buses can hold up to 2 bikes at a time. Racks will not accommodate scooters, mopeds, and tandem bikes. For safety reasons, operators are not able to assist you. So let's take a few minutes to show you how to properly load and unload your bike. Please make sure you are off your bike when waiting at the bus stop. Once the bus comes to a complete stop, let the operator know you are going to load your bike. Move to the bike rack located on the front of the bus. Always load your bike from the curb side, not the street side. To load your bike, first lower the rack. If any other bike is already in position, the rack will already be lowered. Next, place your bike in the rack's wheel well. If yours is the only bike being loaded, place it in the rack nearest to the bus. Swing the bike support arm up. A spring will pull the support arm back and hold your bike securely. Remove any items that could interfere with the operator's visibility, like flags or poles. And that's it. Return to the curb, board the bus, and enjoy your ride. If the rack is full, you will need to wait until the next bus arrives. To unload your bike, please use the front door of the bus to exit. As you exit, let the operator know you will be unloading your bike. Remember to unload your bike from the curb side only. To release your bike, simply pull the support arm away from the wheel, drop it down, and lift your bike from the wheel tray. If you are the last person to unload your bike, please return the rack to its upright position. Step toward the curb with your bike when moving away from the bus. Wait until the bus pulls away before proceeding. Folding portable bikes must also be secured to the outside rack. If the rack is full, you may bring the folded bike inside, providing room is available and it can be stowed without blocking the aisle.
Get to your destination with Manatee County Area Transit, where it's easy to ride. MCAT is Manatee County's premier public transportation provider. With easy-to-follow routes and schedules, MCAT will get you where you need to go safely and efficiently. All MCAT buses and trolleys are handicapped accessible. Visit www.mcat.org for routes, schedules, and video tutorials on how to ride MCAT. Manatee County Area Transit, where it's easy to ride.
Thank you for choosing Manatee County Area Transit, where it's easy to ride. At MCAT, we make every effort to meet the transportation needs of all customers. Written schedules are available if requested. The agency also has a TDD telephone service with trained staff ready to assist you. MCAT transit facilities, including stations and bus stops, provide accessible features such as elevators, ramps, and cleared areas and are maintained regularly and properly functioning. All MCAT buses and trolleys kneel, meaning when the vehicle stops, it lowers to the curb to make entering and exiting much easier. A ramp can also be activated to assist passengers. Vehicles are equipped with wheelchair lifts to accommodate riders, up to 2 wheelchair passengers. Once the lift lowers, move your wheelchair onto the lift. Once inside, the driver will assist you with securing your wheelchair and safety belts. Discuss your destination with the bus driver. The driver will make an announcement to indicate where the bus is stopping and assist ADA passengers leaving the bus or trolley. In addition to MCAT's regular fixed route system, the agency offers the Handy Bus service for transportation disadvantaged individuals.
Here off the beautiful sun coast of Manatee County, both residents and tourists could agree that just about any day is a perfect day for the beach. And while the water may look inviting, it's important to know that there can be dangers below the surface. 95% of Manatee County's water rescues are related to rip currents.
When you're caught in a rip current, if you're not saved by a lifeguard or saved by somebody else, statistics show that it usually ends in a tragedy.
Florida ranks #1 for rip current deaths, and rip currents can happen anywhere.
They're extremely common. We have them on our beaches many days of the year.
Most misconceptions about rip currents is that they're wide and they're huge. Most of them aren't. Most of them are 10 yards wide to 20 yards wide, and that's it. And then they're 50 yards long. You'll feel a rip current as it pulls you offshore. You'll feel it pick up speed as it's closer to shore, the strength. As it goes further away from shore, you'll feel that rip current start to weaken. And all of a sudden, you'll see yourself to where you're not traversing further away from the shoreline. At that point, it's safe not to swim back into the rip current, but swim either at a 45-degree angle or a 90-degree angle parallel to the beach, 15, 20 yards, and then swim in. Never try to fight that rip current back to shore. When you do, you're swimming against a current that is 5 to 10 knots. It's hard for anyone to keep up any kind of a swimming capability against that current.
But before you even enter the water, here are some things you can look out for on your local beach.
Always swim on a lifeguarded beach. We have lifeguards at Manatee Beach as well as Coquina Beach. It's important for safety. It's important for the fact that there's someone that sits in that tower every day and knows the conditions that exist. There's someone there that can help you with directions. There's someone there that can help you with first aid. All of our staff are trained EMTs. We're all rescue divers.
On each and every tower, we have a flag flying every day, and there is a chart that is posted on the base of each tower so that they can come up and reference that to know the conditions of the day.
Know your ability, know how strong of a swimmer you might be, know the water conditions, make sure you're aware of what the conditions are of the day, and take a good look at the surf. If the surf is rough, there are going to be rip currents. If it's a calm, flat day, chances are there are no rip currents.
So remember, when you're visiting Manatee County's beautiful beaches, always swim near a lifeguarded station. And parents should always be nearby when children are in the water. For more information on how to keep you and your family safe while visiting the beach, log on to mymanatee.org/beach-safety. And to find out about current beach conditions, including if there's rip currents at your beach, go to colgate.mode.org/beach-conditions.
When an emergency happens, we count on our paramedics to be there. We rely on them to provide us with the immediate pre-hospital care we need, and they rely on us to find out what's wrong. Today, Manatee County paramedics are responding to more 911 calls than ever before, and what they're finding out is a lot of these calls could have been prevented.
As a paramedic, I respond to 911 calls, and I realized that I could be doing so much more for these patients, and I was actually not doing the right thing by just picking them up and taking them to the hospital for them to get lost in the healthcare maze. And as I continued to realize this, I started looking at neighboring agencies and successful community paramedic programs throughout the nation, and I was asking myself, well, how come we're not doing this here when the need is so great?
James Crutchfield has taken the lead in developing Manatee County's new community paramedic program. Working alongside 2 other seasoned paramedics, the program will begin by targeting 5 subtypes of patients: frequent falls, mental health and substance abuse, diabetic patients, congestive heart failure and chronic respiratory conditions, and high system utilizers.
The ideal of the program is to respond, reduce, and redirect patients to the most appropriate resource at the right time, at the right cost.
Sometimes there's a little bit of a gap between the time that the patient leaves a facility, a hospital, or a treatment facility. So what we're able to do is we're able to kind of help be like an extension of the physicians and the healthcare industry, and be able to get their services to their patient and get the patient to the resources that they need.
Patients are referred in multiple ways. They can be referred by ambulance crews, they can be referred by physicians, case managers, home health. The referral process comes into our chief, and he then determines if they're a candidate for the program.
After a patient is referred to the program, these highly trained paramedics will go into their home, sit down, and talk with them to find out where their needs are not being met. They take a look at the bigger picture and come up with a plan tailored to each patient. Then, by working alongside various community partners, they are able to connect patients with the resources they truly need.
The School of Pharmacy has partnered with the Paramedicine program because there have been some gaps in care that have been identified with the medically underserved patients of Manatee County. So we are collaborating to try to help identify some of the barriers of care that are out there for our patients and see from a medication aspect what we can do to help resolve some of those problems for our patients.
County employees and Centerstone employees get to work together in the field to try to talk people into starting their journey to recovery. And that's a bit different than before. And so I think that what will happen over time is that we'll all have a better understanding of what's going on in the community, and we'll be more flexible and more quick to respond.
There's so many people involved because it's a community issue. It's not just one group of people. But as a community, we've kind of developed this problem, and as a community, we're going to fix it.
This community partnership allows the medics to do more for their patients than just tell them about the resources they were unaware of. It brings the resources right to their front door, which in the long run does more than just fix the patient's problems. It changes their lives.
Anybody that uses this program will get the support that they need because it exceeded all my expectations of anything. They're so good. I thank God for them every day because they have helped me.
My hopes for this program is to be the link that's missing in the healthcare industry. We've got such an abundance of patients with individualized medical needs.
The majority of the patients that I've seen so far had no idea that these resources existed. They didn't know that there were resources available for durable medical equipment. They didn't realize that there were resources available for transportation. They didn't realize there were resources available for the NA and the AA meetings and what the times were.
As the program continues to develop, we're going to see a healthier community.
When emergencies happen, we count on our paramedics to be there. Now, even after an emergency, patients have someone to count on, someone to connect them to the help they truly need. Because Manatee County's community paramedic program is more than just lights and sirens.
Manatee County has been on the map for a while, but being the 25th county in the state of Florida, which is a Purple Heart state, we wanted to do something a little bit different.
Our very first combat wounded Purple Heart parking sign.
Today we've actually marked a formal way of saying thank you to those veterans who have been awarded the Purple Heart. We're going to have 53 of these signs at all the parks, constitutional offices, libraries, and the public accessible buildings. I mean, it's going to be there every single day that a person walks through that door is reminded of all these sacrifices the men and women have had.
There's very little roof area between a Purple Heart recipient who can walk away and one who doesn't. And I know many who have not had the chance to walk away. So I'm very glad to see it.
This is quite a compliment to recognize us for the things we did, and a big thank you goes out from me to the county for doing this.
It shows that the county has not forgotten its veterans.
I mean, this really drives it home how dedicated we are to take care of our veterans and their families. Anyone coming through the county to do business, going into the libraries or spending time at the parks, they really realize why they have the freedoms that they do. It's because of the Purple Heart recipients and the sacrifices that they've made while we have those.
Welcome to MCAT, your premier transportation provider for Manatee County. We invite you to bring your bike as you travel. Bikes ride free with any paying passenger. Buses can hold up to 2 bikes at a time. Racks will not accommodate scooters, mopeds, and tandem bikes. For safety reasons, operators are not able to assist you. So let's take a few minutes to show you how to properly load and unload your bike. Please make sure you are off your bike when waiting at the bus stop. Once the bus comes to a complete stop, let the operator know you are going to load your bike. Move to the bike rack located on the front of the bus. Always load your bike from the curb side, not the street side. To load your bike, first lower the rack. If any other bike is already in position, the rack will already be lowered. Next, place your bike in the rack's wheel well. If yours is the only bike being loaded, place it in the rack nearest to the bus. Swing the bike support arm up. A spring will pull the support arm back and hold your bike securely. Remove any items that could interfere with the operator's visibility, like flags or poles. And that's it. Return to the curb, board the bus, and enjoy your ride. If the rack is full, you will need to wait until the next bus arrives. To unload your bike, please use the front door of the bus to exit. As you exit, let the operator know you will be unloading your bike. Remember to unload your bike from the curb side only. To release your bike, simply pull the support arm away from the wheel, drop it down, and lift your bike from the wheel tray. If you are the last person to unload your bike, please return the rack to its upright position. Step toward the curb with your bike when moving away from the bus. Wait until the bus pulls away before proceeding. Folding portable bikes must also be secured to the outside rack. If the rack is full, you may bring the folded bike inside, providing room is available and it can be stowed without blocking the aisle.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope everybody had a good lunch. We have a 1:30 time certain. I'll read it. I don't see the county administrator. Hold on. Let me find it. Adoption of Ordinance 21-28, retail ban on sales of dogs and cats, prohibiting the sale of dogs and cats in stores and flea markets. Sarah Brown, Animal Services, and Doug Polk, Assistant County Attorney's Office.
I'm flying solo today.
Okay, all right. Hey, Sarah, go ahead.
So good afternoon, Madam Chair, County Commissioners, County Administrator, County Attorney, and guests. My name is Sarah Brown, Division Chief for Animal Services. This is our public hearing for proposed Ordinance 21-28, banning the retail sales of pets in Manatee County. A presentation is available upon request.
I'm requesting.
As I expected.
You thought I would.
Bet you knew.
Are you kidding?
I knew that was coming. It's all good. So back in March, we held a work session to discuss animal welfare regulations, banning the retail sales, thank you, of pets. And during that work session, I updated the board on Manatee County Animal Services efforts to combat pet overpopulation and the inclusion of our animal welfare regulations in our Ordinance 2024 that was adopted in August of 2020. So after public comment and discussion, the Board of County Commissioners determined that a proposed ordinance banning the retail sales of dogs and cats should be drafted by the County Attorney's Office and submitted for public hearing. And so here we are today. So the proposed ordinance would amend Chapter 2.4, Manatee Code relating to animals, amending definitions with just a few additions, and creating Article 2, which prohibits commercial establishments from selling dogs and cats. So I'm just going to give you a brief breakdown of the ordinance. So the first point, humane treatment of animals is an important public purpose. I don't think anybody can dispute a humane community is important to all of us. So the Animal Welfare Act establishes standards of care on commercial breeding facilities in which the USDA and Animal Plant Health are responsible for implementation and enforcement of these regulations. Next. The Act requires non-exempt breeders and brokers to maintain a license with the USDA, requiring agreements to follow certain standards of care. Animal Welfare Act expresses a state or political subdivision could have more restrictive standards than the USDA in regards to handling, care, treatment, and transportation. So some commercial breeders operate unsanitary and inhumane facilities, and some retail stores purchase animals from such facilities. So just a breakdown of some of the definitions quickly. They're pretty basic, and they're added, some of these were added to the ordinance, including adoption fee, which is recovering fees associated with the cost of adoption, but without profit. An animal shelter, which would be your municipal shelters. Animal welfare organizations, which are our local 501c3 animal welfare organizations devoted to a mission of caring for homeless pets. A certificate of source is documented information about a dog or cat from that commercial breeder. A commercial establishment is a business which is open to the public and engages in those retail sales. The public common area and outdoor area, such as a park or recreation area. Public thoroughfare, common area, and flea market sales is the sales, transfer, and offer for sale, auction, giveaway, or otherwise disposing of any living dog or cat in those previously mentioned areas, and also roadsides, parking lots of flea markets. Next. So Article 2 is where the ordinance prohibits any commercial establishments from selling dogs and cats. This would prohibit retail sales of dogs and cats from public thoroughfares, common areas, and flea markets. Animal shelters and animal welfare organizations would be exempt. So if the board chooses to adopt this ordinance, the recommended amortization period is 1 year. And during that time, the Animal Services Division would review documents made available for inspection by the stores in order to comply with that portion of the ordinance. Nothing in this article prohibits the stores from providing space to an animal welfare organization or a shelter for the purpose of showcasing a dog or a cat for adoption. Next. So this is just a breakdown of the 10 counties in Florida right now that have full retail bans on commercial establishments prohibiting the sales of dogs and cats. And that concludes my presentation today. If you have any questions, of course, I'm here for whatever you need.
Did you have a question?
Just real quick, can you go back 2 slides to right before this one? Okay, what about E on the, is that where it was?
Certificate of source?
Yeah, the certificate of source, yeah. Can you tell me about that?
So the certificate of source is the information that's provided for dogs and cats that when they're for sale when they're coming from a commercial breeder. So it gives all that basic information about the dog and the cat and where it came from.
Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
I've written something. I will just read it, and then I'm sure we've got, well, Commissioner Cruz figured out 5 hours at least of public comment. So I'll be brief, and then I'll make comments after. We figured 3 minutes. We counted how many people were here. And I'm sure the chair will say, if you agree with the previous speaker, just say yes. But okay, in 2011, Manatee County was first in the state to vote for a resolution to make county a no-kill. And we have achieved that for the last 4 years with reaching over 90% save rate. Nathan Winograd, whether you love him or hate him, he was the one whose program that we followed. And when we did, it was around 40 to 50% save rate in Manatee County. Now it's over 90% for at least 4 or 5 years now. I have brought this up, and thanks to the attorney that represents Petland, I thought it was 4 times, and he corrected me, it's been 5 times. And I've been coming because the citizens are asking me to continue this quest. It's not that, and every time we bring this up, we're not here to close a business down. We're here because we don't support the model of the business. And we have heard that there will be litigation, and that's why it had been stopped in the past. So far, there's been no litigation that's won that I am aware of, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. I represent 420,000 people as the at-large commissioner that represents the entire county. Hundreds of thousands in this county have asked me to bring this to the board for the last 6 or 7 years. I brought this up, as you know, 5 times. We're here today because last November, the previous board wanted the current board to look into this issue, so you can thank them for it. In June, the vote was 6-1 to look at finally banning retail sale of dogs and cats. Since then, the retail store has hired Mark Barnaby, who's a friend of mine. My son-in-law works there. He's a good friend, and he's hired a very good attorney. They've also hired a very good lobbyist, David Ramba, who happens to be our Port Authority lobbyist that we represent, and he's one of the best in the state. So I commend whoever did that, and these are good guys. I made that motion to hire Ramba, actually, when we did hire him for the port. I think he has met with all the commissioners. I talked to him a little while ago. We had not met, and that's fine. This is politics. We understand that. This commissioner has had family members that have purchased from Petland. I have a personal issue with the business model of purchasing animals from breeding facilities overseen by the USDA and large breeding facilities. And so do hundreds of thousands of people in Manatee County. Some may vote against this for philosophical reasons, which I respect, and some may do it because of personal reasons, which I don't understand, because what this is about is animal welfare. So I will continue to support this. I do support this. It's nothing personal for me. It's the business model. You'll hear fact today that will show that all the pet stores that we have in town, other pet stores, sell products and are doing very well. Since I've been bringing this up, we had 1 Petland, and then Sarasota had a time frame where the Petland in Sarasota had to close down, and they moved to Manatee County. And now, which I was totally unaware of, we have another retail pet store that's in the new part of Lakewood Ranch, and that's there. So now we have 3. And I was told for years by this commission, well, nobody's going to build another one, and 3 are here now. And I am doing this on behalf of the citizens I represent, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other commissioners? All right, not seeing anyone, we'll go ahead and get to public
Madam
comment.
Chair,
Madam
Chair, I'd place the
KVO,
vote.
go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I start out saying that I very much respect where everyone's coming from on both sides of this issue, and I understand the passion that Commissioner Whitmore has on this issue. For me, it does come into play the role of government. And while we can say we're not putting Petland or whichever, I guess there's 3 outlets now, we're not putting them out of business. We don't know that, do we? We don't think we are. Sure, you're saying you're allowing them to sell other products. There are other businesses that are successful doing that, but is it the role of government to tweak the business model of legitimate operating businesses in this county? You know, there are businesses that sell products that I don't agree with, products that are harmful. You go into just about any corner store and almost everything they're selling in there is not good for you, whether it's junk food or cigarettes or vape. However, I don't believe these are all legal products, and I don't believe that it is up to the government to step in and tell them, well, you know what, we don't want you to sell cigarettes. So we're not going to allow you to do that because there's obviously a Surgeon General warning on them, right? They're harmful. I just don't think that it is the proper role of government to do that. And I think it's greatly overstepping. It is a regulated industry, and I have heard the argument that there are not enough inspectors and it's not regulated well enough. Same thing, obviously could, and maybe that's true. It very well might be true. It's not the county that regulates puppy mills. It's a higher office that does that. But you can make the same argument that slaughterhouses are not inspected well enough, and so in Manatee County we're not going to sell meat anymore because we don't feel there's enough inspectors. Anyway, I did not purchase did not get my dog from Petland. I got my dog, it was a rescue, and I encourage people to do that. That's how I would do it. I mean, he's a great dog, and it cost me $150, and they're selling them for $5 and $6 and $8 grand, which is absurd. And I said it before, there's a sucker born every minute, but it's not up to me to prevent people from making a fool. And people, I have friends who they're probably pissed because I brought this up like 5 times now, but they bought a Chihuahua for $5,000 from Petland and financed it. I can only imagine what they paid per pound for that Chihuahua when it was all said and done. So yeah, I think it's a foolish choice, but people make foolish, business decisions all the time. And that's, again, not up to me to regulate that either. And to the county attorney, there was an amendment proposed and published, I believe, yesterday. Could we hear that read before we reach a point where we would vote on this, so that we all have an opportunity to consider that, and the public has an opportunity to hear that amendment?
Good idea.
Would you like me to answer that now?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I think it would be the appropriate way to handle that is for the proponents of that amendment to read it to the board during public comment. I believe you're referring to the one that came from the 2 lobbyists for the industry, and they are represented by counsel in this hearing. So I would ask that he submit that into the record if he would like the board to take that up for consideration whenever it's appropriate.
Okay. Commissioner Whitmore,
As long
you're
as that
back on
does
the
happen,
board.
Chair, that's all.
Are you
Thank
finished, KVO?
He said thank
Commissioner
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Van
I
Osten?
just wanted to assure you.
Okay.
I just wanted to assure that as you're running the meeting here, you do give them an opportunity to read that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, just real quick, I think it would be better if it came from the legal counsel of Petland, but can we give them a little extra time, and whoever the legal counsel is the other, like another minute to read that? Because I bet you any money this wasn't in your preparation of your speech, was it? So can we give him, Mr. Barnaby, time to read it, and then we'll just add on to the other attorney?
Yeah, when we
Okay.
get to that point, absolutely.
Thank you.
I don't see any other commissioners on the board, so hold on. Commissioner Cruz, all right.
I'm not the one who's going to make it because I don't think it's my position after how many times she's spent doing this, but I would encourage Commissioner Whitmore to go on the board and always put this motion on the table before another motion goes onto the table, so we can open it up to public comment
Oh.
with the existing ordinance motion in place, because that is the one I'm going to support. Thank you.
Okay. Oh. Did I just hear you right? Okay. I'm going to move to adopt the ordinance 21-28 prohibiting the retail sale of dogs and cats.
Second.
Whoa.
All right, we have a motion to support from Commissioner Whitmore, a second by Commissioner Cruz. However, in all fairness, there is an amendment that has been,
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to include the amendment posted yesterday and have legal counsel read that amendment now.
No,
Let the attorney handle it.
Madam Chair, I didn't author that amendment, and I really think we need to have Mr. Barnaby do that. If you want to bring him down now to do it,
Okay, I'll
so
do
he
it
can
now.
explain his intention behind it, but I don't think I shouldn't be doing that in this hearing, quite honestly, because that was
But when I
proposed
said
by
legal
someone from
counsel,
the
I'm sorry, I
outside.
should have specified.
Point
Mr.
of
Barnaby.
order.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I'm sorry.
I'm
What were
not-
you saying? Just a moment,
I
please.
said, when I said legal counsel, I should have specified Mr. Barnaby.
Okay, I thank you very much, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. I may have misunderstood. I apologize.
Point of order.
I'm on the board.
Mine's a point of order, what the attorney just said. Is that okay?
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Point of order. Right now, and I wasn't planning on making a motion now, but I did, and there's a second. So later on in the meeting, if a commissioner wants to replace whatever we did with whatever being presented by the lobbyist, then you would do it then, right? Not now, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Whitmore, I'm not chairing the meeting. That's the chair's call. She can do that. She can entertain it now, or she can wait. I do think you all need to get to public comment at some point here so that you can, give people their opportunity to participate in the public
I was
hearing.
hoping to have done that before there was a motion. However, I didn't get that far. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you
I'm
are
on the board.
recognized. He had the
Madam
floor
Chair,
first.
as I was also anticipating that we would go to public comment first, and that we'd have presentation, and I would have an opportunity to hear Barnaby read his amendments. But since we didn't, that's why, Commissioner Whitmore obviously was planning on doing the same thing. So we ended up a little out of order, and that's why I ended up out of order as well. But I'm pretty positive that I can make my motion to include the amendment. I don't have a second, but if I can get a second, I'm pretty sure that then puts the amendment on the motion, on the ordinance.
I will second your motion, sir, for discussion.
Madam Chairman?
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Point of,
You need to wait until you're recognized. Thank you. We're
Yes,
not going to
ma'am.
lose control of this meeting.
yes, ma'am. Yes, there is.
Yes, there is, but it was amended by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
He didn't say friendly amendment or anything like that, so that's why you didn't know. No.
She has
They
to
don't-
agree to an amendment. You get to-
That's
you
not
can't
what
do
I've
that.
been told.
Let the attorney handle this.
Yeah, that's correct. Attorney Clegg.
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
The question was, the motion was amended.
There are two motions on the floor, one to adopt the ordinance, the other to amend that motion to incorporate the proposed amendment. At this point, you should not vote on either.
Thank you, I was thinking
You
that
should go to
very same
public
thing.
comment.
No,
And
we're
then
gonna
you
go to
can,
public comment.
and then you can, if commissioners want to talk first, that's fine, but but at some point, before you take any votes, you should go to public comment.
Right.
Correct.
That is my legal advice.
And that's what I thought you were going to
Yeah,
say.
yes,
Commissioner
ma'am.
Servia, you're next on the board.
Thank you very much. I would ask that we please honor the procedures of the hearing and go through which we have in front of us. The opening of the item, introductory comments,
That's land use.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. But I am not going to make a decision before I hear from the public. I don't even know why a motion has been made and seconded, two motions, and we haven't heard the first word
Commissioner
from the
Servia, we just
public.
said we were not going to do that until public comment.
I just would appreciate the order, please, to be respected.
Commissioner Satcher.
I would just like to support Kevin Van Ostenbridge, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, as far as that if we're going to public comment, we need to get this read. I can do it,
Thank
or
you.
the attorney will do it.
No, I'm going to have the attorney do it.
Okay, that's all. Just fairness.
I'm going to go to public comment, and Mr. Barnaby, I will call you. Is that okay with you?
Right, yep.
Yeah. The first card that I have, I actually received this morning. Michelle Martin, are you here? Michelle Martin?
They probably didn't think we was gonna get here that fast.
Could she be on the 5th floor? We do have people on the 5th floor,
I'm told
correct?
we do, so we,
Put them in a stack and.
Well, if somebody, let her know that we did call her name, and if she comes down, I'll recognize her as we move on. Nathan Levinson, I believe that's what that says. After Nathan Levinson is Patty Engel.
Call a bunch.
On the big screen.
Is the overhead?
Nathan Levinson. A complete ban on the retail sale of pets. As I will connect the dots for you, but it goes hand in hand, continuing the path of no kill and a new shelter satellite out east. This isn't about saving jobs. It's about moving forward with all of these things and job creation with no kill and a new shelter and the tourist revenue that it will bring. There is no question of the cruelty and abuse these animals endure through the pet mills until they are bought, not adopted. Leaders lead by example. It's time Manatee County takes the lead in all of these issues and leads the way for the state and the nation. It's also about the public trust, about the will of the people. It's time to carry it out. Continuation, it's all connected. Goes hand in hand. New shelter, a ban on this, continuation of no kill. Hand in hand. Thank you.
And I would ask, when you come up, please let us know what county you're from.
That's a good
I'm
one.
I'm seeing a lot here, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah,
Thank you.
or their address, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible to please remind everyone that if they have something to submit or that they're displaying, that they do need to give it to the clerk?
Okay.
You just did, thank you. Also, before Patty speaks, I want to go over the Pledge of Public Conduct again. We may disagree, but we will be respectful of one another. We will direct all comments to issues, and we will avoid personal attacks. Thank you, Patty. Go ahead. After Patty will be Mary Lupa.
I've rescued dogs all of my life.
State your name, please.
Hattie Engel,
And where you're from.
Manatee County.
Thank you.
I've rescued dogs all of my life, and if you believe that dogs are not tortured, abused, and hurt in puppy mills, you need to visit one. I have. You may try to enter, they won't let you, the majority of times because they do not want you to see what is happening. If you are able to get into a building, you'll see many animals who are blind because of the stench of urine that they're exposed to day after day, hour after hour. Many are in cages where they cannot even stand up, and their bones are altered at that time or later in life, projecting future torture and injury. They're hurt. I've rescued so many dogs that are so scared, they shake. They can't even be touched because they've been so abused and so hurt. How can we allow this to happen to innocent animals? They do feel pain, they do feel hurt. They're innocent. Think about this. I've seen too many animals hurt, and I can't believe that we allow this to happen. They're innocent, and they're loving, and they do not deserve this. And as I said, if you don't believe it, then go visit a puppy mill, and you'll know for a fact. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mary Lupa, and then Karen Anchorstar. State your name and where you're from, ma'am. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mary Lupe, and I live in Northport. For 20 years, I was a resident of Manatee County. I was the president of the Humane Society for 3 years. I helped bring the no-kill in, and I've done a lot of other things, but I'm not here to say anything like that. I mean, like, to pat myself on the back. I feel that everyone in this room knows that the commissioners here today have the power to say no to Petland and all other puppy stores. If they allow Petland to exist in Manatee, will become host to more stores in various locations, as we've already seen. There's another one out east. Next, they'll be going up to the northern part of Manatee. The HSUS makes it very clear that this organization that purchases puppy mill dogs needs to be stopped. Every year, they raid these here places. It's on television. How many times do you see it? Every year. It has to stop somewhere. In Florida, there are so many counties that have no kill, and they're all managing to adopt out dogs. People need to know, if you want to buy a dog, go to a breeder. Get a book. For every animal that's in AKC Animal, there is a reputable organization to take in dogs that nobody wants, or if they can't hold them, they can adopt from them. Actually, I mean, I'm really upset because all these horror stories you hear, you don't want to put someone out of business, and I agree to that. But there's other ways to make business and to make the citizens happy. And the citizens of this county have been working for over 20 years to, first of all, to make it a no-kill, to get the community together, and they will work hard again. And I think the commissioners better listen up. Thank you.
Thank you.
We gotta wait for him. Wait.
And after this, it'll be Christina Araga. Probably slaughtered that. And then Sue Coltsey. State your name and where you're from, please.
Wait to use the overhead too.
No, I don't know where I got it.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Karen Ankerstar. I live in Sarasota County. Don't you find it rather ironic that Petland wants you to adopt an ordinance they wrote for themselves? It's like letting home builders do their own inspections. This ruse has been tried by Petland many times around the country. It is a Hail Mary tactic that has never worked. Let's talk about their version of the ordinance. The only restriction is that they cannot buy from breeders that have had direct violations in the past 3 years. This is a direct violation from a USDA breeder. Note the breeder admitted the dog had been like this for at least 7 days without medical care. So, according to Petland, it would be okay to buy from this individual after 3 years. Okay. This is not a direct violation, so Petland is fine with this. With their proposal, Petland can buy from this breeder today. This states the USDA inspector will not come back next year as the conditions are not egregious enough. Puppy mill inspections are now almost non-existent and violations have no repercussions, nor is there any way to see what is going on between the occasional inspections. Petland says they will hand over reports upon request. This self-policing has been proven ineffective in Hillsborough and Palm Beach counties. The pet stores simply withhold negative reports. Moreover, most pet stores, including Petland, often buy from puppy brokers who collect puppies from various breeders, and the paperwork shows only the broker, not where the puppy came from. In addition, breeders who do accrue too many violations often reorganize under a relative's name with a new USDA number. Often it's husband and wife, same family name, same address. So monitoring every sale is impossible, making the Petland ordinance unenforceable. It will be business as usual, and that's what Petland's betting on. Don't fall for the smoke and mirrors of Petland's version that has been tried and failed repeatedly. It does not work. This issue has been discussed in Manatee County for 10 years. Let's do something about it once and for all and stop playing games with Petland. Let's not pass an ordinance that will do nothing and have to revisit it down the road. Let's pass the real, effective version, the one that your attorney gave you. It's time to protect your constituents.
You have to give your paperwork to the clerk. give your paperwork to the clerk, Karen. Anybody has a member?
Hello, my name is Christina Arriaga. I live in Parrish, Florida, Manatee County. I just moved there January of this year, and as a new member of the county, I'm proud to say that my family of 3 voters will be paying close attention to how you vote on this ordinance. I'm here in support of the original proposed ordinance 2128 regarding the retail ban of sales of dogs and cats. I would like to stress that I am in support of the original ordinance, as I believe the revisions do include wording that may create loopholes that are undesirable and do not meet the purpose of the ordinance. I moved to Florida from Texas, where I ran a very successful animal rescue. I worked very closely with open intake municipal animal shelters. My rescue's partner shelter was Dallas Animal Services, which took in 35,000 to 40,000 animals a year. I worked hard every day to save the lives of dogs and cats who were being killed due to a lack of space in shelters. I do not believe that animals should be mass-produced when many are dying for space. When I moved to Florida, I decided I wanted to help dogs where I lived, so I visited Manatee County Animal Services. They have a wonderful staff and volunteers who are very dedicated to the animals in their care. I've seen the variety of breeds that come into the shelter. I've seen puppies available for adoption. There are a lot of great dogs there who have spent a lot of time in the shelter, some even a year or more. These dogs deserve a family. They deserve to be loved just as much as the puppies that people are spending thousands of dollars on at your local pet stores. I've also met some of the local nonprofit rescues. They're doing great work taking dogs and cats from local shelters and from surrounding areas to help those in need when they do have space. They offer adopters a much bigger selection of smaller breeds and puppies than one might be able to find in a municipal shelter due to their high demand and fast adoptions. My point is that people have options when choosing to get a new pet. I'm aware that some might insist on a specific breed of dog. My answer is there are pure breed rescues out there for them, as well as reputable local breeders. A large portion of the dogs sold in retail stores are not even pure breed. They're now designer breeds that are high demands, such as Labradoodles, Yorkie Poos. These are mixed breed dogs, also known as mutts, which the shelters are overflowing with. If enacted, this measure will help to put an end to suffering of countless animals in substandard breeding facilities and reduce the euthanasia numbers in the state of Florida shelters. By shrinking the retail market for milled pets, more homeless dogs and cats will have a chance to be adopted. More than 70 other cities and counties in the state of Florida have banned the sale of dogs and cats in retail stores. I don't understand why this isn't a no-brainer for Manatee County. Why do we have to fight for this? Thank you for giving me the time to use my voice for the animals since they can't. Please do the right thing and vote in support of this ordinance.
Thank you. Sue Coltsey and then Kate McFall. And by the way, Seth, how many people do you have on the phone at this point?
Madam Chair, roughly we have about 10 people waiting for public comment.
Let them know it's going to be a while because we've got about 60 people that I have cards on.
Yes,
Okay?
ma'am. Understood.
So it's going to be a while. Just let them know. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I'll pass it down. Good afternoon.
I'm Sue Colsey. I was one of the co-founders of Animal Network back in 1999, and I retired as president a couple years ago, but I'm still active in animal welfare. I'm not going to talk about the state of the animals. I'm going to talk about money. We are not trying to put Petland out of business. We are asking them to delete one product line. Fact, 9 U.S. Petland stores and all Canadian stores do not sell puppies and kittens. The 9 in this country are 4 in Ohio, 2 in Pennsylvania, 1 in New Mexico, 1 in Texas, 1 in Indiana. According to the American Pet Products Association, Americans spent $103 billion on their pets in 2020 on pet food products and services. According to the World Pet Association in 2019, it's very important. The pet stores that only sold dry goods reported more total revenue at $403 per square foot than those that sold animals at $246 per square foot. Petland could replace their puppy and kitten product line with any of these services, the same as are provided in many counties' pet supply stores that don't sell puppies and kittens. Clothing, boarding, grooming, insurance, dog training classes, dental cleaning, local food delivery. Some of the stores sell very high-quality pet food and provide premium customer service with employees well-educated about food products and nutritional counseling. They partner with local rescue groups to provide pets for adoption, and they host adoption events. Adopters purchase supplies for their new pets while they're in the stores. From Petland's corporate website, Petland's Adopt a Pet program has been a tremendous success, with Petland store operators collectively placing over 250,000 homeless pets in the last 10 years. Remember, people who adopt pets return to purchase food and related supplies. So Petland does have an adoption program similar to PetSmart. Petland tells you they would be out of business if they didn't sell puppies and kittens. Here's some example of profit from other national chains. Petco paid $60 million for a 22-year naming contract for the San Diego Padres baseball stadium, which cost $2,700,000 per year. Must come from profits. Petco partners with local rescue and shelter partners for adoption of spayed and neutered pets. They've provided 6.5 million animals adoptions from their stores through rescues and shelters. And they donated more than $300 million for animal welfare across the country since 1990. PetSmart USA provides adoption centers for spayed and neutered pets from local rescues and shelter partners. $9 million to shelter pets and rescues. 9 million shelter and rescue pets have found homes through PetSmart adoption centers, and PetSmart has adopted over $444 million. There's also a third page for anybody that wants to read a little more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Nelson, I called your name earlier, and I think I saw you. Did you want to come and speak now? Martin, I'm sorry. Martin. And then after is Kate McFall. State your name and what county you're from, please.
It's Michelle Martin, and I'm from Manatee County. I grew up with a rich understanding of personal responsibility and limited government, but many people have been taught incorrectly, and so they don't understand limited government, so they've been taught to submit to the government and comply. Because of this, we've allowed government to be the ruler over people. If we really want America to remain free, we have to stop the government from restricting our liberties. I called one of the commissioners about this motion to prevent the ability of a private citizen to sell cats and dogs. I said, this is wrong. You know that there's abuse in the supply chain. Deal with the abuse. You don't have the authority to limit commerce and free enterprise for all, because crime is present at some points in the supply chain. The response was, well, the government tells businesses all the time what they can and can't sell. But that's the way we've been doing it, is not a reason to continue doing it when we realize what we've been doing is wrong. I loathe animal abuse, and anyone found to be doing anything that abuses animals should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But you don't have the authority to prevent a law-abiding citizen from engaging in business just because there's a chance that illegal activity at some point exists in the supply chain. There's sex trafficking in nail salons and strip clubs. There is labor trafficking in most of our retail products. Why aren't you shutting down nail salons, massage parlors, and places that sell Nike? The truth is you don't have the authority to unilaterally shut down those places, but you do have a responsibility to shut down the crime that's happening in the chain of commerce. The courts have different levels, standards of scrutiny, and when a government entity, in this case the county commission, is violating the fundamental rights of citizens, it comes under strict scrutiny, which means that there's a very high burden of proof on you to justify the violation. And the possibility that dogs are being abused, or even proof that dogs are being abused sometimes, is not enough reason to violate the fundamental rights of all citizens. This is an emotional response to a problem, but it's an unconstitutional response, and that means, should you pass this ruling, it's actually null and void. The fact that it's been done before and that there's law that claims that you have the right is irrelevant. Those laws are equally null and void. The role of government is to secure our inalienable rights. Your job as commissioners is to secure our individual rights. That does not secure our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is free commerce and free enterprise. This actually limits it. I ask you today to remember your role, secure our rights of individuals in Manatee, and vote against the motion.
Thank you. Kate McFall, no clapping, please. Kate McFall, and then Camilla Del Vecchio. Got a feeling I slaughtered that one, too. Mhm. Yeah.
Hi, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Kate McFall from Tallahassee. I'm the Florida State Director for the Humane Society of the United States, and I work on animal protection policies throughout our state and appreciate your time and efforts on this issue. Fortunately, animal welfare issues are not partisan. We work with both right and left-leaning elected officials on all levels of government. Animal protection is more about protecting the vulnerable and right versus wrong than right versus left. This past session, 2021, was the first year a bill was introduced on the state level that would phase out and prohibit the retail sale of dogs and cats. Our Senate sponsor was Senator Jason Broder from Seminole County, and our House sponsor was Sam Killebrew from Polk County. Both strong Republican leaders who are deeply committed to protecting pets and people. Despite what pet stores have said, their own industry reports the massive pet industry is dominated by products and services, not by selling puppies. And dozens of pet stores in Manatee currently, every day, prove this as well. We urge this board to reject the amendment language proposed by the industry, as it would merely maintain the status quo. The best example is from Hillsborough County. In 2017, they passed an ordinance that would allow existing stores to keep selling puppies as long as they source from USDA licensed breeders without certain violations, then came back in 2020 and voted unanimously to prohibit the retail sale of commercially bred dogs and cats. Here's a quote from Commissioner Ken Hagan. In Hillsborough, I'm very proud that our board approved a strong pet retail sales ordinance that did not include any grandfathering language. However, we did provide a reasonable time frame for existing businesses to comply. This proposed industry language would not disqualify a single bad actor the stores are currently sourcing from right now, because the label direct was not used by the USDA. It's no wonder the industry is pushing this language. Even the 2 stores that source puppies from an Iowa breeder with 18 pages of USDA violations from 2021 would be able to continue business as usual. Even if Petland's language on paper would meaningfully regulate where they source their puppies from, it's impractical and nearly impossible to enforce. Animal Services would need to become experts at determining who pet stores' breeders are, if they're USDA licensed, and what their past inspection report history for the past 3 years. Essentially, it would be an unreasonable amount of work for Animal Services. Don't be fooled by them labeling it as compromise. Nothing about it resembles a compromise. The original language, including a phase-out period that would require pet stores to stop selling cats and dogs and to transition to a humane model, makes sense for Manatee County, and they'd be joining 80 other locations around our state. You've been a leader in animal protection. I urge you to support this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmela De Vecchio, and then Cynthia Khan. Is Carmela, oh, there she is. Hello.
Charles is in her way.
Hi,
Yeah.
I'm Carmela Del Vecchio. I'm from Manatee County, and I don't speak well in front of people, but I just want to make it short and sweet. Please pass this ordinance. Save lives and stop the abuse. Thank you.
You're a great public speaker.
Yeah. And you
Cynthia
did it-
Khan, and then Melissa Zepedi.
Did it in 1 minute, 30 seconds.
I know, short and sweet. I love it. She's great.
Saved room for Cynthia.
Yeah.
Cynthia Khan, local person, Manatee County and Sarasota County. Pre-COVID, I stood here for 6 months, 12 meetings, 36 minutes to speak, and I sourced puppies for you from the customer right back to where it was born in those filthy puppy mills. I brought documents, I brought government, state government and federal government papers, USDA documents, inspections, violations, and photos. Everyone in this room knows where these puppies come from. So how will Petland respond when they cannot refute the facts? As a last resort, they will cheerfully volunteer to write an ordinance for you with new rules for them New rules promising to mend their ways. Fun fact, Hillsborough County took this bait. Only 1 year later, the board had to return to their room, to the chamber, and issue and pass an outright ban because, one, stores cannot and will not follow rules. The stores quickly reverted to their old ways. Hillsborough had had enough. Remember with whom we're dealing with here, the Parkers. The Parker family also owns stores in Georgia and South Carolina, and they have huge class action suits against them in both states. Seriously, these are the people who will follow new regulations? By the way, for 11 years, there's a Petland in Fort Walton Beach, Florida, and they refuse to sell puppies. We are looking for you to ban the sale of this one product. This one product because it's significant and it's animal abuse. And why? Because, well, to quote Commissioner Bellamy, he said it best at our last meeting. It is simply the right thing to do. Thank you.
Melissa Zepedi? What is it? Zepeda, okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
with your permission, just remind people not to call names on, so we shouldn't be calling out private citizens and.
I agree.
Did they?
So,
Okay.
just not appropriate, and it doesn't help your cause.
I didn't hear.
After, say your last name for me again?
Zepeda.
Zepeda, okay. Then it'll be Kathy Harder.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am a small business owner, and so I appreciate where the stores are coming from. I'm also a volunteer foster mom for local rescue groups. I was able to take the time off work today to speak to you, but not everyone can. I understand there are a lot of philosophical and political theories about why this ban should or should not be instated. But I ask you to listen to the majority of your citizens. According to the Florida Department State Division of Elections, Manatee County residents voted a whopping 69.1% to end dog racing, even though that meant shutting down over a dozen dog tracks in the state. That's 5,407,000 Manatee County residents alone that stood up for dogs and chose dogs over dog tracks. Many of you on this commission have served with nonprofit groups for many worthy causes in our community. Those of us in these yellow shirts are also volunteers, and like you, we spend our time to save pets' lives. But we need your help. We cannot volunteer our way out of the euthanasia crisis in our state. Florida ranks in the top 5 states in this country that euthanize dogs. Manatee County has done a very, very good job every year of decreasing the amount of their euthanasia rate. But we need your help. We need you to fully ban retail sales. And as for the proposed amendment, I will echo the other speakers. We've already tried this in Hillsborough. Hillsborough County did it, almost this exact proposed amendment. Let's learn from those mistakes. They went a year later and had to correct it. Let's not do that again. Let's go ahead and pass this ban. Side with your community, with your volunteers, your voters. I urge you to vote this ban, and I'll leave you with one of my favorite Bible quotes: "The righteous care for the needs of their animals." It's a proverb quote, and I hope you all side with our community and our rescue groups and the animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Harder and then Ashley Burke. And state your name, where you're from, and you'll have 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kathy Harder. I live in Seminole County, which is a suburb of Orlando. I'm a retired certified public accountant and the unpaid president and treasurer of Orlando Rabbit Care and Adoptions. And as a rabbit rescue, we work with rescues throughout the state, so I'm aware of the situation on the west coast of Florida, even though I'm in the center of the state. First of all, I would like to thank the commissioners for the consideration they're giving to this ordinance to ban the sale of dogs and cats. And I commend you for the inclusion of flea markets along with retail pet stores. I support the ordinance as originally drafted without permitting the sale of the live dogs or cats from breeders that are licensed by the USDA. I was going to talk about Hillsborough, but I think everybody has a point about Hillsborough. But I would like to say that the intent of the proposed ordinance is to address the issue now, not to kick the can down the road and come back and visit it in a year or two. I would also like to ask you to consider adding rabbits to the ordinance. Just a little education, rabbits are the third most dumped pet in the nation. The number can quickly increase as 2 unaltered rabbits can result in 3.4 million rabbits after 4 years. They do what they're known for doing. Many shelters do not accept rabbits, relying on rescues to address the issue, and almost every rabbit rescue in the state is at capacity. And since rabbits are a low-margin product, they really would not impact the financial well-being of a pet store. So adding them to the bill is not going to cause undue harm. You have heard from others about the consumer protection aspects, and I would like to talk about profits. I worked for a very large company in the Orlando area, and I've also worked for an accounting firm where I helped smaller businesses manage their operations and be profitable. According to Pet Business Magazine, the top 25 retailers in North America, out of them only one sells puppies. Less than 5% of sales in pet stores come from the sale of live animals, and only 4% of Americans purchase their dogs from pet stores. The American Pet Products Association in February of 2020 said, after reporting declining animal sales for years, dogs and cat sales are now excluded in their reporting because they are typically obtained outside of the retail pet channel and are a relatively small contributor to overall sales. So that, to me, kind of indicates the argument that it's going to hurt the business of pet stores, kind of puts that to rest. And even if it did impact profits, really shouldn't we consider the life and quality of life of animals over profits? If we're coming down to a decision about something, life trumps profits. We've also heard that, is that my time? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ashley Burke and Susan Lipton. State your name, where you're from. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Ashley Burke. I'm from Brevard County. Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak. I am the founder of Space Coast Bunnies and do not receive any compensation for my work. I live in Brevard, but I help with the overflow of rabbits from Manatee County and surrounding areas. I would like to address a few concerns that have been raised regarding the proposed pet store ordinance and strongly urge you as well to include rabbits. Firstly, regarding the impact on business, the $103 billion pet industry is considered to be recession-proof, and the outlook remains bullish. But as Kathy mentioned, live animals account for roughly 5% of that figure. So stores shifting to a humane model should not experience hardship in this landscape. This is a consumer protection issue, especially relating to rabbits. Pet stores often get the sex wrong, leading to unwanted litters and tremendous financial burden on consumers. Even veterinarians have a difficult time accurately determining gender in young rabbits. So a family purchasing 2 bunnies, often as an impulse buy, are told that they have 2 females or 2 males and are surprised to find out one day that they have a litter. And rabbits can become pregnant the day that they give birth. So these families are burdened with 2 litters now and really no place for them to go. I know in Manatee County, Bishop accepts rabbits, but they're often at capacity, and Manatee County Animal Services does not accept rabbits. So the consumer is left with all of these animals, and getting them spayed or neutered costs a minimum of $300 in Manatee County, and oftentimes much more than that. Just a minute, sorry about that. And to add to that, it is extremely difficult to stop out-of-control breeding. Additionally, rabbits are a low-margin product and have little impact on the overall revenue, as Kathy mentioned. Retail establishments make the majority of their profits from high-margin products like cages, supplies, and ongoing purchases of food, litter, and other services. Adding rabbits to the ordinance will not significantly affect businesses. There is also a concern that adding rabbits to the ordinance would open the floodgates to other animals being included. But the fact is, there is not a ferret or bearded dragon overpopulation problem in Manatee County. They're not being dumped or creating colonies in neighborhoods. Rabbits, as again mentioned, were the third most dumped pet after dogs and cats. Pet stores are creating a harm and putting costs on the community. Consumers, rescues, and taxpayers are left shouldering that burden. It is the role of government to protect the welfare of its citizens and the community as a whole. We are in a position to learn the lessons of Lee and Hillsborough counties that softer ordinances don't work. Again, 80 other localities and 13 other counties have passed similar ordinances and have received wide bipartisan support. It is time for Manatee County, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I
Yes,
just
sir.
make a quick comment? Look, I do understand people have the right to come here and advocate for changes to the ordinance. The board should recognize that if we were going to add an entire other species of animal, we have not advertised this for that. So that's something that would require us to go back through an advertising period. There's some case law that says if you're changing the purpose of the ordinance, then you have to re-advertise, and I do think that would trigger it. That's not to prevent anybody from advocating their position, but I don't want them to be upset later if that comes up, so.
Thank you, sir. I was wondering about that. Susan Lipton and then Stacy Mazagillison?
That was good.
Probably not.
Can't wait to see what it really is. She may be upstairs.
Good afternoon. I'm Sue Lipton, and I'm from Sarasota.
Thank you, darling. You'll have 3 minutes.
Well, I'm going to be very brief, but I'm going to speak from my heart. I fully support the retail ban on the sale of animals. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry, no clapping.
All right, Stacy, I'm not going to say that last name again.
We want to know what it is, though.
No, you want to know.
I know. See if she really slaughtered it.
Oh, I'm sure I did. I'm not saying it again.
Massengalinden.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's Stacy Mazza-Gilkison.
Almost.
I wasn't too far off, was I?
Sorry. No, you weren't far off.
Pretty good.
Resident and business owner in Manatee County. Good afternoon. I want to thank you for once again letting us speak with you today, and I wanted to urge you to vote in favor of passing an ordinance to totally ban the retail sale of puppies and kittens. Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore, for not letting this issue go and for always being in the forefront of this fight. Thank you, Commissioner Cruz, for stating in the past that you were in favor of the ban. You said we didn't wait for people to do the right thing and stop going to greyhound races or stop buying ivory or shark fin soup. We acted on it, and because it just made sense, that's what we should do now. Thank you, Commissioner Bellamy, for in the past saying that you would be in support, that you did more research and changed your stance. You stated it was an issue of right and wrong, and we 100% agree. Thank you, Commissioner Servia, for stating in the past that you would support the ban. You brought up how Manatee County has worked very hard to be no-kill, and that we are costing taxpayers monies, and it's working against our efforts to have pet stores here. Commissioner Austin Bridge made the statement that he was a defender of liberty and liberty means choice, and so he was against the ban. So I just wanted to say that this ban would not take away anyone's choices. The people will still have choices on finding a pet to bring into their family. I stated last time I was here how I adopted 3 purebred dogs. A caller after me stated that I was just lucky for getting a purebred, and I wasn't lucky. All I did was do a 5-minute internet search on Dachshund Rescues. I had quite a number to choose from Lowrider Dachshund Rescue to Dare to Florida Dachshund Rescue. You want a boxer? There's Florida Boxer Rescue, Australian Shepherd, Aussian Me Rescue, Havanese Angel League Rescue. I could go on all day long about these purebred rescues, not to mention all the humane societies, the animal services, and the general rescues that also adopt out purebred dogs. Then, of course, you still have the option of finding a reputable breeder that you can go and visit. You see how they operate, and you're skipping over the middleman, which is the pet store. The facts are the USDA does not have the resources to regulate puppy mills. They don't. And pet stores are known for purchasing from puppy mills, some of which are on the Humane Society's horrible 100 list. As a business owner, I know there is no easy button, but all they have to do is change their business model. We are not asking them to close, and we're not asking anyone to lose their jobs. Petland is a single remaining national pet store chain that still sells puppies, refusing to change and work with local shelters and rescues like other pet store chains. I just please urge you to vote in favor of
Thank you.
this ban.
Tracy Lipton and Wendy Payne.
Oh, no. I just recognized the name.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Yes, the overhead, is that what you want? Oh.
Oh, great picture.
See it?
Madam Clerk, can you use that?
Can't use
Well,
it.
how
Can't
if I
use
have a
that,
paper
sweetheart.
picture?
You have to leave whatever you show us like that with the clerk, and we can't take
I
your
have
phone.
one for you.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Thank you, I appreciate it.
That one doesn't show very good.
Yeah.
Could you
All
please
her
put the
time's going.
document on the document camera instead of your phone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
We've got 30 seconds gone already, talking.
It's going?
Yeah.
That's not fair. Okay, this is from a Petland customer who could not be here. She has contacted all of you in the past. I have the corresponding information, which I will hand in. This person, Bonnie, called me for help as I am active in the animal community. On July 27th of last year, Bonnie bought a puppy from the Bradenton Petland for $1,800. A $200 acclimation kit, whatever that is required for every puppy purchased, so she paid $2,000. He came with what Petland said was a health certificate signed by the Petland's veterinarian. Bonnie named the puppy Buddy. That picture is Buddy. 2 days later, Buddy became very sick. Taking him to Petland's vet as they directed, Buddy was tested for parvovirus, a highly contagious disease which is usually a death sentence. The vet kept Buddy to treat him. One vet at the clinic told Bonnie they had 3 other puppies come in from Petland that morning and were all parvovirus positive. The vet then said Buddy was getting worse, so we need to go to an emergency clinic. That was done, and despite emergency care and days of sorrow, Buddy died a couple of days later. He was on IV fluids, had nasal gastric tube inserted, which is a tube through his tiny nose to his stomach to feed him as he could not eat. Bonnie is still not over this. She had fallen in love with Buddy. The only fortunate thing was that she had no other dogs that could also have gotten sick from Buddy and died. This is consumer fraud. As Bonnie was told she was getting a healthy puppy. It is heartache that is all too common from the puppy mills, AKA Petland Puppy, and it is animal abuse. And Bonnie is not alone. I have literally had people contact me frequently with a story about this. I've met several of them outside of Petland protests that have stopped to show me their dogs that have passed away or that were ill, or as they were going in to bring their dogs back. Please vote to enact the ordinance to stop Petland from hurting consumers and animals. Please stop Petland from selling puppies and kittens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Wendy Payne and Stuart David. State your name, where you're from. You'll have 3 minutes, please.
I'll take it over there.
As soon as the major's done. Love that.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Wendy Payne, and I'm in Manatee County. Thank you for letting me speak today. My speech is short, you'll be pleased to hear, as my fellow animal lovers here have many important points to convey, but I feel compelled to speak having attended the last meeting. My 8 years in the US have been spent in beautiful Manatee County, and as a Brit, I'm proud to call it my home. I've had 4 important jobs in my life: a wife, a mother, a grandmother, and a teacher. As a teacher, I help teach our children the importance of right from wrong. That starts at a young age, and as adults, we have to lead by example. And that is why we are all here today, to lead by example. The sale of puppies and kittens in pet stores is wrong. The horror stories we have heard, not just on the internet, but between these 4 walls, speak for themselves. Puppy mills are wrong. Again, the horror stories speak for themselves.
I do not believe, and quite honestly, I do not want to believe, that anyone in this room today can say that keeping a dog in a tiny, filthy cage for its entire life, breeding litter after litter, is right. Stop the demand and we stop the supply. We are all here today as compassionate animal lovers to ask our county to do the right thing and pass this ban. Thank you.
Stewart David, or is it David Stewart? Okay, all right, and Deanna Dobos.
Dobos?
What's that?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Stuart David. I live in Sarasota County. You've seen pictures of puppy mills, and if you haven't closed your eyes or turned away, you likely wanted to. You may want to believe that the ugly images are aberrations, but that's simply not true. Many of them are the norm. There's no such thing as a good puppy mill. They're designed to make money, not care for animals. The ordinance modification they seek is a sham, a smokescreen. Puppy mills range from terrible to horrible. I've been inside a USDA inspected puppy mill. Let me tell you what I saw. Wire cages with wire flooring with multiple dogs crammed so tightly into each cage that they're often unable to turn around. It was an unbelievable, gut-wrenching thing to witness, and let me be clear, this is legal, and this is standard operating procedure. The cages were stacked several on top of each other with no bedding, with crusty feces and urine caked on the cages and caked on the animals unlucky enough to not be on the top row. This is legal, and this is standard operating procedure. The puppy mill I visited was in the Midwest, and the cages were outside, with almost no protection from the extreme heat, cold, rain, or snow. This is legal, and this is standard operating procedure. The females are bred over and over and over again until they can no longer carry a litter, and then they're killed. Again, this is perfectly legal, and again, this is standard operating procedure. The puppies get to leave the puppy mills weeks after birth, yet many suffer serious ongoing health problems because their mother's sickly bodies were depleted from being constantly bred and stressed from the horrible conditions. This isn't just physical abuse, it's psychological abuse. I don't believe I'm being hyperbolic when I say that the animals are being tortured and driven insane. This is the puppy mill industry, where maximizing profits means no mercy for the animals. If people could see where the dogs come from, they wouldn't buy them. What I saw was disgusting and unforgettable, and the fact that it is legal is infuriating and it's outrageous. In fact, it's legal, I'm sorry. We've been passing laws to protect animals in this country for almost 200 years. I've read the Constitution, and nobody has a right to abuse animals. It's not in there. Manatee County can get on the right side of history and join the over 400 municipalities that have banned the sale of puppy mill dogs. And you can do it now. You can do it today, and add your names to those who have taken a stance against this horrific form of animal abuse. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Diana Dobos and Terry Passarelli?
Hello, Commissioners. Excuse me. My name is Diana Dobos. I'm an attorney here in Manatee County. I find it very strange that Petland is trying to argue that the proposed ordinance would put them out of business or be bad for business. That just doesn't make any sense on its face, given the fact that the vast majority of pet stores already use an adoptions-only model and do not sell commercially bred puppies and kittens. This portion of the objection is simply misleading. According to Pet Business Magazine, in 2020, among the top 25 pet retailers in North America, only one, Petland, sold puppies. Every other major pet retailer has not only been able to move away from this ugly, outdated practice, but has already successfully done so. More compelling, our neighbors Sarasota, Hillsborough, and DeSoto counties all have ordinances prohibiting commercial pet sales. And somehow, there are still dozens of successful pet stores in all these counties. So how is this ordinance bad for business? And actually, there are plenty of pet stores in Manatee County that thrive without selling commercially bred puppies and kittens. And this ordinance won't impact any of them. Petco, PetSmart, and Pet Supermarket are all major chains with hundreds of stores between them, all have stores in Manatee County, and all do in-store adoptions, not sales. Business seems good. Wolfgang Bakery and Grooming, the 8th largest pet store chain in North America, actually recently surpassed Petland. They have a store in Lakewood Ranch. The owners of Wolfgang have been extremely public in their opposition to selling puppies in pet stores, stating that good pet stores do not sell puppies and responsible breeders do not sell to pet stores. And of course, there are tons of smaller niche pet stores like Positively Healthy and Pets Life Naturally, both locally owned here in Manatee, that regularly partner with the local rescue groups for in-store adoptions. So how is this ordinance bad for business if it's literally standard practice for all other major retailers? In fact, as mentioned before, Petland itself operates plenty of stores that don't do retail sales of animals. None of the 36 Canadian Petland stores sells animals, and 9 of Petland's U.S. stores have stopped. Excuse me, most recently in San Antonio, they passed a law similar to the one discussed here today. That store moved to an adoptions-only model, and is still doing fine. So the fact is, all other major retailers, trade organizations, and pet loans own other locations disprove the idea that this is somehow bad for business. The argument makes no sense. Please don't buy the bigness protection angle. All the other pet businesses are doing fine without selling tortured puppy mill animals. If Petland is in danger, which the evidence does not support, it's from their own substandard, outdated business practices and not from this ordinance.
Terry Passarelli and, oh boy, Sanjay Schwartz?
Like our Sanjay? Schwartz.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Terry Passarelli.
Yes.
The U.S. Humane Society tells us that there are more than 10,000 puppy mills in our country.
Terry, where are you from, please?
Manatee County.
Okay, that's interesting.
About 2.6 million puppies sold each year originate from puppy mills. Licensed puppy mills inflict unimaginable suffering on breeding dogs. Commissioners, you are the only answer to shutting down the pipeline between puppy mills and pet stores in Manatee County. What about the USDA? It's the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Aren't they inspecting these puppy mills? There's been a drop in inspections and enforcement when it's found that animals are treated horribly and receive no vet care. Breeders do not comply with the rules set by the Animal Welfare Act. The USDA performs few, if any, inspections. The Humane Society has conducted investigations of Petland, revealing sick and injured animals left for days without treatment. Unsuspecting customers who buy the puppies are misled about the health of the animals. The Humane Society received complaints about more than 1,400 sick puppies, many requiring thousands of dollars in vet care, plus the ones that died. At the workshop some months ago, 4 of you agreed to bring this to a vote. In addition to Commissioners Whitmore and Servia, Commissioner Bellamy described his awakening to supporting these helpless animals and stated, "It's the right thing to do." And I remind you of my email conversation last July with Commissioner Cruz during his campaign. Commissioner, at that time, you detailed your obvious strong support for animal welfare. You got my vote after that. I know we can count on you today. You must vote outright to ban sales of animals in retail stores, no grandfathering. As a conservative Republican, I know that small business makes our country run. 2 things to know: the retail shops are not required to shut down. Why not deal successfully in pet food and supplies? Next, people like pet landowners and employees make their money by contributing to the lifelong horrific suffering of helpless animals. You're the only 7 people to provide Manatee County residents with what they want. If you don't vote to ban sales of puppies and other animals in retail shops, you too are supporting cruelty on a huge scale. Vote to ban the sales. As Commissioner Bellamy stated, it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
After Sergi is Renee Rivard.
My name is Sonia Schwartz. I'm from Pasco County. And, sorry,
Don't be nervous.
I'm the vice president of Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue. I know you will have to re-advertise the inclusion of rabbits. However, I do urge you to do so. Not a single day goes by that we do not get a call from a rabbit that has been abandoned, has been left out to fend for itself. A rabbit that was clearly bought at a pet store for a kid as a birthday gift for Easter. Maybe it was a Father's Day gift or for Christmas. We do get a good amount, maybe a third of rabbits that are found here in Manatee County. Animal Services and the Humane Society do not take rabbits at all. The only other shelter is Bishop SPCA, and they currently have 30 adoptable rabbits. I don't know how many they have that are currently waiting for their surgeries, but this has got to stop. So please, pass this ordinance to ban the sale of dogs and cats in pet stores, and then include rabbits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee Rivard and, oh my, Kathy Getchus?
She put a phonetic
It doesn't help, no.
What does it say? Ketchum? Thank you for putting the phonetic spelling.
Yes, it's a tough one.
You can't find it.
Renee, if you
Must be a
state where
teacher.
you're from and your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes. Renee Rivard. I am a former resident of Manatee County. My family lives in Manatee County, and I just sold my home in Tampa, so I am a future resident of Manatee County. You received an email from Dr. Betsy Colville, a Tampa Bay area veterinarian. Dr. Colville couldn't make it here today, but I want to read a few things from that email. Dr. Colville has been a USDA accredited veterinarian for over 33 years. She says that USDA inspections have been reduced, including past violation follow-ups. She goes on to talk about how lax the USDA standards are and says what the pet-owning public would consider cruel and inhumane is perfectly legal and licensed under USDA guidelines. Dr. Colville said, "We cannot stop the reprehensible large-scale breeding methods used until we stop buying the puppies. This is not the county putting people out of business, but the end of an antiquated method of pet sales. The public can no longer justify or tolerate the methods being used towards animals in the 21st century." She says, as a veterinarian who has seen the horrors of the suppliers, I strongly recommend the county move forward with a humane and moral decision and prohibit all retail sales of commercially bred dogs and cats. I concur. And if this ban doesn't pass in its original form today, we promise that we will be back again. Thank you.
After Kathy is Laura Weiss.
Madam Chair, how come we have all the greens first? I mean,
I don't know, I'm
All signed up?
naming them the way I received them.
Oh, okay.
That's all I.
We signed up as a group.
It's like weird.
Trying together.
Yeah, they must have got here early.
Hi, my name is Kathy Getchus. I'm a Manatee County resident. I am also a retired New Jersey certified animal control officer. Since being in Florida from 2005 until now, I have fostered many, many rabbits. I'm currently a volunteer with Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue. Until recently was on their board. I would really, really love to see rabbits added to this ordinance. I know you have to have advertising, and it probably won't come right away. However, the adoption of this ordinance for cats and dogs is a start. And I implore you all to please let it pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Laura is David Smith. Wait until you're up to the microphone, sweetheart. Thank you.
Charles has got to pick it up. There you go.
I'm from Manatee County. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Laura Weiss. As a local person, I am one of thousands who volunteer for local rescues, shelters, and sanctuaries. Each year, we put in millions of dollars of man-hours caring for Manatee's sick, abandoned, and homeless animals. We do this for animals, and we do it for the community. We have wanted a ban on the sale of puppies and kittens for a long time. The time is now. We can no longer be ignored. Dog racing was a thing, it is no longer. Ringling Brothers was a thing, their elephants had been put to pasture, thank goodness. And entire states are banning the sale of puppies. People and organizations have grown aware that we do not own these animals, we are their caretakers. Petland, their lobbyists, lawyers, and all stores that sell puppies are not their caretakers, they're the exploiters. The volunteers that I represent are asking Manatee County to support us. Please acknowledge us. Please show appreciation for the work that we do. Please join us, your caretakers, and ban the sale of puppies and kittens in stores. Thank you.
Thank you. David Smith and then Curtis Marsh.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm David Smith. I have a veterinarian office here in Manatee County, resident of Sarasota County. My veterinary office in Manatee County is not associated with any pet stores. I also have a veterinary office in Sarasota County that a Petland came to me a few years ago and asked me to take care of their puppies, and I still do. And I also have a veterinary office in Hillsborough County that is not associated with any pet stores. When they asked me to take care of their puppies, this one Petland store did, I wanted to know what I was getting into, and I actually visited breeders in the Midwest, distribution centers, brokers in the Midwest, and at one point went back and worked with the Purdue Center for Animal Welfare in teaching these breeders and distributors to use best practices. I saw facilities that had warmed floors and running water for their animals. I was very impressed with them, their integrity, their passion, their morals, their ethics. These were not puppy mills. I have seen puppy mills in the news in Manatee County and in Sarasota County. Your very own sheriff's office has shut down these horrible, horrible puppy mills. Yep. They're bad. Another thing I learned on those trips was that rescue groups often outbid the pet stores for the puppies from these commercial breeding facilities. So to be clear, these are not puppy mills. These are commercial breeding facilities that are inspected by the USDA, of which I am a USDA accredited veterinarian, have been for 34 years. I got notes here. I want to try to get everything to you. Oh, the fact that pet stores sell so many non-pet related, billions of dollars of items, that is because there are that many pet owners in this country. Pet ownership is through the roof. It's going crazy. It's up, up, up. The pandemic made it worse. That is because there is a demand for puppies. The citizens want puppies. They're going to find puppies. I personally like to adopt and save a life, but the shelters can only provide so many, and it's often pit bull mixes, not pure breeds. So that demand is going to be met. And what I saw and continue to see in Hillsborough and Sarasota County is that demand being met by real puppy mills, selling their puppies off of Craigslist and parking lots. Not good, not good at all. If you take away the very heavily regulated, sale of retail pets, and trust me, it's more regulated than nuclear medicine in this country. There's a paper trail this long. Your own inspectors can go in at any time unannounced and demand to see that paper trail. And I've watched a pet store open up notebook after notebook after notebook with just all this paper of every step that puppy goes from where it was born to here, to here, to here, what care it got, what was done. It's quite the trail. They're looking out for their best interests. I'm comfortable with it. But if you take away the regulated sale of puppies, think about the consequence. Unintended, I would guess. That demand, that void will be filled with real puppy mills. That's
you,
why
sir.
I'm against this ban.
Curtis Marsh, and then Gloria Nova Fusion, I think. It looks. State your name, sir. Where are you from? You'll have 3 minutes.
Real quick, my name is Curtis Marsh. I'm from Pasco County. I'm the president of Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue. Sorry, more rabbits. You've heard that.
Oh, rabbits?
Rabbits, yes. I want the dog and cats to pass so that you can then come back and add rabbits. We kind of expected that to be the situation. The issue is, again, the stores, and it's not just pet. Now, everyone keeps saying this is against Petland, but you're also talking flea markets, pet supermarket, which sells rabbits. And I charge you to go into any of the pet supermarkets and ask them for a pair of rabbits and tell them you want 2 girls, and then wait 4 months and see if you actually have 2 girls when you have 7 more rabbits. We get calls, again, once a month. It's someone, they don't call us when they have the first litter. It's not till they have the second litter. So they've got 13 and they don't realize they've got another litter on the way before they find a rescue. So it explodes real quickly. So pass the dog and cats and then come back and consider rabbits. Thank you.
After Gloria is MK Means.
Okay.
And then after MK, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Hello, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to be heard today. My name is Gloria Nova Fusen, and I'm a resident of Sarasota County. When the concept of consumer choice is introduced, know that Petland takes an emotional marketing approach in which emotion is leveraged to influence a potential customer to identify with and buy a product. While emotion is put at the forefront, cost is not. This type of product may very well be an exception to the rule in the area of consumer transparency. If you go into Petco or Walmart, you can clearly see the cost of the item, whether it's a roll of toilet paper, a bag of kibble, or for that matter, a car. You don't see Poodle, $3,500, with easy-to-qualify financing rates. It's exceeding 100% posted on the cage of that dog. Choice is impaired, they aren't told the cost, the financing charge, and the emotional trump card is played. You go out the door, dog in hand, with a carload of supplies and a new monthly bill headed your way. Thank you.
I'm going to break in right now. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge said he needs to break in before the recess. Commissioner, did you?
Got one more.
What's going
I
on,
just
sir?
want to chime in. Well, I just want to chime in and say that I think the county attorney was trying to make a point earlier on the subject of rabbits that this is not, I respect everybody driving down here to talk to us, but rabbits is not the agenda item. It's not on topic. So maybe we could ask people to steer away from rabbits, and since we have 5 hours of public comment coming, and sort of stick to cats and dogs. Would the board support that spirit of that initiative?
I would. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Hi.
I am MK Means, and I've lived in Manatee County since I was 3 years old. I'm not going to tell you when that was, but I've been here all my life, and I care about this community and about the animals that share it with us. I don't need to tell you how horrible and cruel puppy mills are. If you've been listening today and listening to your constituents and paying attention, you know that. I don't need to show you the photos of horrific conditions in puppy mills and the abused animals who are imprisoned in them. If you've seen the photos that you've been shown in these chambers, you know that. I don't need to quote people who have bought puppy mill dogs from pet stores, telling about the health problems the dogs have and the enormous vet bills they've incurred. If you've done any research on this, you know that. What I do need, and what all the animal advocates here today need, is for you to hear our pleas to ban pet stores from selling puppy mill dogs in Manatee County. These stores do not need to sell live animals to make money. The pet supply industry in this country is huge. In 2020 in the US, $103.6 billion was spent on our pets, and $42 billion of that on pet food and treats alone. In 2021, it's estimated that $109.6 billion will be spent on pets. These numbers were reported by the American Pet Products Association at the 2021 State of the Industry presentation on March 24th. In closing, I'd just like to say that it seems to me that many politicians these days are more interested in ruling than governing, in pandering to certain base groups just to get another term in office. Elected officials are civil servants, put in office to serve the people of the communities in which they live. If you don't listen to your constituents' wants and needs, you violate your oaths of office. Please don't be those politicians who subvert the will of the people. Please be the leaders who truly care about Manatee County and the animals that share it. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead now and take a 10-minute recess.
an extra day to prepare.
All right, let's get back, shall we? Would everybody take their seats, please?
I'd like to call the question, Madam Chair.
Hush up. You see my face. And can someone, Seth, can someone shut that door?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go back. I still have many people that want to speak. Taylor Benke, Marianne Conlon, and after that, Tom DeSilva, I believe. State your name, where you're from, and you'll have 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Taylor Beneke. I'm a born and raised Manatee County resident, and I live in District 4.
If you would just get a little bit closer to that microphone, it would help.
I apologize.
No, that's good. Thank you.
My job, my passion, is to create long-life bonds and to create families. My duty is to ensure all of our puppies come from well-cared-for and well-vetted breeders. Each year, I, myself, Stephen, my husband, and Tegan, our general manager, go on trips around the country to see our breeders and their dogs and their cats. We see how well-loved they are, as each fur baby has their own name, as they are not a number. They are extensions of each and every one of the breeder's family. From early on, they are well looked after, and from breeders who have become our very close friends, all the way until they arrive at our store to being checked in by myself, as I am also the kennel manager. I have been trained under people with more than 35 years of veterinary experience, from corporate trainings, management trainings, to vet tech school, as well as being under our veterinarian, whom I speak with almost daily. I pride myself in the knowledge and understanding for the care and well-being of not just the puppies and kittens in our store, but for all of our animals. It is my job to ensure that they stay healthy, to vaccinate them under the direction of our attending veterinarian, to getting their dewormings, and to learning each one of their names. Yes, they all have names. They have personalities and character traits, so if I see something is off, I'm able to take a step forward and take care of that baby to make sure that they're getting the extra care they need. We learned that some puppies prefer to be cuddled when they're eating. Some prefer a bed over a blanket. Some learn that if they make a goofy noise, they'll get a little bit of extra attention. They know when and how to put a smile on our faces daily. My career is a choice that I wanted to be able to wake up and be happy going to work every morning, that even though I love every one of them as they're my own, that I know I'm doing the right thing by finding them their homes. So my question to you as a constituent of Manatee County is, if we are supposedly in the wrong by loving and cherishing these pets, then how has Petland Bradenton been in business for over 20 years? Despite what the activists say, we grow and thrive together as a business and as a family, and our customers do love us. We learn daily and improve our efforts daily. We want to be a resource for all of Manatee County and how to properly look after their loved ones and their furry, reptile, all of them. Please don't move forward with the ban. However, move forward with the buying standard so that, again, we can grow and thrive together as a family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marianne Conlon and Tom DeSilva, in that order.
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Conlon, and I'm a Sarasota County resident. As a lawyer, one researches the outcome of previous cases present as evidence to the judge. This afternoon, you commissioners are the judges. Let Petland write their own ordinances like the fox guarding the hen house. Let's look at what happened in Hillsborough. Hillsborough County accepted a watered-down ordinance drawn up by the stores, which allowed 3 pet stores to buy only from breeders with a certain amount of violations. It is like the one they have presented to you today. And like this one, they tried to pass off on Sarasota County commissioners, but they didn't bite. Hillsborough did. And 2 things became a huge problem. One, there was no way to monitor the stores where they were buying them from. Puppies came and went on a daily basis with no policing to check the paperwork. And even if they could, there was another problem. Stores often buy or often use puppy brokers as middlemen to purchase them. Therefore, not even the store knows where the puppy came from. It's basically puppy laundering. So Hillsborough County Commissioners went back to the drawing board and passed a real ordinance that said no more selling puppies and kittens. Please don't believe that a so-called compromise ordinance will be effective. You can learn from others. It will be business as usual, unacceptable. Interesting, no one buys from puppy mills. Ask any pet store. They say no. But if that were true, there would not be 10,000 puppy mill stores still in business today. Out of 392 places that have passed an effective ordinance, 74 are in Florida, along with Orange County as of this June. They have 5 pet stores. Let's get out of the dark ages. Let's stop allowing thousands of abused puppies and kittens to be trafficked into your county from an industry that defrauds consumers. Let's pass the real effective ordinance. Thank you for your time. And I have something for the commissioner.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
just want to say that all the things we're hearing about Hillsborough, just so you know, I know that none of the pet stores were Petlands in Hillsborough. They were other retail pet
All right,
stores.
I'm not worried about Hillsborough, this is Manatee.
I
so.
am telling the facts, please.
Tom DeSilva and then Stephanie Shantz.
Hi, Tom DeSilva from Sarasota County, former Manatee resident. It is time to stop the suffering of the families of Manatee County who are buying sick animals. It is time to stop the suffering of the sick animals coming from the heartless puppy mills. It is time to join with other counties such as Sarasota, Hillsborough, DeSoto, even Orange County, which has 5 stores, and a growing number of other Florida governments, and tell these pet stores that it is not okay to sell animals that are coming from these breeding factories. It is time to support Florida Attorney General in her lawsuit against Petland for knowingly selling sick animals to your residents. It is time also to let your residents know that you will protect them from frauds. Residents like Dawn, a woman who just last year bought a $3,500 kitten from the Petland in this county, a kitten that came with fatal heart condition, undetected by Petland's own veterinarian, who gave the kitten a clean bill of health. It is time to let Petland in this county know it is not okay to sell a puppy like little Tucker to yet another resident, Sandy. Her dog Tucker, who was sold for $2,400, and just 4 days of being in his new home, developed a cough, diarrhea, a highly contagious parasite, liver issues requiring surgery, and the necessity of lifelong care. And to top it off, little Tucker had a distemper, another highly contagious disease which is 80% fatal to puppies. It is horrible a way to die, and I'll hand you paperwork to prove. The breeders of these 2 poor animals have USDA license, a license that means almost nothing as inspections are way down and penalties for these animal abuse are practically non-existent. It is time to stop the heartbreak as we watch these young animals suffer painful diseases or deaths, not even mentioning their parents enduring the most egregious treatments in the puppy mills facilities right at this moment. It is time to realize that pet stores selling animals, not products, also triggering an irrefutable problem of overpopulation in our animal shelters and rescue groups. These stores must be stopped from selling a life, not a product, a life. A life that was never supposed to be turned into a product for sale in some stores' shelves. It is time, and finally it is time to pass this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stephanie and then Neil Binky, I think.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Shantz, and I'm from Manatee County. Manatee County prides itself on being pro-business, and this ordinance is perfectly aligned with that objective. The retail pet industry market is dominated by the sale of products and services, not the sale of puppies, and it is on an explosive trajectory. Last year, Americans spent $103 billion on their pets, and experts predict the market will continue to grow. The nation's most successful pet stores, like countless small businesses and mom-and-pop shops, succeed by listening to what their customers want. Most stores have added high-quality pet food, delivery, grooming, boarding, training, or pop-up veterinary clinics, and adoption events, among other innovations. These stores understand what the outliers do not. Animal cruelty and consumer deception do not make for good business. Kindness and initiative do, and the market rewards them. The stores that sell puppy mill dogs rely on old assumptions, specifically that lack of transparency about where the pet store puppies come from and the severity of their health conditions are okay, and that the dissatisfied customers can simply return or exchange the animals involved. Try telling that to the parents of children who have quickly come to love their new pet as a member of the family. Please make the right decision and pass the ban. Thank you.
After Neil, it's Shelley Anderson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Neil Bennica. I represent one of the 3 families operating Petland Bradenton,
And where are you from, Neil? In Manatee County?
Sarasota County.
Okay, thank you.
Firstly, I wish to reiterate that Petland franchise is not a corporate outlet like a PetSmart or a Petco. Completely different things. Our stores are independently owned and operated. We are family businesses. Here in Bradenton, the store has existed and served the community for 21 years. 21 years doing lawful business with no citations, no sanctions for wrongdoing, not even a warning. In fact, the store has maintained an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau for all this time. Here in Manatee County, we do the right thing. We are not only employers, taxpayers, we are also husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, and pet owners. Yes, our dogs sleep on our beds and our cats walk in our furniture too. We not only serve our community, we are our community. Secondly, pet supplies represents a very small percentage of our business. From the ground up, our store's design, the leasehold improvements, all the build-outs, the fixtures, the fittings, the specialized equipment, revolve around the proper maintenance and retail of pets and puppies. This is the substantial investment that we make, and it is also the long-term debt that we carry and still owe, not to mention the very hefty long-term leases, which are our commitments to our landlords. Thinking we can convert our business into a dog food or accessory store is understandable, but it's a misread. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of our business structure, the nature of our assets and resources. It is not possible, financially or really physically, to repurpose the overwhelming majority of our assets and our investment to this end. There is no doubt that this pet ban will shut down our business. Between 2 businesses, it will unemploy approximately 50 people, devastating their lives and that of their families' independence. For the owners, it's a forcible loss of our investments, our retirement, our assets, possibly facing bankruptcy with no income and no livelihood. So while victory's been celebrated when a pet ban passes, the real life effects is on our community. The real world impact is on the families and the people in your districts. Closing lawful businesses and taking away people's jobs and opportunities, this is not Sarasota County, this is Manatee County. We welcome and love business here. In the last 12 years of pet bans being passed, there is no measurable data, no stats, no numbers, even from the HSUS that would suggest these bans work. Why? Because bans don't work. They're a zero-sum game. This is a complex and nuanced issue which demands an equally nuanced solution. I implore you to look at the proposed increased standards and regulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Shelley Anderson and, oh boy, Michaela Taylor, I hope. State your name, and you'll have 3 minutes, and where you're from.
Good afternoon. My name is Shelley Anderson, and I'm a Manatee County resident. I live in District 4. I am the Inventory Control Manager at Petland Bradenton, and have been for the past 11 years. My job is a difficult one. It is my responsibility to purchase products at the lowest price and set retail prices reasonable enough to keep customers happy while maximizing profitability. We keep hearing Petland can just convert to a regular pet supply store. And I'm here to explain just one of the many reasons why it just isn't reasonable for our store. Petland is a franchise. We are not a chain store. The stores are individually owned and operated. We are essentially a mom and pop store with a branded name. Mom and pop stores, pet supply stores, are a dying breed. The reason for this is clear. We simply do not have the buying power of the large chain stores or online stores to compete with their low pricing. The majority of our products are purchased at cost prices much the same and often higher than these stores' selling prices, resulting in our selling prices being too high to be competitive. Customers constantly ask us to match PetSmart, Petco, and Pet Supermarket prices, which is impossible for us to do if we are to maintain a profitable margin, and thus we lose customers to these larger stores on a daily basis. A conversion for our store would undoubtedly result in closure. I have kept my job through a recession and through a pandemic, not because we specialize in pet supplies, but because we specialize in puppies and also sell supplies. If you pass this ban, not only will my Petland family be losing all their jobs, I will be losing a career that I have cherished for over a decade. I urge you to oppose this ban. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's see. After Michaela is Brad Parker.
Hi, my name's Michaela Taylor. I was born and raised in Manatee County. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm from District 3. I am a repeat customer at Petland Bradenton. I actually got my my best friend there. I was looking for a cat, you know, to live with me in my dorm. I wanted a specific breed, right? And a lot of times you can't find a specific breed at a shelter, so I went to my local Petland and I found him, and he is the happiest, healthiest boy I have ever met. Like, he loves everyone. He just turned 2 years old and we held a little birthday party for him. Yeah, he loves everyone. There's no signs of any kind of mistreatment or anything. He just loves everyone. And I love bringing him back to Petland because the care and love that they show, even after I've already left, is just amazing. They always remember him and always want to care for him. That was all.
Thank you. Brad Parker and Victoria Martinez.
Hi, I'm Brad Parker from Cobb County, Georgia.
Brad, you can pull that microphone up if it'll make it a little easier for you.
I appreciate y'all taking the time to let me speak today. I had a big speech written, but every time I get in these rooms, I always change it a million times because I'm listening to everybody's comments. And I don't think that any of us can argue that in the room that there's more passion, you know, than I mean, we could fuel anything we wanted to do, right? I mean, we're all dressed up in our colors, representing our side, you know, it's just like the government, you know, Democrats versus Republicans, it's like we're trying to get things done, but we're not doing it together, you know? And we all have the same goals. We all don't like puppy mills. Like, that's what this is about. You know, Carol, I'm speaking with you. It's not about our business. It's not an attack on us or what we do. It's about where we get our puppies from. And I understand the passion of everybody, you know. The yellow shirts, their rescues, they see all the worst of the worst, period. And that's going to fuel that passion. And unfortunately, it has them draw a line and not see our passion in what we do. And over 20 years of doing this, I've worked with all types of breeders. I've never seen a breeder with cages stacked on top of one another with feces pouring down on dogs. I've seen breeders move the industry in leaps and bounds over the last 20 years to where if you came to these kennels, you would see that under no circumstances could they be classified as puppy mills. You know, I think as you guys, when you're looking to make a decision on should you put a legal business out of business, if it's truly about where we get our dogs from, and you've had the passion to do something about this for so long, shouldn't we go see some breeders? You know, how many breeders have you visited? How many puppy mills have you seen? How many USDA breeders have you seen? And to me, it's so hard because I've seen the breeders, I've worked with the breeders, I had dinner with the breeders, you know, and then I come back and I'm like, well, all I have to do is show you guys that they're good people, and I'll show you videos and pictures, and surely no way there would be a ban passed because these people are good people. And it just doesn't resonate. It doesn't translate. So in my opinion, the only way for it to translate is for people to take the time, if they're passionate about the issue, and go where they believe the problem is and see if it's truly a problem. And the problem is not with what we do, okay? If we all wanted to work together and take this passion and move it in a direction to put puppy mills out of business, we could probably move mountains. But we're all over here fighting with one another over something that is not the issue. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to hear me. And if you have any questions, I'm always available.
Thank you, sir. Victoria and then Ashley Tomes.
Hello, my name is Victoria Martinez. I live in District 2, Manatee
Victoria,
County.
you're going to have to speak up, sweetheart. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
We can't hear you.
All right, my name is Victoria Martinez. I live in Manatee County, District 2. Now, I am a sales associate at Petland Bradenton. I've been working there for about 5 months now, and I can honestly say that it's been my favorite job out of all the positions I've worked thus far. You know, you walk into this little store and you are immediately greeted with a positive atmosphere, and it doesn't really take too much time to understand the dynamic they have going on there. I've definitely learned a lot about animals, how to take care of them, how to properly nurture them. And we have hundreds of different customers coming in and out from different backgrounds. Some have lost a pet, others have lost a spouse. We have old and young couples coming in as a date to come see puppies and animals. And you get to witness a lot of tender moments, you know? You get to see adults and children kind of awaken with the excitement of having this furry or feathery little animal wag their tail or climb up onto their shoulder. And it's not something you can find often, because with the convenience of a store being here, you just walk in and you get to see this. And, you know, they get these small little moments of momentary joy, and sometimes they get to bring them back home with them and get to experience it more often. Personally, I've spread my wings quite a bit since starting this job. Being bilingual, I never get to use my second language outside of a high school course. This has brought me to more being able to make better connections with these people and guide them to find their perfect companion and make them feel at ease and inform them better on how to care for their pet properly and even get them to get one home. In this short amount of time, I've gained knowledge on people, pets, and myself, and even better cared for the 5 pets I have at home. And I've also been able to help provide for my family and build the skills I need here to take a better step towards my own future. That's really all I have to say in support of my store, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Good job. All right, Ashley and then Michael Kusnout.
They're all laughing.
Tough names, I know, it's tough.
I got it right.
Woo.
You know who Michael is now.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Tobins and I live in District 3 of Manatee County. I've been working at Petland since 2018 and I'm the assistant store manager. Since working at Petland, I've learned so much as far as proper care and handling of animals, as well as the ability to manage a small team of employees. Basic responsibilities entail pairing closely with my general manager and the store owners, providing the proper training for my team as we receive new products and new pets for our store, and assuring customer satisfaction. Petland Bradenton has been around for about 20 years now, and we are considered to be a small mom and pop store working under the brand name Petland. The store has stayed open through the recession in early 2000s, as well as we had been considered essential during the pandemic. So why would we want to consider anything less now? Because we have puppies and kittens that come from the top percentage of USDA and AKC registered breeders, all the while being closely monitored and wonderfully cared for from time of birth until we're able to pair them with the proper family. By passing this ban, it would potentially cause our store to close, as well as be hindering some of the small businesses in Manatee County. This would also leave a major impact on the employees, causing us to have to look elsewhere for work while we love what we do. Our store wouldn't do well as just a pet supply store, just because when you compare us to, say, PetSmart, Petco, Pet Supermarket, they're ordering product in such a larger quantity that we don't necessarily have the space or really the demand for it in the smaller store. As a Manatee County resident who has gotten plenty of happy and healthy pets from Petland and an employee of Petland Bradenton, I love my store and what I do. I oppose the retail pet sale ban, and I ask that we do the same. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, Michael, and then, oh boy.
It's worse?
Yeah, yes. Yasmin? Yeah, Yasmin. I'm not going to try the last name. Thank you, thank you.
Come on down.
How you doing today? My last name is Nestot.
I wasn't even close
Another
on
German
that
name.
one.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
Okay, so my name is Mike Nestot, and I live in Manatee County. I live in District 2. I work at Petland Bradenton, and I've been there for just over 2 years, but I've been a customer of that location since I was in high school. We're talking 15 plus years now. I always went there because it was always a nice place to go. It was clean. If I needed to learn something about an animal, I could go there and ask, and I always learned it. I've always gotten all my animals there. I've had bearded dragons. I've had geckos. I've had snakes. I currently have 5 dogs. I have 4 pugs and a toy Augie. I went searching for pugs before I even bought a dog at Petland, and I couldn't find any. I did look on Bishop's website one time, and they had 2 13, 14-year-old pugs. They were blind. I did not want to inherit a dog that's only going to be with me for 1 to 2 years, and I have a lot of expenses that I might be inheriting with that. So that's why I went to the place I know who has puppies, and I was introduced to my first pug. And I love him to death. He's perfectly healthy, and that's followed through with the rest of them as well. I would never shop anywhere else. I've been to other stores. I've been in this county long enough. I remember Pet Kingdom way long ago back in the Bantam Plaza, and I've seen how this store operates, and nobody does it the way we do. We go above and beyond the standard to make sure we're getting the best that we can. You ask for paperwork, we will provide it. You go home with absolutely everything you need to know about these puppies. It would be against the law for us to forge anything like that, so why would we do that? How would we be successful at what we do for the last 20 years if that's all we did was bad business? That's impossible. That's not logical. I definitely oppose this ban, though. It's nonsense. The real issue is above what we do, and just like it was talked about before, if we want to tackle this issue, it needs to be more communication between the two sides and go after it together. It just makes sense to do that. We all are against puppy mills. That's just the way it is. And we have an open door policy at Petland Bradenton. I've never once had anybody come in and say, hey, let me go back in your kennel and take a look. You guys are more than welcome to come in and do that. We have an open door policy. I've never seen anybody come in, but if you want to, come in, talk to me personally. I will take you back there. I will show you exactly what we do. I feel like you guys need to do a little more research before you start passing something that's going to affect multiple people's lives. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yasmin, I can't wait to hear your last name. And after Yasmin is Ariel. Ooh, yeah, We got some tough last names here today.
Mr. Young. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yasmin Arslanagich. I reside in Sarasota County, and I am the sales manager at Petland Sarasota. I have been working my way up in the company for almost 6 years now. If I had to pick one word to describe my job at Petland, I choose the word rewarding, and even that's an understatement. But it's not just rewarding because I get to come to work every day and see all of my beautiful puppies. It's also rewarding because of the impact I get to make, the values I get to instill, the lessons I get to teach, and the relationships I get to create with each and every one of my staff members. The important life skills that I get to teach my staff are the foundation for becoming a young adult. These are all skills that aren't taught in school and aren't learned by working as a cashier ringing up dog food or cat litter. That's why our job is so unique and so important. Learning responsibility, accountability, goal setting, and even how to be an adult are all crucial aspects in becoming a successful member of society when starting life after high school or college. But it's not just about what we learn at our very first job, it's about how we use these lessons and skills to start building a life for ourselves as young adults. To provide a few examples, I've had a staff member purchase her own home at the age of only 19 because Petland taught her about setting goals and chasing her dreams. I remember always reminding her that the sky is the limit and that she can do anything she sets her mind to. Another staff member of mine was an art student and is now a very successful service dog trainer for children in hospitals because Petland allowed her to find her true passion of working with animals and making a lasting difference on the lives of others. Working at Petland also allows us to experience the magical concept of unconditional love, which is something that simply can't be taught and can only be experienced. Naturally, there are days where my staff talks to me about their family troubles or hard times at home, but seeing their face light up when they're greeted at work with a wagging tail, despite what they're going through, is why I truly love what I do. Imagining not being able to come to work tomorrow is devastating. We would be losing our second family, our mentors, our biggest fans, our motivators, the people we look up to and know we can count on for absolutely anything. We view Petland as our home away from home, a place filled with joy, good culture, motivation, and a strong team. We would not only be losing our jobs and our form of income, but we would be losing a place of education, a place where we can grow as young adults and learn valuable life skills that we can use throughout our future endeavors. Overall, working at Petland allows me as a manager and as a mentor to make lasting impacts on these young adults, teach them and motivate them to reach for the stars so that eventually they'll take this experience with them and blossom into successful members of our society. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Ariel and then Brian Winslow.
Y'all came prepared.
My name is Ariel, and I am a pet counselor from Petland, Sarasota. For the last 3 months, I have had the honor for helping puppies find their perfect home. This job is truly magical and something that I've never been able to find elsewhere. I have been able to witness people from all walks of life come in and find a new family member that's perfect for them. Part of why we are so unique is that we allow for people to socialize with the dogs until they find their perfect match. This not only gives the puppies plenty of socialization, it helps build a bond between a dog and their future potential owner. This luxury is not always rewarded when one tries to contact a breeder. At Petland, we operate on trust and transparency. We have been fully welcoming and transparent and have even given permission for people to come to the back of our kennels to see how much we provide a safe and a clean environment for our puppies. We prioritize the health of our babies. Adoption or rescuing may not always be accessible for individuals, and although it's important, it's not meant for everyone. Not to mention, rescues, breeders don't offer the level of education that we provide for each one of our customers to ensure the success of our puppies in their new forever home. Everyone has their own experience, and it is only right that we have multiple pathways for people to get pets. Our puppies are happy and often not long before going to their forever homes. Each one of us truly treats these puppies as they are our very own. We hope that you see our passion and transparency and don't take our beloved jobs away from us. In just 3 short months, Petland Sarasota has also provided me with so much growth as an individual and has opened so many new doors of opportunity. Petland has given me one of my own form of income and has even pushed me to open my first savings account and become more independent. When I come into work, I feel like I am entering a room full of my biggest cheerleaders. Our team is always so motivating and so pushing each other to do their best, both in and out of work. If our job was taken away from us, I know that this would put a big dent in a lot of our paths to becoming successful individuals. I wake up each morning excited to come to work and always looking forward to the next new opportunity our workplace provides for us. We as young adults want to continue to grow, learn, educate, and continue to create magical experiences for both our puppies and customers, also while making a living for ourselves. Allow us to continue doing what we love and care about so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Brian Winslow and then Elizabeth Kunselman.
Thank you, Brian.
County Commissioners, thank you for your time today. My name is Brian Winslow. I work for the Petland Corporate Office out of Ohio. Advocates for pet store bans frequently talk about the ease of a conversion to a non-puppy selling store. This could not be further from the truth. Petland does have non-puppy stores, but they were built that way. In pet retail, there are big box stores, online retailers, nutrition-only stores, boutiques, groomers, daycare, boarding, and bakery stores. But they are not all interchangeable, the same way a fast food restaurant cannot convert to fine dining or vice versa. Prior to the big legislative push for pet store bans, Petland Wheaton, Illinois, and Plano, Texas Petland worked with their local activists to only do rescue dogs. Even with their encouragement and support of local rescues, it did not end well. They both failed within a couple of years. In Florida, someone already mentioned Fort Walton Beach was a puppyless store. They have recently added puppies to be able to compete in their markets and to be able to pay all their expenses and stay in business. This is not limited to Petland. I'd like for you to look at the first handout, Dog Patch, Pet, and Feed. Now, it might sound weird that this is an Illinois chain, but this was the poster child for the whole state of the conversion. It was celebrated throughout all of Illinois. It was the only successful pet store that converted to non-puppy selling. It is closing at the end of the month. And on every single page of their website is donate now, donate now, donate now, donate now. They could not fulfill their obligations. Now let's talk about California, which passed a statewide ban in 2017. Prior to the statewide ban, many of the bigger cities had already passed local bans. Of the remaining stores in 2017, 26 of the 28 puppy selling stores have closed. 26 of 28 have closed. The handout that I give you gives you the store name, the location, the address, and the fact that they have closed. The 2 remaining stores, one is called Lemon Grove Pets. It's a very old-fashioned mom and pop. It was primarily a feed, reptile, and fish store and hardly sold puppies to begin with. The other is called Top Dog Puppies, and they have a location in Nevada, and they still sell puppies into California out of their other location. A pet store ban does not keep puppies from coming into a market. The largest internet puppy seller, Puppy Spot, which I have no problem with them, they buy some of the same puppies that we would be buying, has added 2 planes, 2 private planes. I have pictures of their planes.
Thank you,
And
sir.
there's some language of them selling into California as we speak.
Thank you. Elizabeth, and then after Elizabeth is Samar Sutera.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Elizabeth Kunzelman. I'm here representing Petland Inc. From Ohio, and I oppose retail pet ban ordinance. Petland is a franchise business owned by local families. There are about 100 Petlands in the United States. Because our business involves animals, it is no surprise that animal rights groups such as HSUS and ASPCA routinely attack our company. It's happened since the very inception of our company. Since HSUS launched their retail pet sale ban initiative 8 years ago, they have spent $272 million in fundraising and received $1.2 billion in contributions. 8 years ago, HSUS said there were 10,000 puppy mills. Today, they say there are 10,000 puppy mills. These groups have not eliminated a single puppy mill with these bans. They're not helping the local humane societies. They're not helping Manatee County. Pet stores have been the targets of animal rights organizations for decades because they don't want pet stores to exist. In fact, the exact opposite is going to be true. Bans will be pushing families to buy their pets over the internet or in the unregulated pet trade, a space without oversight or state consumer protections. It's worth noting that similar legislation has been turned away statewide in 2021 in Colorado, Washington, Indiana, New York, Texas, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Florida, Kentucky, and Pennsylvania. More proposed bans have failed than passed. And while activists will continue to say numbers like 70 or 80 in Florida and more than 400 nationwide, they fail to put those numbers in perspective. 80 in Florida, there's 1,712 governing bodies in Florida. 400 out of more than 38,000 governing bodies in the U.S. That's less than 5% in Florida. It's 1% nationwide. That's not a trend. That's not gaining momentum. In fact, only 3 passed in 2021 in Florida, the least amount since 2013, and 1 is currently being legally challenged. Only 19 passed nationwide in 2021, again, the least since 2013. So the trend is actually going the other way. It doesn't make sense, these bans. Under this proposed legislation, a pet store would not be able to sell a dog or cat that was obtained from a USDA licensed breeder, but a shelter or rescue could buy from that same breeder. That doesn't make sense. As for claims that pet stores sell sick puppies, it's important to look at the facts. For all of 2020, the average number of puppies sold with any congenital or hereditary issues is less than 1%. And while we are heartbroken when a puppy gets sick, the numbers speak for themselves.
Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Samir, and then, oh, boy. Aza? Ah, phew, okay.
My name is Samir Sataria. I'm part of Manatee County. I want to thank everyone for taking the time out to hear us today. My family and I are the current owners of Petland Sarasota here in Manatee County. We took over the location back in March, and since then it has been a wonderful experience. The community has been warm and welcoming, and our customers have been elated when we match the right pet with the right home. Yes, we are a minority-owned franchisee, but we are more than just that. We are a family committed to contributing an impactful business that will hopefully be an integral part of the Sarasota and Manatee community. As soon as our family chose to get involved in Petland, I decided to step away from a real estate career in Texas, and just recently, my fiancée quit her corporate job to work alongside us. We have both moved into the city here so that we can continue to build on the values and responsibilities set by the establishments around us. As part of our transition, we inherited an incredible staff that had been with the store for over 5 years under the Parker family's leadership. In a blink of an eye, we all became a family of sorts. Helping empower one another during the time of change, we are all in, and we will continue to uphold the best standards of care, customer service, and health codes that surround our industry. The journey to here has been a long one. It has required a considerable amount of time and energy, along with a sizable financial commitment of 10 years, with a franchise agreement of 20 years under the impression that we are here to stay. At the Petland family, we strive to maintain an environment with the highest standards in quality and care. We vet our industry leaders immensely to make sure they are following USDA regulations so that we have healthy, happy animals that can be matched with the right families that will treat them with the utmost respect and care. We are not here to just sell puppies. We are here to give the lives of children and families a healthy, happy new member that will love them unconditionally. That is, has, and always will be our top priority. Thank you again for everyone's time.
Thank you. Aza and then Leah Weiss. I think it's Weiss.
Good afternoon, respected elected officials. Ayaz Sutaria, that's my name. So I am the part of the Sutaria family that just bought the Sarasota store from the Parker's family about 4 months ago. We had been looking to invest in Petland when this location came across. During this time, the rapid rise of coronavirus seems daunting. However, once deemed as essential business by our dear governor, our minds were at the rest that our line of work was going to stay open for business. Having now owned the business for the last 4 months, especially the past year, that was considered very hard for the other industries in the other parts of the countries and counties, we were assured our presence as welcome was here. In Manatee County, to ensure success, my son and daughter-in-law uprooted their lives and moved across the country to do the justice to the puppies and employees at our location. For this transaction to occur smoothly, we have always also invested our life savings, sir, along with the considerable time and internal resources. However, we are now facing obstacles we did not expect in our dreams. We hope that you guys understand that we are not just here as a franchise business, but we are here as a family, but has put all our funds into this venture. The decision made here today will make enormous impact on our livelihoods and drag us down from our life savings, which we have collected 1 penny at a time, and also the livelihoods of all our wonderful and driven employees at our location. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Leah and then Judith Seltrick.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Weiss, and I'm from Lee County. At Petland Sarasota, we are not just a business, we're a huge family with a great deal of love and compassion for all animals. Part of my day-to-day is staying in constant contact with our selected breeders and bringing in their astounding puppies into our stores safely. This is something I take a great deal of pride in. We're fully transparent at Petland Sarasota when it comes to our breeders because we're truly proud of where our puppies come from. Our team has personally visited a majority of our breeders and their establishments and are beyond pleased with their facilities. The care, love, and compassion they have for their animals is absolutely immeasurable. It is our golden standard that our breeders are USDA licensed for a minimum of 7 years with no direct violations. Every puppy we receive has been examined by at least 2 veterinarians prior to arriving at our location. Once in our care, these puppies are then re-examined by our local vet. Not only do we provide breeder information with all of our puppies, but also health certificates and medical care information that the puppy has received thus far. Every staff member on our team is compassionate, animal-loving, and extremely hardworking. Putting a ban on our store would mean the instant termination of 18-plus employees. I have been at Petland for 6 years, soon to be 7, and I could not imagine seeing myself in any other profession. To see a family come into our store and find their newest family member, or watching someone find the perfect service puppy is the most rewarding feeling I have ever found so far. We are pleading with you today To vote no on this ban, please do not cause 18-plus employees to become unemployed and lose a job that they absolutely love. Please vote no to save our jobs and our puppies. Thank you.
Thank you. After Judith is Jennifer Taylor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Judy Seltrecht. I am from Hillsborough County. I am the president of the Florida Association of Kennel Clubs, and I am a member of the Manatee Kennel Club. I also work with the National Animal Interest Alliance in rescue in the Homes for Animal Heroes. It is beyond my comprehension on why we are having so much fighting, because we are all involved in animals, whether it's rescue, purebred, or the pet stores. As far as the purebred dogs, we find some problems with the language. Many of our breeder exhibitors are professionals in Manatee County, and some of the language would make them a commercial establishment if someone came to their accounting office or we have a particular physician. So if someone came to meet them. So we have a problem with that language. We also have a problem with the word display in the definitions. Under the definitions, the word display would indicate that some of our events that we hold at the Manatee County Fairgrounds or in other locations where we educate people, that it would not be legal. And I think that we all want to have responsible dog owners and not do anything on this. As far as the pet stores are concerned, there is a place for all of us in the United States. We are profiling the pet stores that we have here, and yet they have not done any wrong. Why are we discriminating against the pet stores, and yet we are allowing the rescues to import dogs that are from the worst puppy mills in the world? Why are we allowing the rescues to buy dogs from breeders or from auctions on GoFundMe pages, on Facebook pages, and then also having black tie affairs where they can make $950,000 in one evening so that they can bring in 2 cargo loads of oodles of poodles that they are saying that they are going to bring in, and they bring them in through ARC. This is a fact of life. And we are discriminating against the pet store and against breeders. I ask you that we all are treated with equality. We don't want to have any animals that are treated cruelly. Section 828.29 guarantees animal cruelty. Also, I would like to bring up another thing. Less than 35% of the rescues are in compliance with state law. Florida Statute 823.15 was passed in 2013, which requires them as your shelters to provide intakes and outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Taylor and Michelle Marnello? Sounds good. Jennifer Taylor? No. Michelle Marnello? Sorry? Oh, okay, both of them? Thank you. Alicia Daughtery? She had to go too. Oh, geez, okay. Allison Agnello? Okay, and then Hartley Love?
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Alice Nagnello, and I live in Orange County, where a similar ordinance was passed just 2 months ago. I'm here on behalf of Best Friends Animal Society and our thousands of members, partners, and supporters in full support of a strong, humane pet sales ordinance, the one that the county proposed. The fact is, puppy and kitten mills are in the business of supply pet stores. And although they may be regulated by the USDA, the federal care standards do not ensure quality breeding or a humane life for these animals. They're merely survival standards. This kind of substandard breeding means that unsuspecting buyers are often faced with a pet having physical, genetic, and psychological problems that can result in them being surrendered to overcrowded shelters when the emotional toll and financial bills are too much that the buyer cannot handle. So this is not about protecting animals. It's about protecting consumers. It's not about shutting down businesses. It's about ensuring Manatee County doesn't support a cruel industry driven by profit. It gives pet stores the opportunity to not support puppy and kitten mills through the sale of commercially bred pets, but rather to implement a more humane business model that generates profit through the sales of supplies and services, as thousands of successful pet stores are currently doing. So the county's proposed ordinance would not prevent pet stores from doing business, and it would not impact responsible hobby breeders who could continue to sell directly to the public. And of course, it would not prevent anyone from adopting an animal from a shelter or rescue group. This is a fair and effective way to prevent an endless supply of poorly bred pets from being imported into the community, so that consumers are protected and fewer animals have to suffer in order to supply the pet retail trade, and to relieve the burden on shelters, therefore taxpayers who subsidize them, by getting companion animals out of these facilities and into retail settings where they'll have a greater chance of being adopted. That's why more than 70 cities and counties throughout Florida have enacted similar ordinances, and we urge Manatee County to join them. Thank you.
You're a long way from home.
Just a couple hours.
The next one, first name is Arthur. I cannot read this last name. I'm sorry. Heartly love. Yes.
Parola.
I'm sorry?
Parola.
Okay, I can't make it out.
I'm sorry.
Well, Hartley, do you want to go now or after?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry.
No, they've already cleaned the microphone. So let him go first.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Come on, Arthur, it's not your fault.
Right.
You don't have to sit down, sweetheart. You can wait. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Art Parola, and I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. I am first and foremost an animal lover. I am also a law student. My focus is on animal law, and I've spent countless hours studying pet ownership and animal welfare. I can tell you firsthand, laws such as the ordinance proposed today have unintended consequences with outcomes counter to the intended result of promoting animal welfare. The past couple of years, we have seen unprecedented demand for pets as people have increasingly recognized the value of the human-animal bond in times of stress. Unfortunately, raising quality animals is hard work and supply is therefore limited. Currently, not everyone who wants a dog can get one, particularly one that is the best fit for their family. For some people, the unknown past, behavior issues, and breed traits of rescue and shelter dogs is a risk they are willing and able to take. For others, especially families with children, a purpose-bred animal selected for traits and temperament and with a known heritage is the best, really only choice. Pet shops and their suppliers are regulated by federal, state, and local laws. Most pet shops set standards far higher than what the law requires and are diligent in vetting their breeders. While there may be some bad apple pet shops who do not follow best practices, I can assure you it's not those who currently exist in Manatee County. The pet shops currently operating here carefully audit their suppliers and ensure all animals receive proper veterinary checks and care. Without pet shops, the demand for animals will not go away. What will happen is choice will be limited and families will settle on animals that are not correct for their situation. This will create less than ideal and sometimes even dangerous circumstances for both people and animals. As you heard from the only veterinarian to testify so far today, if you pass this ordinance, breeders who utilize less humane practices will thrive, and Craigslist and parking lot deals will exponentially increase. People will be forced to acquire their pets from unregulated sources, likely with no knowledge of temperament or background and without adequate veterinary oversight. Scams, which are unfortunately already too common, will increase dramatically as people are willing to risk their money on certain kinds of animal to obtain a certain kind of animal. You will not put bad breeders and resellers out of business as you intend. Unscrupulous breeders, resellers, and scammers will thrive, while those with the highest animal welfare standards will suffer the consequences. Laws banning retail sales of animals have significant externalities that should be carefully considered by this board before any ordinances are passed. Thank you for your time, Commissioners.
Thank you, Arthur. All right, Hartley Love, come on down. After Hartley, it will be Caitlin Nielsen.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners. My name is Haley Love. Sorry about
Oh,
that.
man, you're kidding.
And I reside in Hillsborough County. I currently hold 2 degrees, one in biomedical sciences and another one in marketing and communications, and I'm currently pursuing my 3rd in psychology, and I have worked in and studied the pet industry for over 4 years. There's an entire monopoly within the pet industry right now, rightfully named retail rescue, a business model that takes advantage of the unsuspecting public and misrepresents the purchase of purposely bred animals from breeders, stores, and wholesalers as a rescue effort. It is common for self-proclaimed animal rights activists to state that sourcing ordinances do not work, and in this circumstance, I must agree with them. Any restrictions involving animal welfare concerns should be upheld across the board in order to be effective. We are here today because the opposition claims commercial breeding of any kind is inhumane, and Manatee County should abolish this practice. Meanwhile, rescue groups have spent $2.68 million in donations supporting commercial breeders by buying pregnant females and puppies from auctions. And this practice has created a huge underground market that is often left out of discussion and, as we would more commonly say, swept under the rug. Rescue groups in recent years have been linked to purchasing puppies and retired breeding dogs from breeders cited on the Humane Society's notorious Horrible 100 list, and this is common practice due to the fact that rescue organizations are exempt from all sourcing requirements. Some breeders are now purchasing animals specifically for rescue groups to purchase at auction due to the fact that rescues are purchasing them at higher rates than any individual spending their own money would. In one instance, a single rescuer spent $24,200 on 2 King Charles Cavalier Spaniels. Breeders are now making an enormous profit off of any animal they auction because rescue groups are battling for the highest bid against any other rescues looking to cash in on a purebred animal. To be clear, rescues are buying what they want, not what needs to be rescued. Quoted directly for the SNAFU rescue, we strive to maintain a confidential and professional relationship with all of our breeder contacts. We will never name a breeder or share breeders' information, and please do not request any breeder information from us as it will not be provided to you. If any pet retail store were to say this, I can only imagine the chaos that would shortly follow. There's a fine line between saving and selling, where rescue's original purpose in the industry was to aid local pet shelters overflow, and due to lack of oversight is now morphed in some cases into an unregulated retail outlet. These retail rescues can pop up as quickly as a 501c3 application allows, with no pre-inspection, no licensing, no transparency, and no oversight. There is no need for double standards because one will do just fine. Thank you for your time and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you. All right, Kaylin, and then Natalia Sanabria? I'd never, no. No, and that's okay. I'm perfectly happy where I am. That's right.
One on each.
They're like integrated.
Am I supposed to, and then?
Yeah, they're like.
Hello, my name is Kaylin Nielsen. I reside in Pasco County. I'm here to discuss illegal pet importation, the animal welfare concern of our time. The importation of foreign animals is a major health and safety risk for people and the animals involved. Animals are brought in with falsified documents, some of which don't even have their eyes open, some arrive sick, or even dead. These animals also bring in foreign diseases like skin infections, such as MRSA, brucellosis, and rabies, which has been imported on multiple occasions since 2015. But most recently, a rescue organization imported and adopted out a rabid dog. This then launched a multi-state investigation. Later, it was found that the rabies vaccination certificates were fraudulent. The alarming part is, according to the CDC, 1.06 million dogs are imported into the U.S. annually, but these are just the animals that go through customs. Unfortunately, there are many more ways to smuggle these animals without detection. Why are rescues importing more animals, while simultaneously crying tears for the dogs in our shelter system that are euthanized every year? According to illegal pet imports uncovered by the CDC, the motives behind illegal importation are not immediately obvious. However, a closer look reveals a big business driven by profit at the expense of the health and welfare of underage puppies. We are placing ordinances like this one in motion without realizing the long-term effect of these types of restrictions. We are banning the retail sale of dogs and cats to get rid of irresponsible breeding, but we in turn are supporting irresponsibly bred animals from other countries with no medical or behavioral background to be imported and sold. Unfortunately, a slew of misinformation led by many municipalities to adopt bans rather than seeing the entire picture as to what could be causing harm to our animals. Right now, commercial breeders are the most regulated entity to obtain an animal from, and that is a fact. We need to gear these ordinances toward promoting the good actors and make sure they are drafted in a way that does not deplete the availability of companion animals or the sources in which people to responsibly purchase them. To quote "The Dog Shortage is Real," an article by Today's Veterinary Business, here are our choices. Accept the health risks of illegal foreign imports. Implement a system to certify humane U.S. commercial breeders and remove the stigma of puppy mills. Or prepare for puppies to become luxury goods as the shortage worsens. Thank you for your time.
All right, Natalia? And then after Natalia is Pedro Hernandez. I hope I got that right. That one was fairly easy.
Oh my. Hello, good afternoon, County Commissioners. My name is Natalia Santabria. I reside in Pasco County. I felt obligated as an animal advocate to be here in attendance today. Currently, places citizens can get domestic pets from aside from pet stores include shelters, rescues, online sources, and home breeders, all of which are not regulated by any state or federal legislation. The most consumer and animal protection in place to date is for pets obtained from pet stores. With that being said, rather than deterring small business owners from enriching your city, you right now have the ability to set a standard that does not eliminate consumer choice, but protects it. In the last 2 years, 24 Florida-based rescues have been shut down or had their dogs confiscated due to neglect. One recently, in 2021, located in Lake Butler, Florida, 70 dogs and cats found in unsanitary conditions, referred to as the most egregious case, where animals entrusted to so-called rescues were confined in unsanitary wire cages stacked upon one another, living in their own excrement. Some of the untreated medical issues led to loss of limbs. These people are providing dogs to the public who have been exposed to a vast number of illnesses, and yet you are approving the adoption of these rescue dogs. Does that not negate your animal welfare concerns? This ordinance does not address any entities operating under these terms. And why is that? This ordinance, while well-intended, is unrealistic. How would banning the only regulated entity and requiring them to only get their animals from unregulated sources help consumers or the animals? You are not going to take away your community's desire for puppies. However, you can protect your community from unregulated entities that are providing them. By requiring all pet dealers to be regulated, you are offering to your constituents highly regulated outlets where consumers can responsibly get their desired pets. Before I go, I provided you with a handout. In my opinion, it says more than any words can. The pictures you were provided are small sampling of rescue groups throughout Florida who in recent years have been cited, arrested, and even some cases charged with multiple counts of animal cruelty. I apologize if these photos offend you, But the point I'm trying to make is if I came to you with these photos and provided no other information and asked you to support a complete ban of rescue groups, would you not, even for a moment, consider it? I know I would, and that is why I understand the knee-jerk reaction to support this type of ordinance. You're shown photos of bad breeders and want to protect your community and its pets within it. But here's the thing, I would never ask you to ban rescues because I, like you, know there are outstanding rescues and organizations out there. And as a society, should never look to punish all because of the actions of a few. I guess this is my way of saying, don't put the nail in the coffin. Adopting an ordinance like the one you're considering won't save or benefit a single consumer or animal. It doesn't address the right sources to do so. There is good and bad in everything.
Amen.
And those of us with true intentions to protect the animals we need to work together and develop a better alternative. Our furry friends deserve it so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalia Zambria. Pedro Hernandez, you're next, and then Tegan Moy.
Oh, thank you. Sorry,
No problem.
Whew.
Reggie's not here.
Oh, yes,
My name is
you
Pedro
are.
Hernandez. I reside in Hillsborough County. I'm here today to provide information that should be considered before voting on Ordinance 2128. There's a major disconnect happening with ordinances like this one that are being drafted, and as a lawmaker, you should be aware of the organizations that are pushing these ordinances. The organizations that find their way into your offices, the ones that are weaseling their way into your communities, and contaminate officials' perception of the animal-loving business within the community. Most of them are not animal rescuers or advocates. They are organizations whose business model relies on deceiving the public for donations and using the majority of funds for fundraising, lobbyists, and salaries. The world of animal rescue is changing, and in most cases, it is not for the better. It used to be that rescue groups pulled from shelters, found good homes for animals that had medical needs, special circumstances, and sometimes the ones that needed to be euthanized. The animals that needed to find homes and needed to be pulled first, and that's how it should be. Now we see a growing number of rescue groups cherry-picking the animals they rescue, specifically dogs. They are picking the puppies, the pregnant females, the easily adoptable dogs, and leaving behind the ones that truly need to find a good home. Just this last week, not for the first time, it hit national news how deceptive and misleading these so-called animal rights organizations are. It is a shame that Have Truth get donations and get your vote. As you heard from several speakers today, emphasizing the damaging effects that these ordinances are having on our animals, please be aware our opposition also has this information. They know this ordinance is damaging to animals. They know that there is a better way and decide to turn a blind eye to all the negative effects because it doesn't align with their agenda. They are aware of the shocking acts like illegal importation, retail rescues, backyard breeders, the pet laundering, the insane increase in scams. They are aware of the damage these bans have created, but why would they stop the momentum they've created with their 80 ordinances they have passed across the state, if they're the ones who keep on benefiting? Earlier today, someone mentioned the 10,000 puppy mill thing. If we're banning stores, if we're banning pet retail stores, and the number is still at 10,000, who truly is the one sourcing from puppy mills? Because the pet stores are going down, rescues are going up. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Tegan Moy, and then Stephen Benke. And then after that is Mark Barnaby.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Phone calls?
What?
No phone calls?
Oh, I'm sure there are. They can last.
Oh, look, there I am.
I'm not done yet. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Tegan Moy. I live in Manatee County. I'm in District 2. I'm the general manager of Petland Bradenton. I began my employment with this family-owned and operated business in 2018. There seems to be this misconception that Petland is a major contributor to overpopulation in our shelters. I'm not sure where everyone is getting this information. As of this morning, NCIS has 63 pit bulls or pit bull mixes out of the 71 dogs up for adoption and only one small breed available. Petland has not and never will sell pit bull breeds. It is against our buying standards and our franchise agreement. Another misconception or assumption is that most Petland puppies end up at the hands of MCAS or shelters. Again, this is not factual information, as acquired through Dr. Luke Bergland, who was our consulting vet and the county shelters vet at the same time over a period of 3 years. 12,074 impounded dogs with microchips. Over that same period, 1,617 puppies found homes from Petland. 18 of those were reported lost or abandoned from Petland. 10 of them were reclaimed by the owner. So we are talking about 8 high-demand purebred or designer breed puppies out of 12,074 were adopted or cherry-picked by rescue groups. 8 out of 12,074. You cannot deny these figures. They are factual public record, not based on opinions and assumptions. The pattern of impact Petland puppies on MCS or shelters is 0.006%. Every Petland puppy is microchipped with a lifetime registration, and the number is never duplicated and can be traced back to Petland. Our microchip program, AKC Unite, or Help Me Find My Pet, has a proven record averaging 87% return in 48 hours compared to the national average of 12%. This is my career, not just my job, and I love what I do. I am proud of what I do and how we at Petland Bradenton do it because we do it right. I'm asking that you not pass this ordinance and cause the store I love to close and I lose my career. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, and then Mark Barnaby. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Stephen Beneke, and I am one of 3 brothers that own Petland Bradenton for the past 14 years. The store has been in operation for 21 years, so it's a long-standing business in Manatee County. We are family-owned and operated and have combined over 50 years of experience in the pet industry. We have 25 employees and are proud taxpayers. We supply all the dog food to the sheriff's and police canine units for the past 3 years, as well as the Southeastern guide dogs. We have employees who I like to refer to as our Petland family that have worked at Petland between 1 and 16 years. Just to name a few: Tegan, 3 years; Taylor, 8 years; Shelley, 11 years; and Cynthia, 16 years. Petland has become part of their lives and their families' lives. We have watched their children grow up, and some have even worked at the store. We've all survived the Great Recession, hurricanes, and even this pandemic together, and have always come out stronger. Unfortunately, this time, all our fates and futures now rest in your hands. The amount of care and effort these workers put forward every day is second to none. They wouldn't be working at Petland for so many years if they were not proud of what we do and the high standards we employ when looking for happy, healthy pets for our customers. We are in fact part of the solution. No one supports puppy mills. Preventing a store from selling puppies from professional breeders with good USDA inspection records only opens the door for county consumers to be forced to find a puppy from unregulated and unlicensed sources. I have spent a lot of time following these pet ban attempts. I have never seen any evidence from the pro-ban people or the Humane Society that they have personally visited or inspected any of these pet store breeders. It's all hearsay and conjecture. Ban the stores and the puppy mills will go away. There is no evidence that this is happening or has happened. In fact, there are no studies or statistics to prove any of these bad breeders have ever closed because of a ban. So how do we as citizens know what effect these bans even have to the puppy mills? It's the same as saying we need to close the CVS and the Walgreens and the flow of drugs will stop in Manatee County. What we do know for a fact is that 2 long-serving businesses will be forced to close, and over 50 Manatee County residents will lose their jobs and have to explain to their friends and family why they are unemployed instead of talking about the great day they had at work. Myself and my 2 brothers' families and the owners of Sarasota will be left with empty shells of a business with impending bankruptcy and loss of everything we have ever worked so hard for with one cast of your vote. I believe an alternate ordinance with buy-in standards with stricter regulations makes more sense than a ban that would accomplish nothing besides destroy multiple Manatee County residents' livelihoods. Thank you. Sorry, I'm in District 4, and I'm actually Misty's neighbor.
Oh, that's interesting.
Very interesting.
All right, Mark Barnaby, and then after Mark is Karen Hodge. And Mark, I know that there's no way that you can cover what you need to cover in 3 minutes. So, you know, you've been asked by this board to present the ordinance, so, yeah.
Madam Chair, when the Humane Society's lawyer speaks on Zoom, can they have the same amount of minutes?
Who?
There's
Sorry?
a Humane Society lawyer that's on Zoom.
Oh,
It's not going to, Mark has a speech for 3 minutes, and then he's going to read this in additional, so. Is that okay?
we'll see how much time it takes, yeah. Get me one.
Madam Chairman and Commissioners, I'm Mark Barnaby. I am a Manatee County resident, born and raised here. And I don't know what district I'm in, but I think it's Reggie Bellamy, so there you go. I do want to note, and I'm here representing Petland of Bradenton and Petland of Sarasota, and as a practical matter, just so everybody understands, Petland of Sarasota is now in Manatee County. I'm going to talk about that just a little bit. I do want to go over the proposed change that we are presenting, and it is fairly straightforward, actually. It is some minor amendments to Section 2-4-32. It adds an exemption for commercial establishments within Manatee County that only offer for retail sale any live dog or cat from small local hobby breeders or breeders that are licensed by the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, under 7 USC Section 2133, and all breeders have not been issued a report of direct noncompliance violation by the USDA under the Federal Animal Welfare Act for a period of 3 years prior to offering for sale, delivery, bartering, auctioning, brokering, transferring, or selling a dog. Such commercial establishments shall provide the USDA license number of the breeder that bred the dog and a copy of the most current USDA inspection record for the breeder to the Animal Services Division upon request. And that would assure that we have the proper broker, and that was one of the comments that was made earlier, and that you know who the breeder is. There's also a revision to the amortization period that would take care of this exemption under subsection B, and those are the only two changes that we're requesting. Let me start by saying, whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, what you want to do here is good government, and what you're not getting here is good government. We all want to protect the pets. The problem is this ordinance is off target. The problem is bad breeders, and bad breeders are over here. We're not targeting bad breeders, we're targeting retail stores. There are some very bad breeders, and they should be eliminated. And you all have been pretty good at doing some creative resolutions lately, and this would be a good one to target, supporting more funding for the USDA and for supporting more funding for the USDA and better regulations of the breeders. But they're very good breeders. I've seen videos of them, that you've heard testimony from our veterinarian, not our veterinarian, but a veterinarian, and others related to the fact that there are very good breeders out there that do a good job. But this ordinance does not address breeders at all. It targets legitimate, small, and well-regulated businesses. And this is contrary, I think, to the purpose of good government, small government, and selectively addressing the problem. And Lord help us if we start looking at the retailers and all the things that happen up the supply chain and start regulating all of those, because I think you might find that to be a very large list of issues. I also want to mention a couple other things really quickly. Petland Bradenton has been here for 21 years. I think you heard that. Petland Sarasota moved here to Manatee County. They had a significant South Manatee County clientele. Sarasota did enact a ban. It was going to put them out of business, and so they looked to come to Manatee County. And I think we talked with many of you and some of your predecessors. I know Brad and Kristen Parker and I met with many of you, and there was a lot of support for what we were doing. It was generally a welcoming attitude, although there were some comments that this issue had been raised in the past. So Petland Sarasota moved, invested in facilities, design, construction of one of the finest and state-of-the-art retail pet stores in the nation. And both of these businesses are doing very well in Manatee County. They have invested significantly in Manatee County. As you've heard from everyone, many jobs are on the line with this, and it would be unfair to ring a death knell for these two businesses. I want to note one particular item in your packet. There's a letter from Ed Sayers. Now, Ed Sayers was a 10-year chief executive officer for he was the chief executive officer for ASPCA, and now the program director for Petland Charities. And he supports many of the things that ASPCA and the Humane Society does. But he states the bans are misguided. Comments about all breeders being bad is flat out wrong and not logical. There are not enough dogs in shelters to cover the supply need, and bans drive purchasers, as we've heard on several occasions today, to unregulated, unprincipled sellers who are much more likely to buy from bad breeders and are much likely to ensure the future of puppy mills. You have a number of regulations here that help protect the consumer. You have the puppy lemon law. You have the puppies at Petland are reviewed by 3 veterinarians before they are given to the public, and also they get another veterinary opportunity for another veterinarian shortly after they acquire the puppy. So lots of protections there that are not available everywhere else. You've heard a lot of comments. I don't want to go into too much detail. I do want to note that if you must support a ban in this particular case, and we are opposed to the ban per se, but we can live with this alternative proposed language. It will protect existing Manatee County businesses and jobs, and it will place restrictions on the purchase of puppies to ensure that they're being purchased from regulated breeders, as well as they're being bought from regulated pet stores. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barnaby. All right, Karen Hodge. And then Andrea Griffin
How long did we
spoke
Madam
for
Chair?
5 minutes.
5? Okay.
Madam Chair, so
I'm gonna get him back.
was Mr. Barnaby just a member of the public speaking? We're not to engage him in Q&A?
What?
No, not right yet. We're gonna finish public comment
Yeah, we're
first.
not.
Then we'll go to
Thank
that. Commissioner Van Ostenburg. All right, Karen Hodge and then Andrea Griffin.
Thank you, Commissioners. Karen Hodge, Manatee County resident. I kind of feel like the speaker after lunch, and people are kind of getting tired a little bit. But I am here as a resident and an animal lover. I honestly don't think anything I can say today is going to change anyone's mind. But my conscience does require me to use my voice to help animals. We have domesticated these animals, and it is our responsibility to take care of them. I, for one, refuse to abandon them. I am not suggesting or even desiring for any business to go out of business. I'm simply asking them to consider changing their business model. There are numerous pet stores, both big chains and individually owned private pet stores, that are hugely successful, probably more by not selling pets. So for me, the argument that we're going to put Petland out of business or anyone out of their job or cause people to lose their jobs if they stop selling animals is false. They can still have animals available for adoption at reasonable adoption prices. To one commissioner's comment, cigarettes and the items he mentioned are not sentient beings. The sentient beings that are the animals, they feel, they perceive things like pain, depression, anxiety, fear. These are the experiences animals in puppy mills are experiencing. And the claim that Petland does not get their puppies from puppy mills is an outright lie. The proof is available, drawing direct lines through paperwork and money trails from puppy mills to Petland, and specifically the Petland in Manatee County. The irrefutable proof can be provided by many people in this room that have also spoken today, who have spent years researching the relationship between Petland and pet stores and puppy mills. The other comment that I've heard is that we care more about the animals than we do people. Yes, we care about animals, but I would guess that because we do care about the animals, we also care for people. But the fact is that those are two different issues, and by correlating them, you're actually taking the focus off both the people that you say you care about and the animals. I would ask to stick to the topic. So in closing, I hope that this commission will finally do what many communities in Florida and around the nation have done and stop the retail sale of animals that are coming from horrific, unimaginable living conditions. And for those of you that have animals as pets, I would just ask you to think about your animal. What would you do if your animal was living in one of these conditions? Would you be okay with that? If you don't have a pet, I implore you to look up puppy mill images online and to do the research yourself to see how the trail of pets to Petland do in fact come from puppy mills. Then maybe you will have those images on your heart and mind like they are for so many of us. And also I want to also state that from what I understand, the pets that come from Petland are not spayed and neutered, further creating an overpopulation of animals, with many of those animals ending up in the shelters for people like me and many people in this room to take care of.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andra Griffin and then Alexandra, and I can't make out the last name. Commissioner Cruz and I both tried. We couldn't figure it out, so.
Lion, maybe?
We're not sure. Maybe Lion, but the first name is definitely Alexandria. So,
The L.
It was on Almerton Road.
yeah. Don't give an answer.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. So we have the animal activists here, which they're probably right. There's probably a lot of bad things going on in puppy mills. But we also have a lot of people from Manatee County that actually work at this facility. Obviously, this is not the problem. It seems like we have very caring people here in Manatee County taking care of these animals. It is a shame that these people have survived a pandemic and now are losing their job. And I'm very sorry for this. This is why votes matter. Carol's coming up for election soon. So, every person can speak about that.
It's not a personal tax.
So, I just want to point that out, that, you guys are from this county. A lot of the activists are not. I'm not saying you guys are wrong.
Andra, please address this board.
Okay, I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm just saying it doesn't sound like it's happening in Manatee County. Why are we destroying a business when the problem is not here? And if it's the supply chain, why aren't we attacking the supply chain? Oh, because we don't have the money to do so. So we're going to tank a business, put all these people out of work, for what? For what? And still, the supply chain is still screwed up. You're still, the bad breeders are still going to be the bad breeders. It does nothing to solve the problem. Nothing. So I'm not going to take too much of your time because I know you guys are going to be tired tonight. You guys should have brought a sleeping bag. But I just think this is wrong. This is outside of the role of government. When you start regulating this kind of stuff, we're not doing it to the massage parlors. We're not doing it to the gentleman clubs. We're not doing it to, the Dollar Tree, which everything comes from China. Child slavery, right? Nobody's going after the children that are being used and abused to make products that we buy from the Dollar Tree. When are you guys going to put Dollar Tree out of business? I just want to know. Because this is not fair to the people of Manatee County. This is America. We have the right to choose. I'm always up here to fight for liberty. People's right to choose, and you're taking that away from them. I just want you to think about that.
Thank you. Alexandra, and I'm sorry, I can't make it out. What is it?
Julian.
Really? Okay.
There you go.
I was writing fast.
Yes, you must have been.
I am so sorry.
Hey, no, it's fine. And after Alexandra will be Sai Woon.
No, honestly, they're just as a point of reference. There are a couple copies that are just one copy. So this, you just want to hand it around, but this one can go to everybody.
Okay, and then that one will go to the clerk of court. Just leave it there. We'll get it.
Perfect.
You can call her a criminal.
All right, hello. It's been a long day, and I'm glad that we've made it this far. Hi, my name is Alexandria Julian. I'm from Hillsborough County. I'm the founder of the My Puppy, My Choice campaign, and my family also owns All About Puppies, the store in Hillsborough County that was affected by the ordinances that happened there, which has actually been a really hot topic tonight, so I'm glad that I attended. The flowcharts that I provided you outline the regulated and unregulated entities that are providing dogs to the public. It outlines where they source their animals from and their obligation under Florida Statute 828.29, also a hot topic. Rescue shelters online and home breeders are not regulated by any federal or state legislation. So the most consumer protection and animal protection in place to date is from pets obtained from pet stores. I also provide you with the little single handouts, Florida Statute 828.29, as well as the Hillsborough County Ordinance that was in place from 2017 to early 2021. The primary purpose was to ensure consumer protection and, of course, animal welfare. It was said many times this evening that the Hillsborough County Ordinance failed, and as the pet store that was affected by this ordinance, I am here to set that record straight. Hillsborough County's regulation-based ordinance was well thought out, it was well researched, and fully enforceable. As proof of this, I provided you with a copy of just one of our inspections so you could have something to reference. Unfortunately, a bad actor in the community that was operating underground, not licensed or regulated by any entity, but definitely not this ordinance, was used as reason to shut down our small business, even though we were fully in compliance to work with very good breeders, and we did nothing wrong. When we talk about Hillsborough County's ordinance, keep in mind that this ordinance was not drafted by the pet retail stores. It was drafted by an animal advisory board consisting of veterinarians, rescue groups, shelter directors, hobby breeders, and lawyers. They conducted thorough research for the better part of a year and developed one of the most comprehensive regulation-based ordinances in our country. With a regulation-based model, if you decided to move forward with that, you would be able to engineer a bill that addresses all your concerns, benefiting the citizens and the animals in your community, not just animal rights groups' agendas. And lastly, I'm just going to make a few notes here just on some comments that were floating around. The USDA is not the only regulated entity on these breeders. I've researched this thoroughly my entire life, considering I was born doing this. But the USDA is just the federal regulations. They enforce the Animal Welfare Act. All these states that pet stores get their dogs from, these USDA licensed breeders, also have state regulations that they have to adhere to. These things focus on heightened breeder standards such as exercise, socialization, kennel size requirements, etc., and really, really good veterinary care. I've personally visited many licensed breeders over the years, and they have inside-outside play runs or socialized, have better health care than I do. And you don't have to, last thought, you do not have to choose a side. It's not us or them. This is about the animals, and there is a way to regulate this industry and protect the animals at the same time. We all care about them. Let's do the right thing, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The timing was perfect.
I literally was like...
Cy Woon and then Victoria Ribbets. State your name, you'll have 3 minutes, and tell us where you're from, please.
Thank you so much. Hi there. Good afternoon, commissioners. I am Dr. Cy Woon. I drove from South Florida, Fort Lauderdale, to be here to speak in support of this ordinance in which the retail sale of puppies and kittens, dogs, cats is to be banned. I took the day off my paid job to come here to advocate for these animals because when I chose to become a veterinarian, I took an oath to uphold and safeguard the welfare of animals, not to perpetuate the abuse and exploitation of them. And unfortunately, that is what is entailed in this scenario of retail sales of dogs and cats, where they are regarded as a commodity. It is not surprising when veterinarians have a puppy come in for their puppy exam or their kitten exam.
Can you talk to us, please?
Oh, sorry.
I'm having trouble keeping up.
Oh,
Sorry.
sure, sorry.
Thank you.
It is never a surprise when a puppy or a kitten comes in for their first exam and they come from a pet store. They are oftentimes riddled with gastrointestinal parasites, external parasites, and as with the example that was given earlier with Buddy, the puppy that was purchased at a pet store and very sadly was infected with fatal parvovirus, that is not an uncommon scenario. You know, we see that, and what the client isn't aware of is that the price tag that they get when they purchase this puppy or kitten, that is not the biggest cost that they have to deal with when these animals are riddled with infections such as parvovirus that can amount to thousands and thousands at the emergency clinic if the pet even survives. All of the talking points that have been presented by the opposing side, those are talking points that we're familiar with. We hear this time and time again at every single hearing. And as you can see with the past ordinances, this would be the 81st ordinance to pass if it does. And that just goes to show how successful the other ordinances have been throughout the state of Florida. And I'm here not just representing my interests, I'm representing 48 Florida veterinarians, predominantly in Manatee County, who are in support and endorse this ordinance.
Have something to show us that you have that endorsement from the others?
Yes, I think the letter's circulated.
Okay, I haven't seen it, that's why I was
Yes.
asking.
Oh, no worries.
I don't think it's been presented to the board.
Okay, I believe it has been presented, but if not, then we'll ensure that it is.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, those are, Florida veterinarians who support the ordinance. And as for the business side of this ban would result in 3 businesses being affected. Not completely shut down, affected, but it would support many, many local responsible breeders. So I hope that you can take these points into consideration because
Thank you.
I'm here for the
Thank
welfare
you.
of the animals. Thank you.
Victoria Rubitz?
Rubietta.
Really?
Rubio.
I don't know. Thank you. That's okay.
Beata, longtime Manatee County resident and business owner now.
Yay.
I'm here to implore you to vote yes for this puppy ban. You might get a healthy puppy, you might not get a healthy puppy, but one thing is for sure is that poor animal that bred that puppy has a tortured existence. I couldn't even say calling it living, being stuck in a cage where you cannot move or turn around or ever get out. Some of these puppies that are rescued never even stepped on the ground or outside. And there are many, many health issues that happen with these puppies that are bought. I've had friends that worked at puppy stores, and these puppies are a commodity. They're not a living being. They care as much about these puppies as they would a bag of beans. And if the puppy, it costs too much to make them healthy, they'll euthanize it in a second. They have no regard for any kind of life for these animals. And we've stopped the dog racing, and we could stop the puppy mills, and we could stop the demand for the puppy mills. Manatee County, we're working on being a no-kill shelter, but we're not there yet. And as long as there's all these puppies and animals, and there are many purebred rescues that you can get a purebred puppy from if that's what you want. All of my animals have been rescues, and one from the Humane Society, from Bishop, one we found tied to a tree, one under a car. But there's so much animal killing. If we could stop the suffering of these animals on a wide scale, and it's just inhumane, and I just can't see how this is, even a business is allowed to happen. This is nothing but torture. It would never be a life I would want for any one of my animals or anyone, any kind of living being, no matter what you are. And I just implore you to just please stop the puppy mills. Thank you.
Seth, do we have any phone calls?
Forgive me, Madam Chair. We'll remind anyone on the call who would like to speak to please press *9 to raise their hand, and we'll begin with 419, *6, please.
And Madam Chair, when the attorney does come, may she have 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Thank you. I don't even know her name.
Okay, fine.
Hi, caller.
Hi,
Please state
I
your-
am Terry. Am I on?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Hello? Okay. I am Terry Bridge, a Manatee County resident, and I support the original ordinance banning the retail sale of puppies and kittens. Since last April, I've spent a great deal of time studying the reasons for such a ban. They are, in brief, animal welfare, public health, consumer protection, which I'll get back to in a second, similar bans in other Florida counties, and public opinion. These reasons are validated by facts nowhere more clearly than in the Tampa Bay Times August 9th guest opinion column titled "Ban the Sale of Puppy Mills," written by the Humane Society of the United States, Florida director. With specific reference to a comment made earlier by a commissioner, one major role of government is consumer protection. So I bring again to the board's attention the 2020 complaint that Florida's Attorney General Moody filed against an Orlando pet store. That complaint cited deceptive and unfair trade practices, including misrepresentation of breeders' USDA licensure, misrepresentation of warranties and return policies, of animal health and breed, and whether animals were registered or registrable with the AKC. My research suggests that such practices are frequent in the retail pet sale industry. And of note, and I don't know if it's connected, that this past June, as you know now, Orange County has passed a ban on the retail sale of dogs and cats. So, with an emphasis on the consumer protection role government does play, I ask that you vote for the ordinance that would ban the retail sale of puppies and kittens in Manatee County. Thank you for the opportunity to make this comment.
Thank you, caller. Next is 645. 645, star 6, please.
Hello, am I able to be heard?
We can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Patty Van Sicklin. I am the Southeast Regional Manager for the American Kennel Club. I live in Birmingham, Alabama. AKC is the world's largest purebred dog registry, and our affiliated clubs operate America's largest purebred dog rescue network. We advocate for responsible dog ownership and support strong enforcement of the Federal Animal Welfare Act and state animal cruelty laws. We have deep concerns with the proposed ordinance and request that it not advance as currently written. This measure has been promoted as a pet store ordinance, but as written, it will impact not only pet stores in the county, but also individuals who wish to sell or otherwise transfer ownership of a dog or cat. Much-loved pets come from a variety of sources: breeders, ethical rescues, shelters, individuals who choose to rehome a pet, and pet stores. However, too often, proponents of pet sales bans also promote the increased adoption of pets from rescues and shelters. We agree that every dog should have a home. However, in order for more people to obtain more pets from rescues and shelters, more pets must enter rescues and shelters. AKC advocates for a different solution to help people who wish to obtain a dog select a dog that matches their family's lifestyle and to help keep dogs in their homes. We note that across the U.S., the number of shelter intakes and shelter euthanizations of adoptable pets are at an all-time low. In fact, nationally, a dog shortage is reported in many parts of the U.S. You can Google it. When a community such as yours, one that benefits from adequate and even above average animal control and community animal services, continues to report a dog overpopulation problem, it must be questioned if local rescues are procuring pets from outside the county and outside of the state that reduce the available resources for local homeless pets, or if there are barriers to pet retention. Solutions to those issues are available, and such solutions do not include retail pet sale bans that serve to substantially limit the availability of pets to only those offered by shelters and rescues. We are additionally concerned that the proposal seeks to ban the display of dogs and cats in certain public areas. This could be interpreted to prohibit AKC-sanctioned dog events, where, by the way, dog sales are already prohibited, and other activities that are held in certain public locations in which dogs are, quote-unquote, displayed. Accordingly, we respectfully request the term display be modified to read display for sale. The proposal further increases risks for both buyers and sellers. A person who wished to sell or transfer a dog would be prohibited from meeting with a potential buyer to discuss a sale or from finalizing the sale of a pet in a designated safe sale location established by the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. So for these reasons, we urge you to not advance the ordinance as written, and I would be pleased to stay online if there are any questions after others have had the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seth, the next call, please.
Yes, ma'am. 245, 245, star 6, please. Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Hobgood, and I'm based in Tallahassee. I serve as the Senior Director of State Legislation for the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. And today I'm speaking on behalf
Jennifer,
of
we're going to give you 5 minutes,
Yes, ma'am.
okay?
Actually, I think that we were hoping that our staff attorney could take that time, and I would be.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead.
She wanted to speak to the legal background.
3 minutes then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you. So today I'm speaking on behalf of our thousands of Manatee County constituents in strong support for this ordinance that will shut down the puppy mill pipeline into this community. And you're going to hear shortly from one of our staff attorneys about the ongoing problems with enforcing federal laws intended to protect dogs in the puppy mill pipeline. Even if the federal government started enforcing federal law tomorrow, standards are so low that all the animal welfare and consumer protection issues we've heard about today will persist. So we are grateful that the board is considering this ordinance and that the board can consider this ordinance. If retail puppy sellers had their way, the board would not today have the authority to address this matter, and that's because over the past 5 years, a small band of retail puppy sellers have pushed state legislation in Tallahassee in the form of various bills and amendments to preempt local government on this matter. Working alongside others, including local government associations, my organization has worked year after year at the Capitol to stop these preemption attempts and protect home rule on this issue. Public information from Florida clearly shows that puppies sold at retail in Florida come from puppy mills. Our staff recently analyzed more than 5,000 puppy import reports from the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services and found that over a 16-month period, puppy mill breeders and brokers imported more than 12,000 puppies into Florida for sale in stores, with more than 80% of those originating in only 5 Midwestern states that have the highest concentration of puppy mills in the U.S. Those are Missouri, Indiana, Ohio, Iowa, and Kansas, about 1,500 miles away. And 1 in 4 of the puppies shipped to Florida stores came from breeding and brokering facilities in Missouri alone. So just to cap, the poor breeding conditions in this broken system often lead to contagious and hereditary illnesses in puppies, and of course, the suffering of breeding dogs. So we respectfully ask for your yes vote today to shut down the puppy mill pipeline in Manatee County. Thank you.
Next, Seth.
470-470. Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record. That's all we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thought we had.
We do.
You sure that's it, Seth?
We also have, I believe, the staff legal representation for, that should be all the calls that we have. Here's a few more coming in as we wait.
Okay.
All right, here we go. We'll do 882. Press *6 for us.
He needs to be a radio announcer. Right. He's got such a calming voice.
882. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Erin Hawes.
Hi, Aaron. Go ahead.
I'm a resident of Manatee County. I've lived here for the past 11 years now. And I would have liked to be at the meeting today, but I could not. Today's a big day for parents in Manatee County. Today is the first day of school, so I had to pick up my kids at school. But I wanted to make sure I called and made a comment because I do not support a pet sale ban. I believe a pet sale ban is just a very bad idea. As a parent, I feel parents should have options when it comes to getting a pet. And I don't want local government to interfere with my ability to get a pet that's best for my family and my kids. And I just think it's very sad that people are not thinking about the children in our community and how this is going to affect them. Pet stores, breeders are regulated, and I really hate to see the government telling me that I cannot go to these regulated sources to get a pet for my child. Rescues are not regulated, and the last time I checked, the majority of dogs at Manatee County rescues were pit bull mixes, and this is not a good fit for my children. And there's a lot of other people out there that cannot have a large dog, and the majority of dogs in rescues are large dogs. So people really need to have the freedom to get a pet from either a pet store, a breeder, or a rescue. This is important, and parents should have those options available. Also, what nobody is talking about is how is this going to affect local breeders? Okay, these things are not just about pet stores. If you read the ordinance closely, this is also going to affect local breeders. And I keep hearing the other side stating that, well, people should just go to a local breeder. But this type of ordinance will also affect local breeders. So I think you need to be very careful in whatever you pass. I think it's, in my opinion, it's a reckless piece of legislation, and I do not think it should be passed. I urge you not to pass this. I fear for kids in this community that their parents will have to go to a rescue and get an animal that's not a good fit. And unfortunately, the kids are going to pay the price for this. And I work in the medical field, and I'm well aware of dog bites and things like that. And, you know, it's a big deal getting a pet, and people should have options.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all I would like to say.
Thank you. Seth, next caller.
Yes, ma'am. We'll try 470 again. 470. Just press *6.
Hi there. My name is Jacqueline Weish. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Barely.
I am an animal rights activist born and raised in Sarasota, Florida. As far as the gentleman who owns a franchise goes in Bradenton, I'm sure he'll be just fine after moving toward adopting animals in need for profit instead of selling cruelly bred puppies from puppy mills. I heard a claim that they also have a high rating for Petland Bradenton from the Better Business Bureau, but when I look on the BBB's website, I see in fact 0 customer reviews. I urge you to look for yourself and keep that what you find in mind is a lie. No such high reviews exist. I'd also like to address the but Chinese products in the dollar store argument. This has absolutely nothing to do with why we are here today. Let's stay focused on the present moment. And in case anyone here doesn't realize this, you can be an activist for multiple causes at the same time. To express any concern about the dollar store here today is ludicrous. You can fight against the dollar store and retail breeding at the same time if that is truly your passion. Now let's get to what the real issue is here. And let's be aware that this is not strictly a no puppy mill ordinance. It is very much an adoption-focused ordinance. And I wholeheartedly believe that this is what is most important. Families can find beloved pets in shelters. It is not required to purchase a retail-bred animal in order to love them. By ending the sale of pets in Manatee County, we are consciously saying no more to the heartbreaking practice where so many innocent and scared lives are left forgotten and sitting alone in shelters, waiting for new families to adopt them, just because of the bottom line of human greed, breeding more animals into existence for profit. A no-kill ordinance cannot stop this influx of lives into shelters. The only thing that can is banning the sale of retail pets and switching to an adoption-only model. As far as the specific breed argument goes, I feel this is a moot point. As to my view, claiming to require a specific breed is purely an embarrassing first world human issue, which has zero to do with the welfare of retail bred animals and those homeless in true need. Animals matter too, no matter the breed. Animals are living beings, not commodities. But still, regardless of how I feel about the embarrassingly selfish idea that one must have a certain breed, you can literally search petfinder.com for a specific breed across your state and find them in a shelter somewhere. From many shelters and rescues, again, specifically including breed-specific rescues for those with a certain dog in mind. It is easy enough to find a popular purebred or designer breed puppy from one of these sources, so there is no need to frequent a pet store that fuels a totally unnecessary puppy mill trade. I will reiterate.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can.
Seth, is there another call?
Yes, ma'am. 445.
Thank you, Glenn Gibellina for the record. So here's my spin on the issue. Let's put it into perspective. DUI kills thousands. Do you shut down bars? No, in fact, more are opening. Death of alcoholism exceeds 95,000, 261 a day. Do you ban liquor stores? Of course not. Cancer kills over 598,000. And are you closing businesses that sell cigarettes? Of course not. Poor diet contributes health disease that kills over 690,000 people a year. Do you control the diets of these folks or ban food which products that are currently on the market that contribute to these deaths? Where do you draw the line? We're talking about hundreds and thousands of deaths. I don't know how many folks have been killed from puppies from the retail outlets, but I can bet they're pretty low, if any. It's not the role of government to mandate a legal business, including very poor examples like strip bars and massage parlors. I'm not a proponent of them, but it's not the role of government to control business despite our personal preferences. With all due respect, it's not the local government to control what type of business that are within the legal laws of our state. As I listen to these young people who work there, it's their choice. They seem happy, they like their jobs, and for the owners, they provide jobs that contribute to the tax rolls. In addition, pay retail rent in an already diminishing retail world. The public should not be restricted by limited choices from Humane Society and others like places. Why do you think rescue dogs are there in the first place? They were unwanted or abandoned. Why would you force the public to only have a choice from this pool of dogs? They won't. They'll go to the next county over and purchase their choice of Fluffy Foo Foo or whoever that are not available at shelters. Like it or not, it's not your job or responsibility to mandate a legal retail business. And it's not the role of government to control our lives or my choices. Keep your personal emotions out of this decision. Follow the law. Do the job the taxpayers you to do, and that is to follow the law. Period. It's our choice. It should always be our choice. Thank you for your time.
Next is 408. 408.
Yes, Carol Phelps, Mayaca City. I am a very avid animal advocate and basically have my own personal rescue here. One thing I do want to make a statement about is the number of people who came to express their opinion on this subject. You know, we have a subject like our animal shoes, and we have a great response. But, you know, we sat through some things this morning. There's only one or two participants in the office. I don't think anybody should take offense at that. What we should understand is that this is an understandable subject. It draws in that emotion. And I think we found that the emotion expressed on both sides is more similarities than differences. My issue is with more of the wording and the intent, and are we going to see results with this issue? And as the application says, there's a lot of other things out there that are bad for us, but it's not the government's job to do certain things. That's part of our freedom. We have the freedom to sell whatever we want. Some of those things are not good. Some of those things are not good for us. We really, we all know what the oldest profession is. So, what I would like is maybe from out here, it's a rural area.
Carol, you are breaking up badly. We cannot understand a word you're saying.
I'm going to move. I'm in Mayaca. That's what happens. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Are we doing better?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So here's the thing. We have a lot of dumped animals out here. And you know that out here, we also have animals that are working animals. They're meant to be out here. A great thing we're doing, we have a lot of Great Pyrenees now because they're livestock guardian animals. Yes, we do have a lot of pit bulls. I've always said that if you move out to Mayaca, if you don't have your own pit bull, one will be assigned to you. And we also have an abundance of breeders, responsible and irresponsible. And, can you hear me? And we have a lot of rescues and rehabs. I would like to see these two groups focus on their similarities. we don't really need. I mean, I understand with breeds, you know, we ship horses all over the place. People are looking for a certain breed, a certain training, certain things like that. But if we could tool the law to satisfy both sides and work on those similarities and those compromises, because I don't see a lot of issues addressed in compromise. Now, if you want to sell purebred animals, let's get these animal people together. Look at all the issues that we're dealing with animals and incredible
Thank you, Carol.
And
Thank you very much. Another call, Seth?
Yes, Madam Chair, 749, 749.
Seeming like the same numbers.
749, press star 6 for us, please. Star 6. Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Whoever it is.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. This is Marilyn Weaver in Parish, Manatee County. Thank you so much, Commissioners, for undertaking this issue of great importance to your constituents who seek respite and justice for puppy mill animals bred in mass operations of misery from mostly out-of-state operations. I heard firsthand witness accounts of puppies being unloaded from trucks that were not given water or food during transport, some already visibly sick. The entire operation of repeated forced impregnation and giving birth in dirty cages is disgusting and immoral. Employees of Petland are here to support their jobs. I wonder if they even know the conditions entailed in producing the, quote, products, end quote, they will sell. Or perhaps they don't care. But we care, and many organizations have exposed these conditions, such as the Animal Defense Fund, Animal Legal Defense Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and others. The ASPCA has filed a lawsuit against the USDA for abandoning its responsibility to enforce the Animal Welfare Act. USDA oversight is negligible, insufficient, and guidelines are not being enforced. In essence, the USDA is allowing profits to be the basis of animal welfare. I am assuming that your lawyers have provided you with the knowledge of this lawsuit. Based on the fact that you have heard all the conditions of puppy mills ad nauseum, I won't repeat them. I am asking that you vote yes to a retail ban on the sale of dogs and cats in Manatee County. Petland can still continue business, but it will be a humane business, selling products for animals and not profiting from the misery of puppy mill animals. I am asking for a humane vote for your constituents and not a vote for immoral profits of a business. Thank you for hearing your many constituents, please, and I apologize for my allergy-impaired voice. Thank you.
Seth?
That's all we have, Madam Chair.
That's all we have?
That's all the calls we have. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. I'm going to go ahead now and close public comment, and we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back and get into questions from our board. Thank you.
Reason. Are you?
We are back in session at 5:31. We'll go ahead and a storm. That's true. All right.
I'm getting to my seat.
Okay, Attorney Clegg, did you have something that you want to share?
I do, Madam Chair. I was informed during the recess that the legal counsel for the ASPCA does have a presentation. There was some confusion, I guess, on their part about when they should bring that forward. So they didn't understand they needed to do that through the public comment. I would recommend letting them make that presentation. So that's the 5 minutes that was asked for through the Zoom system, which they're
That's
prepared
good,
to do.
because I'm going to have some questions
Okay.
when this is over.
And
Okay, I'm
just
good
for
with
the,
that.
I mean, you have closed public comment, so that doesn't mean we're going to reopen to take calls or anything. It's just that that was somebody that
Right.
was in the queue that didn't understand they needed to raise their hand. There was some confusion about going through Zoom rather than the phone lines.
So, okay, 5 minutes.
That's what really was the source of it, so.
Okay.
So Seth, whenever you want to let them start.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Forgive me, Madam Chair. We have Tamara, I believe.
Yes, Tamara, thank you.
Tamara, excuse me.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tamara Feliciano. I'm an attorney with the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, and I work as legislative counsel with our Legal Advocacy and Investigations Department, and I am speaking on behalf of the ASPCA's Florida supporters today. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you about one of my favorite topics, which is puppy mills and the law. Next slide, please. I want to explain a little bit about why, from a legal perspective, the ASPCA supports a clear prohibition on the retail sale of dogs and cats from pet stores. Florida's puppy lemon law requires pet stores to provide certain warranties and limited disclosures and attempts to address post-sale issues, but nothing in state law stops the puppy mill pipeline from entering the state of Florida. That means that puppies being sold at pet stores in Florida rely on the federal government to ensure their protection. So let's take a look at federal law. There is only one law that is meant to protect animals bred for the commercial pet trade, and that's the Animal Welfare Act, the AWA. The AWA sets the minimum standards of care for the humane treatment of dogs and cats in pet trade, but these standards are dangerously low, and many have spoken about that already today. There are over 2,000 commercial dog breeders and dealers, and at any given point, these dealers house 250,000 dogs and puppies. And while the USDA has an obligation to license and inspect facilities to ensure compliance with the AWA, there's absolutely no requirement to inspect a dog dealer even one time a year. Next slide, please. And so because we know these dealers are selling to pet stores and they are not open to the public, the ASPCA closely monitors public information related to them. And from this data, we've observed a decline in the number of USDA inspections taking place, a decline in the number of violations even being reported during these inspections, and we continue to see serious animal welfare violations and repeat violations with no enforcement. So if you look at that photograph was taken during a USDA inspection in 2019. This breeder has amassed multiple violations over the year, and no enforcement action has been taken against this dealer to date, not even for what you see in the photograph. And we've also seen less transparency from the USDA and regulated community. And what this means is that the USDA has chosen to prioritize dog breeder interests over animal welfare. They're not hiding this. They call it their customer service-based approach to enforcement. Next slide, please. And as you can see, since 2016, USDA enforcement of the Animal Welfare Act has significantly dropped overall. But it's important to note that enforcement has never been good. As far back as 1995, the USDA's own Office of Inspector General has repeatedly audited the USDA and found that the agency is failing to protect animals at commercial dog dealing facilities. And in recent years, it's gotten to the point that enforcement against dog dealers is virtually non-existent. So the ASPCA is not waiting to take action. The ASPCA recently filed a federal lawsuit challenging the USDA's non-enforcement policy. Next slide, please. And so if Manatee County wants to ensure the humane care and treatment of dogs and cats entering Manatee County and being sold in the community, then we really should be proactive here. The USDA is not hiding that they're prioritizing the interests of dog breeders over animal welfare. So adding a requirement that the breeder be quote unquote be licensed by the USDA with no reports of direct non-compliance adds words but is meaningless. It would add nothing to the proposed ordinance. So we would encourage you to reject that proposal. Next slide, please. Ordinances prohibiting the retail sale of dogs and cats in pet stores have been repeatedly upheld, and they've been upheld because local governments have a legitimate interest in stopping the puppy mill pipeline. And today you've heard from residents who have voiced serious animal welfare and consumer protection concerns. And as lawmakers, you have a legitimate interest in listening to your community's concerns and legislating to address those concerns. And courts have time and time again protected that interest so that you could do that today. So on behalf of the ASPCA, I want to thank you so much for your time today and for your consideration of this important measure that is such a good step in the right direction of helping us end puppy mill cruelty. We fully support this measure, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. All right, well, commissioners, Commissioner Whitmore, you're on the board.
Yes. First of all, I heard from the audience that this was a knee-jerk reaction. I personally have been involved with this maybe 10 or 11 years now. It's come before the board 5 times. So this is nothing, and this is nothing that is a surprise. The vet that testified earlier, I think used to be a veterinarian with Petland, but that's fine. It's okay. You know, but I mean, I think we should disclose that if it was true. And I appreciate the other vet that came from the other coast, whether she's here, for driving all the way across. Kate McFall is here. She's the Florida Senior Director of the National Humane Society. And our attorney or whoever, with this new ordinance, she had made a comment, and I can't read it and I can't find it anywhere, so I don't know if it's true. But you can have up to 18 or whatever, many violations if you're an out-of-state puppy mill, and it won't count if you're in the state of Florida. So maybe somebody can answer that question. And I know Bill, unfortunately, I know Doug was the attorney that was going to do this. But this, I think she's talking about the suggested language and not the current ordinance. And I would just like to confirm that the current ordinance, I know this has nothing to do with the current ordinance, correct? Can somebody just say yes or no?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Whitmore, I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Could you
Kate
rephrase?
McFall from the Humane Society had, and I wrote it down when she was speaking, said you could have a puppy mill could have 18 or more violations from another state, and it wouldn't count if they brought the puppies in from out of state to Florida.
I'm not
I
sure
was
that's.
I'm probably misunderstanding it. Okay, I'm probably misunderstanding, and I
Okay,
apologize.
I know that that's within the scope of our
Okay.
regulatory authority.
Yeah, I know. That's why I wrote it down and I wanted to ask. But Petland of Sarasota, I'm sorry that you've only owned this for 4 months, because like last year we brought this up, that this was going to come before us. And in fact, we brought it up last year, and it was decided by the previous board that we'd let the new board bring this issue up. And I'm going to ask our chief, because we had a pet store from Miami, and I actually have been telling the commissioner this from day one, that I heard another store, and you probably all remember this, was looking at coming into Manatee County. And I told you that there had been an email that they were requesting on what's going on in Manatee County as far as retail pet stores. Needless to say, I didn't know they actually did come. But I asked the chief, because I heard you had sent response to them what was going on in Manatee County regarding retail sale, correct? Could I ask the chief to answer that, Madam Chair?
I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, they had contacted us a couple previous work sessions before, and we put them in touch with how to, because at that time I wasn't involved with the work sessions, but how to get involved and find out what's going on, so they were informed.
Okay, so they were informed also. And the Petland of Sarasota, hopefully you were informed that this has been a hot issue for at least 10 years now, and that this new commission was going to decide that. So I apologize if that wasn't disclosed to you. Also, the Chief of Animal Services, do you have any knowledge in Manatee County if rescues are buying large amount of puppies from puppy mills or selling designer dogs? Because I had never heard that before. Maybe it's other places in Florida, but I'd like to know locally, as our commissioner, our chair had said before, what's going on in Manatee County.
I'm not aware of any rescue groups or shelters that are buying from big huge puppy mills.
Okay, and also, I heard that we only have big dogs at Animal Services. That's true, because is it not true that as soon as we get a dog in, we have to wait how many days, and then can you explain the transfer to the rescue procedure?
Sure. Our stray hold period is 5 days for dogs and 3 for cats. And at that time, typically our smallest breed dogs, as we know, we've heard today, they're very desirable. And our rescue groups are also very great at taking those smaller dogs very quickly. There's smaller space. And for us, we don't have the best accommodations for small dogs, so we like to push those out as quickly as possible, obviously, as well.
Rescues. And do the rescues
Absolutely.
pay for the animals, and do they get them spayed and neutered before they get transferred, or do they pay for it?
It would depend. If they were being transferred, they are obligated by state statute
State
to
law.
have them sterilized before they are adopted out. But we do sterilize and transfer, and we also transfer without them being sterilized, and they're obligated to have them sterilized. But it is state law to do that.
Okay, and is it not true that large dogs are harder to adopt?
I mean, I would say yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, our average length of
Yes.
stay for a large dog, do you know?
for in adoptions, this is about 60 days, and that's actually been going down.
Okay, good. My daughter and son-in-law drove somewhere in Florida to a breeder to get a Rottweiler. So, you know, it was a breeder, and I know other friends that have done that. I have another friend that, there's a Wheaton rescue in South Florida here somewhere, that's a rescue from the mothers that have been bred, and they go there to a rescue, and my good friends bought a dog there, and for like a year and a half, she wouldn't even come out of her kennel hardly, but now she's much better, so, you know, but that's just a side of people that I know. I'm just asking us, as you all know, I've never made a secret of this. Madam Chair knows I haven't made a secret of this. I am a big proponent of senior care, elder care, and animal welfare, and I'm not going to give that up. So, you know, for anybody to say that I have any other agenda, it doesn't. It's been like that since day one, since I've been in office. So, and I had worked in the homeless too, so I am one for social services and helping. I do, you know, I do ask the commission to do the right thing. I respectfully ask that you support the motion that's on the floor when it's time. We've been through this many times, and if it doesn't pass, trust me, I will be back. And so will the hundreds of thousands of residents in this county that have asked you for the last 10 years to do something. So again, I appreciate you sitting here and listening to all this. A lot of our rescues are out. They have other jobs. They have kids, you know, and they do this on their own dime. You know, they don't get paid for it. There's a lot of commercial businesses in town that have their donations jar that hopefully you all support. I just think we need to do the right time, and now's the time, and I'm hoping the commission supports that. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's quite a storm going on outside my house, so
I can't even see
sort
it.
of bear. Well, that's okay, but you'll be able to hear it, I think. And then my Thunder Buddy dog here might try and jiggle my iPad.
Jump on
as
your
I talk.
lap.
He's in close proximity.
With your suit on.
So, you know, I appreciate the passion of all the people that came down today, and made for a long and informative day. Some of them traveled quite a ways to come here, and I want to thank them all for coming down, and thank them all for sharing their expertise and their passion and all their knowledge on this issue. I did hear a lot of emotion. I heard a lot of facts, but I also heard a lot of emotion, and we can't govern based on emotion. Obviously, we have to govern based on facts. And I think the previous boards have been able to separate emotion from fact on this. And that's probably why, as Commissioner Whitmore stated, it's come up 5 or 6 times, but it hasn't passed yet. And while a lot of folks come down to speak to us, they represent themselves, and they represent probably more than themselves, but we are a county of 420,000. There are an awful lot of people who are working every day, who, you know, if it were to be put to a vote, would probably weigh in differently, but they're not as impassioned, and obviously they're not going to take the day off work to come down. So we should keep that in mind as well. I always like to hear when constituents come down to speak, but they don't necessarily represent the entire county. They represent the more impassioned folks and more involved folks. I think that we are dealing with a supply chain issue, and it's an issue of trade. And that's not necessarily where the county should be regulating. That's not our role or authority. And it's interesting because we've been getting a lot of flack about the issue of abortion, people stating that that's not our role or authority. It's sort of out of our realm. Here we are again with something that's not in our realm. So the idea is to try and get us to stop the retail sale to solve a supply chain problem. And how broad of a problem is it? We haven't really been presented with any hard facts on that. Every industry, of course, has bad apples. I'm a realtor, believe it or not, there are some bad apples in the real estate business. I think Commissioner Baugh would probably agree with me that there are some bad jewelers, and Commissioner Serbia would probably say there are some poor planners, and there are some bad community centers out there, Commissioner Bellamy. And I've seen late night TV, and then I know Commissioner Satcher, there's a few pastors that you're probably not proud of as well.
Bad nurses.
Right? I mean, yeah, and nurses, right? So, you don't just shut down businesses because somewhere down the line there are bad apples or bad actors. And if we get into the supply chain, I don't get too much on the limb here, but Glenn Gibellina and Michelle Martin and even Andrew Griffin are correct when they point out we purchase huge amounts of products from China in this country, and we sell them right here in Manatee County. And we know that the labor laws in China are deplorable. There are actually buildings where they manufacture iPhones, where they have nets set up to catch people who are trying to commit suicide. But yet we're buying iPhones in this country, no problem. President Trump got us off of foreign oil, and now Biden has us back on OPEC oil again. And if you want to look at OPEC countries that are how they feel about Jewish people, and they throw gays off of buildings, they stone women to death for cheating on their husbands. But we're enriching those countries by purchasing oil in Manatee County, and we're not banning that. It does become sort of a slippery slope of emotion, and where you say, okay, well, now the government is going to step in and decide. We never did shut down massage parlors. Commissioner Satcher wants to shut down strip clubs, and it's not that he doesn't have a valid, in my opinion, he certainly has an ethical path for that, but does he have a legal path for that? I don't know. We're trying to protect puppies here. Look at the backlash that we've received. We want to say that we don't ever want to have an abortion clinic in this county.
We don't.
We're talking about defending the lives of babies. And so, if we're gonna take a step towards puppies, certainly it makes sense that we take that step as well. Something for us all to think about. When I hear comments in public comment like, we should cast a humane vote and prevent immoral profit. Those are not legal guidelines to go by, and that's what concerns me here. Is I just think that we're taking a step beyond what should be the role of government, the authority of government. I love dogs. Sitting here with mine, because it's thunder and lightning outside, right? So I absolutely love dogs, but I also understand my role as a county commissioner and what I was elected to do, and it was not to put people out of work, not to put people into a situation where they're unable to provide for their family and in their careers, or to shut people's businesses down. It's just not what I was elected to do. But I absolutely want to help our animal services to move more animals, to get more animals adopted. And I think it's foolish for people to go buy a pet from Petland, but that's their choice. I think it's foolish for people to smoke cigarettes and do lots of things. But it's the beauty of living in America is it's your choice. So that's all for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm next on the board. I've got a few questions for Mark Barnaby that I didn't quite understand the difference in the in the resolutions that we have. Mark, can you kind of go over and explain in better detail what we're looking at with the other one? I want to make sure I understand both.
Sure. Your current draft that the county attorney's office was directed to do provided for, would essentially eliminate the sale of retail sales of dogs or cats from commercial establishments. Our proposal provides an exemption under certain conditions for commercial establishments to offer retail sales. And they have to be bought from smaller local hobby breeders, one, or two, breeders that are licensed by the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, pursuant to federal law. And all breeders, and on top of that, those breeders have not been issued a report of direct noncompliance violation by the USDA under the Animal Welfare Act for a period of 3 years prior to offering the sale of the dog, essentially, or cat. And so, and not only that, the commercial establishment must provide the USDA license number of the breeder that bred the dog, so it's very specific about that, and a copy of the most recent USDA inspection report for the breeder to the Animal Services Division upon request. And that way you know where the dog came from and you know what the track record is of that breeder. Does that help?
And is that pretty much what?
That's pretty much it. The other change was in the amortization period just to address this particular exemption.
They do all that now.
And you represent Petland here today.
Petland, Bradenton, and Sarasota, yes.
Yeah. Has there been a problem with where they've gotten their pets from, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. They've worked very hard and they've improved over time, I'll admit that too. They've been more selective in where they get them from. They've gone to the breeders and been very careful in how they select the places where they get those the dogs from. They've taken videos of those things. They actually have those online. That information is available, and they're very selective about that. And as Brad Parker said, I do recommend that you actually go to some of those breeders and take a look at that if you're looking at addressing this issue.
For me, I think no matter what happens today, I'd like to visit. I have no idea where Petland gets their dogs from. I don't know, but I think I'd like to go and visit. Yeah.
Iowa?
If you're going to take a business away from a business owner, you need to know what you're talking about, in my opinion. So, yeah, I would. The other thing, we had, Commissioner Cruz was keeping track. He says we had approximately 58 people that spoke today, plus the calls that we had. And I would say probably over half of those were in favor of Petland, not against. So what my point is that, here you have people.
And it wasn't half, it was actually more on this, it was 30.
Yeah, it was more on that side, sure it was. Okay. It doesn't matter. It was not, either way, it wasn't by much. How about that? The bottom line is, it's not hundreds of thousands of people.
It is.
What we're looking at here are very, people that really care in Manatee County about their animals, and it goes on both sides. They just don't necessarily agree with each other on it, but they care about their animals, and I do too, and I want to see the right thing happen. So I have a problem, me personally, in looking at this, knowing that there's another alternative out here besides just killing a business or two, that there is an alternative that we could at least try. And then somebody said, I was listening, today they said, well, Hillsborough did that. Well, I don't really care about Hillsborough. I care about Manatee County. But if we did that and we made a mistake down the road, we could change it, just like Hillsborough. So, for me, I'm not seeing, nor am I hearing, definitive results that there is a real problem with Petland, other than So many just don't like the fact that Petland buys dogs and sells them. That sounds like the majority of it. And I am not, I can't, for the life of me, hurt a business or two, or maybe three, you know, just because another group doesn't like where they get their animals from, but yet they're not proving to me that there's a problem. So I don't know. I know a motion was made. I still have it. I kept it here by Commissioner Whitmore, second by Commissioner Cruz, and then Commissioner Van Ostenbridge amended it, and I second it. I understand. Trust me, I've been doing this a lot longer. So the point is, you have a board that is divided on what the real answer is here. And I'm not saying I'm right or I'm wrong. I'm just saying that I'm not convinced. So that's just me for right now. But anyway, we'll come back to it. I've got all these commissioners now on the board. So, Commissioner Servia.
Oh, I thought I was number 2, but now I'm up, right? Thank you. Okay.
Well, that's because I hadn't taken myself off yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right,
see,
thank
you. Thought I had
you.
done something dastardly.
No, of course I did not.
Yeah.
I would never think that. I do have a couple of questions, please. Regarding the proposed Petland ordinance. So we heard that it didn't work in Hillsborough County. Do we know of a community where it has worked, where that language has worked? Does anybody have information on a place where it has worked?
Burgundy shirt.
None.
So I'm hearing yeses and nos from each side, which may be expected. So maybe.
Well, how about the attorney? Probably. Might be better, because I'm curious as to that as well.
No
So,
talking.
Madam Chair,
Talking.
Yes,
we have to
Mr.
keep order in the chamber, Madam Chair. This
Yeah.
is the
Excuse me, we have the attorney at the podium. Let him speak.
Thank you. What I would say to that is, I think what you heard, the testimony that you heard in regard to that was that it worked very well. It just, you had one bad apple, and because of that bad apple, they repealed it. It was working well for a majority of the pet stores that were there. And so I think that's the answer. And so Brian's here, so he might have a little more detail on that.
He's not the attorney, Madam Chair.
Mr. Barnaby, just
You
so-
know, it's up to Commissioner Servia. She's got the
Well,
floor.
Mr. Barnaby, my question, maybe I wasn't clear, is has it worked in other jurisdictions? We heard it didn't work in Hillsborough. Has that same or a similar motion worked in other jurisdictions?
Well, I think it was working in Hillsborough County, but they repealed it because of one problem. There were other pet stores that were following that ordinance, and what should have happened there was that one store should have been shut down, not all of them.
So is there another jurisdiction where something similar to that has worked?
I think Brian can answer.
Okay, thank you.
That's, Madam Chair, he's not the attorney.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to.
Well, I'm
Mr.
I'm a
Attorney.
little concerned because, this
Yeah.
is a legislative proceeding. These are matters of opinion. I mean, has worked can mean different things to different people.
Right.
So.
Okay.
If we're going to open dialogue, and you're going
Okay.
to start hearing from one group, you're going to have to hear
Yes, I
from another
understand.
group. And I don't think that's where we want to, we'll be here all night. And
Okay, I have a
Or
different
one.
question. And maybe Mr. Barnaby is the correct person for this, or maybe one of the owners of Petland is the correct person. So if I go into Petland of Sarasota today, we'll just use that one, which is in Manatee County. And I see a dog that I love, and I ask, can you please show me the chain of where that animal originated from, which broker it went to, and, I know it goes through sometimes several middlemen, but could I see that chain of where it goes to, where it originated? Because I've had a number of people who have come to me who have asked that question, and they say they're told that that's proprietary. It can't be disclosed. So that's why I'm asking you.
Who are
The
you
answer is
asking,
yes.
Commissioner? Are
The
you-
answer is yes. Okay. So if I go into Petland today and I see a cute little Yorkie and I say, where did this Yorkie come from? You will show me the path to where it was born and produced and how it got to Manatee County.
Yes.
Okay. I will tell you that that is contrary to a lot of comments that I've received. So I would ask you to please check with the people running the businesses, because there are a lot of people saying they can't get that information. I'm just providing that to you. Okay. I have a couple more comments, please. And, I want to say that it's really sad that we're even here having this discussion, because if the USDA, for our federal government, was doing their job effectively, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. I don't like that local government is put in this situation. But unfortunately, the environment we're in today is that being USDA approved is not meaningful. I'm so sorry to say that. It makes me sad. And I don't like to hear, and I am a researcher, I do my research, I've done some investigations, and what I found is that the USDA today does operate with a very customer-friendly type of environment. And it kind of made sense to me, kind of the same way that we do with code enforcement. Somebody has a boat parked in the front yard. We go out there and we say, please, will you move your boat? Please, we'll give you 30 days to move your boat. Will you move your boat? And they go, yeah, I'll move my boat. And everybody's happy. I've researched a number of examples where it's the same approach with the USDA today. They go to a puppy mill, I don't know if that's the right word, a place that breeds dogs, and says, please, you're supposed to have 6 inches on each side of the animal in the cage that it can move, and there's only 5 inches. Please, would you put it in a bigger cage? And they say, oh, we will. We promise we will. But there isn't enough staff to follow up on that. That's just where we're living at today in this environment. There just isn't enough staff. And I think that that's really sad, because I don't want local government involved in this. But we are. So I'm going to tell you how I analyze this issue. This is how I do it. I am a very analytical person. I am not evaluating this or other issues emotionally. I just can't, and this is a really emotional issue. But that is not how I look at it, just as Kevin Van Ostenbridge brought up. We do agree on that. So here are the questions I'm asking myself, and I continue to. I always look through the lens of what's best for Manatee County in every decision. So what is best for Manatee County on this issue? What is the economic impact? Hold on just a minute, because my computer's going crazy. I took my notes here. What is the economic impact? What are the impact of jobs? What's the impact to the tax revenue? What's the impact for the tax money that we as a county have invested to deal with animal welfare, which we're required to do by statute? And is some of that money we're investing being wasted because there are other things happening? For example, are we having to expand shelters unnecessarily? This is something this board is very divided on. You know why? It costs money. We don't want to charge the taxpayers any more money than we have to. We're talking about millions of dollars to house animals and provide adoption for them. Why? Because Florida statutes requires that we manage unwanted animals. So, that's something that we have to take into our thought process here. I think a good analysis includes transparency. I really do, and the availability of all materials. I don't feel there's a lot of transparency in this industry, and again, that's why we're here, unfortunately. And is there a phased approach to any ordinance that we're going to adopt? Because I don't want to put anyone out of business. I am a pro-business, pro-growth Republican, and I love my neighbor, Mr. Beneke. Do you know how it hurts me to walk past his house on my daily walk and think, God, I don't want to hurt that guy's business. I don't. But again, I can't look at this emotionally. I've got to look at it analytically through the county's lens. What is best for Manatee County? Business is always changing. We have very strong Republicans in the state Senate and the state House that are in favor of these types of regulations on animal retail sales. So please don't write to me and tell me I'm not a good Republican because I'm not pro-business. I am pro-business. I am pro-good business. You know, I have been working since I was elected in 2018 to help shut down these illegal massage parlors. Well, we're still working on that. COVID made us suspend that type of enforcement, but we're back doing it. And those massage parlors drain our resources here at Manatee County, the good ones we have. It takes more law enforcement. It takes more code enforcement. It brings down the neighborhood. It does all of these things. So that's why I'm against them. It's not because of my moral feelings, my religious feelings, or anything like that. It's not because of that. It's because of that lens, what is best for Manatee County. So I just wanted to share with you, that's how I'm analyzing this issue. And truthfully, I'm not entirely sure which way I'm going to vote on this right now, because I'm still listening to all of you. Thank you.
Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you.
No.
I think it's off.
What?
Out of time.
You're done. This mic's off, guys.
Charles.
You hear? Use mine.
George just don't stop. He just doesn't stop.
There.
Honey, I gotta tell you, it wouldn't be me you caught it from.
Whoa, easy. There we go.
There you
Okay,
go.
this one's working. I never have the microphone on the left side. That's weird. All right. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge made a point about facts versus emotion, but come on, let's be honest. Everything everyone does in life has an element of emotion. You're a robot and you're a liar if you say everything you do is 100% based on fact. We've been getting a lot of emails about $100,000 we allocated or voted to allocate. I don't recall there being facts put in front of us. I don't recall having done a deep dive on where that money's coming from. That's why we have a subsequent conversation about that. There was some element of emotion to that. I think it was the right decision, and I'm glad I voted for it, but it was still an element of emotion associated with that. That's just, to some extent, how you have to govern. Everyone comes onto this board with some preconceived thoughts about what they want to do for the betterment of Manatee County and for people as a whole. And we've been getting asked, say, what's the role of government? And we always say, or at least I always say, but I hear it from a lot of you too, the number one role of government is the safety and welfare of the citizens of the county. So now you start getting into this gray area, this quote-unquote emotional area of what does that constitute? I mean, in my opinion, it's not just people. There's an animal component to safety and welfare that is the requirement of government. How you treat your animals has a direct relation to a quality of life and how people perceive the community that they live in. And it's on a spectrum. Like, there are people that are despicable people that will go out and have dog fights in their backyard. Mm-hmm. But there are also people on the other side that right now are hosting a wedding for a male and female dog in their living room. There's an extreme of spectrum. It's where you fall on that spectrum based on your emotion.
Say a wedding?
There's, you know, we just talked about homelessness earlier. There are people that would tell you right to your face, the best thing we can do to solve our homeless problem is to buy every homeless person in Manatee County a one-way bus ticket to Atlanta and get them out of here. There are other people who want to build homeless shelters, transitional housing, things like that. I steer more towards.
I hadn't heard that. That's interesting.
I-
Bus tickets, huh?
We've done that before.
Yeah,
See, there's an example of one side of the spectrum.
never thought of it.
But the reality is, you know, that's how I view a role of government, and where where you fall on the spectrum is where you fall, I think, to some extent on this vote, because other people want to act like they're on one end, they're so pro business, so pro fact, or pro fact, but then they come up here and say, why are you shutting it down on a local level? Why don't you go shut down the puppy mills? Guess what? Puppy mills have employees too. Puppy mills, by USDA regulations, are legal enterprises, but there are people that seemingly are so pro-business over here, but they're more than happy for us to shut down somebody else's because they're just not, they can't stomach staring somebody in the face that they're doing something to, so they want a faceless entity to shut down someplace else, to kick the can down. But they're proposing to do the same thing we're doing, just to a different group of people. So, I don't think you're super anti-regulation, pro-business, don't shut anything down if you're telling me to go shut somebody else down. Because we're not shutting down a business. We're taking away, and I hear what you're saying, and I haven't analyzed your entire business plan of exactly what your cost structures are and so forth, but I can extrapolate based on other similar businesses that they seem to stay open. We have had this in the past with government. We've increased drinking ages from 18 to 21 and shut down a portion of clients and customers. Same thing with smoking from 18 to 21. Government has altered people's business plans to some extent or another. You know, we're discussing regulations right now, and it seemed like everyone was on board, even the fact-based people. We're talking about potentially expanding our fertilizer ordinance to include herbicides. There are businesses in this town that their entire business is spraying herbicides and Roundup everywhere. Are we risking shutting them down? Are we taking such a meaningful portion of their business that we're going to shut them down and make 50 people who work for that fertilizer company unemployed? Well, it didn't seem like people had a problem there because they were able to see a net benefit to the community by not spraying that potential herbicide. So, you know, it's all relative. Same thing with zoning. You know, anyone who voted against moving 15 houses the other day, zoning is a form of regulation. You've effectively taken away a profit center and a potential revenue generation service from a developer based on a regulation you voluntarily enacted. And that was a 6-1 vote against that developer the other day. You know, we have Glenn come here talk every single meeting. He's begging us to allow them to put shipping containers on places for homeless and transitional and for affordable housing. It's essentially his only business. In fact, he works with homeless kids and kids from Bayshore and MTC to build these shipping containers. Nobody up here has ever found him land. No one's up here has approved changing our zoning to allow him to do that. We've essentially taken away his only product type up to this point in time based on regulation. So, I mean, I just don't agree with the fact versus emotion. It's a spectrum, and people came in with different views. And for all these people, and Commissioner Servia brought up, that want to make this a right versus left or a conservative versus liberal, that's ridiculous, because the only people who say that with a straight face are people who truly want everyone to come up here solely based on a letter next to their name when they got voted in, and they want to hand you a piece of paper with policy bullet points that they printed up off of the party platform and say, you follow this to the T, otherwise I don't trust that you're part of this party. That is ridiculous. That is just factually incorrect, because one of the biggest animal regulations we've passed recently was the greyhound dog ban. And they tried over and over to get that done and couldn't do it. And as people who followed it know, that got done in large part because of Republicans, and not just Republicans, mind you. The biggest fundraisers, the biggest faces pushing to get that through to the finish line, which was shutting down whole racetracks with no residual use of that track whatsoever, were Matt Gaetz, Pam Bondi, and Laura Trump. They were the 3 biggest fundraisers in support. Nobody up here on this board can tell me they're more conservative than those 3. Don't even try to come at me and say Matt Gaetz is kind of maybe a rhino because he supported that. That's ridiculous, and you know you're going to be wrong, but he supported it. Sarasota, when they passed theirs, it was a 3-2 vote. All 3 of them were Republicans. One of those Republicans, some of the people on this board tried to make our county administrator at one point in time with Charles Hines. So,
yeah.
So, I mean, it was Charles Hines, Al Mayo, and Paul Caragiulo that passed that.
He supports what we're doing.
Correct. So, you know, I don't agree with what's being said. There's a spectrum here. There's an element of what you feel government should do. I personally am more on the spectrum of we need to provide things like affordable housing and work with our homeless, and I think we need to take care of our animals, and this is a way we can take care of our animals. Don't tell me take care of it 1 level up or 2 levels up, because I'll happily do that as well, because I've already talked to our state legislators about revisiting this on a state level, which would be great to have a uniform policy for our entire state like the other 4 states. But in the interim, we need to start projecting to them that we're not just going to put it on them to do it for us. We're willing to do it ourselves. Now go up there and do it. We did the heavy lifting. So I'm still 100% in favor of the ordinance as it was written.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. Actually, commissioners up here have said on the last 2 times, let the state do it. And then we'll follow the state and see what happens at the state. And the language you saw today is what's been presented to the state. and then a couple of them would exempt after they passed the state law, then they would, the current laws that are in effect to ban completely would have been eliminated, so they have died. My cousin, and I sent it to Public Records, sent me a thing that she did buy a Yorkie from Petland in Bradenton, and they said she wouldn't, they wouldn't show her any proof of where Murphy came from when I bought him, and she paid $3,000, and I think it was in about 2018 or 19 she bought him, and I asked, did you ask for the proof? And she said yes, and they said they could not give it to me. So that, and also Kate McCall, I want to clarify what she said earlier. She said in their projected ordinance, one breeder in Iowa who sells puppies to Manatee County had 18 pages of USDA violations in 2021, with the language proposed by the industry that breeder could still sell in the Manatee stores. So, and then she also said staff are being paid for being here today, which I don't care. That's all right with me. That's free enterprise. And I heard that there was a poll not too long ago that 67% of the residents in Manatee County did not support buying from puppy mills. Also, how we treat our animals is how we treat our fellow man, and I agree with that 100%. So again, I respectfully ask that we push this today, push it through, and yes, it's been a motion for me. I'm a caregiver, and I feel just as strong about the senior care and elderly as well as I do animals. I've been asked by hundreds of thousands of people in the last 10 years to do this today. So I am going to respectfully ask that we do this, and hopefully we'll make a motion or not. So, oh, well, we have a motion. Vote on the motion on the floor.
We have two.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. I think these will be mostly for the county attorney. First of all, or perhaps Director Brown, what's the technical difference so if you go somewhere and you're adopting a dog versus you go somewhere and you're buying a dog? So, because we could come up with a scenario where you adopt a dog for $500 or you buy a dog for $500. So, or is the only difference price or age, or what would be would we say would be the legal difference here?
I'm going to let Sarah start, and then I'll add to that if I can, because I'm not an expert on those things.
So when we're talking about animal welfare organizations, our 501c3 organizations or a municipal shelter, adoption fees are just to recoup some cost, and it's not for profit, and they are mandatory that they are sterilized before they're actually adopted. So that's the difference as far as buying from a store. I've never bought a pet from a store, so I can't really tell you about how that whole flow works, but I can tell you from the adoption standpoint, it's just to recoup the cost, not for profit, and that they must be sterilized.
Okay. Did you have anything to add?
Only that the draft ordinance reflects that. It talks about an adoption fee, which is, to cover the cost of feeding, sheltering, and providing care for the animal without profit. That is reflected in the draft that's in front of the board.
Do we know, has anyone done any research to take an organization like Nate's as far as how much endowment they have versus, say, the financial backers of Petland?
Yeah.
I would be the wrong person to ask.
Nate's met with you. You presented something in your handout from Nate.
Or as far, that was basically just their numbers and their stats. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? What exactly you're asking?
Maybe experience makes me a little suspicious, but organizations can definitely call themselves nonprofit, and they can have millions and millions and tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in the bank, and they can pay everyone on their staff exorbitant amounts of salary. It's not called profits, it's called salary. And so, and I'm pro nonprofit, right? I mean, I'm a part of one. But I'm just making, kind of getting at a point of when we're talking about this situation, where, do we know, so the difference as you stated it is whether or not it's done for profit, right? Or do we know as far as financial, what, somebody walking down the street would consider profit is how much money do you have in the bank from running your LLC, whether it's a nonprofit LLC or a business LLC, and then how much money are you making personally, or, you and your top level employees? Do we know any of those answers to those questions?
So we don't regulate any of the other nonprofits in the area, so what their breakdown of what their adoption fees and their overhead and everything, I wouldn't necessarily know that. I do know from experience that a lot of nonprofits actually lose money on adoption fees because of the extent that they care for their animals, especially when they come in. A lot of times we have the broken animals, the sick animals, as we've talked about. These aren't the puppies necessarily coming in, so that extensive medical costs certainly.
Right, and let me just be clear, okay? I wouldn't, judging from watching, your operation and what Manatee County does, that's not who I'm referring to. But it seems like this ordinance sets up to shut down one business and leaves a lot of shelters, the Manatee County shelter, I saw the pictures of the dogs that y'all have, and I can see why it might be tough to adopt some of those, dogs, especially in an area where you've got an older population, so are they gonna want, be able to handle an 85, 95 pound, 110 pound pit bull? They're wonderful dogs, sweet. I'm glad that Commissioner Van Ostenbridge has one. But it might not be what, my mother-in-law, at 81 would want to adopt or even be able to handle or be even good for the dog or for the community. Same thing with a family with children, right? Might not be a dog that you don't know the history of, might not be what they choose to bring home. And so I'm not thinking about you, but I'm thinking about some of other what we're calling shelters, adoption facilities. And it's okay to say, I don't know.
Madam
I
Chair,
don't know any of their finances.
and Commissioner Satcher, could I just add to that? The draft ordinance refers to animal welfare organizations, and you're right, it exempts them. It allows them to present animals for adoption in commercial establishments. And it's modeled after what we've seen in the other ordinances that we looked at. We were directed to bring it forward, so both staff and the attorney's office is emphatically neutral on it, but this is what you asked us to bring forward. And it refers to any organization that has tax exempt status under Section 501 of the Internal Revenue Code. It's a pretty broad brush, you're correct. They can be structured a lot of different ways, but it doesn't look past that to determine how they operate financially.
Okay.
And I think it'd be difficult to do so from a county standpoint. I think it'd be tough for us to get into that.
Right, almost as if, is this really where we should be anyway? And then I also had a question legally about the definition. I feel like we could have cut through, a quarter, maybe even half of the discussion today by having a legally defined and agreed upon definition of puppy mill. So, because you look at where, the young lady there in the middle had pictures of going to see dogs and, maybe they were perfectly pictured to where you don't show the rest of the horrible, but it looked like a nice place for a dog to be. To me, I would not call that a puppy mill. And then of course, we've also seen, we've had emailed to us horrible pictures that we all, 7 of us, never want to do anything to help a business organization, family, whatever, that has some of these deplorable conditions. So is there a legal definition on that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Satcher, there is not, and that's a tough one, quite honestly, because I think different people have different ideas of what that means. And if you look at the ordinances that have been adopted around the state, there's only a few. Hillsborough, I think, is the one that goes into the greatest detail about the types of sources from which commercial establishments can purchase dogs. It's very tough for a county like ours to emulate Hillsborough. Hillsborough was a former client of mine when I was a much younger man. They have 1 million people more than we do. Right. And they have a much larger staff. So we ran into this in the massage ordinance that we adopted a couple of years ago. They had a very detailed ordinance. It was very hard for us as a county of our size to emulate that. I think that the amendment offered by Petland is an attempt to provide some detail as to what kinds of sources are acceptable and which ones aren't, as opposed to just a across-the-board ban on retail sales. But I understand there are arguments for and against, whether that really captures everything that the advocates of this ordinance, I'm really struggling to stay neutral here, are saying are the problem areas. There's a lot of room in there for the board to add detail, in terms of whether you would accept the amendment that's offered or go with the draft ordinance that's proposed or something in between. That's a policymaking exercise.
Okay. Under the ordinance as it stands right now, I believe this would be for the county attorney, could Petland bring in a display from a local breeder?
So the way it's drafted now, I think the answer to that is no.
Okay, so we've heard said kind of that we want to
Yeah.
encourage people to go to local breeders and not go to puppy mills.
Yeah.
But as it's drafted right now, they wouldn't be able to go to a local breeder either.
And the reason for that is that the way that commercial establishment is defined, it includes a phrase, whether by appointment or during reoccurring business hours, which means it doesn't just capture commercial establishments, it also captures what we call hobby breeders, which are addressed in Mr. Barnaby's email, or his proposed, it came to me originally by email, his proposed amendment. But right now, I think it's pretty broad in terms of not allowing hobby breeders to operate either. And we did get an email about that from the Manatee Kennel Club, that they were concerned about that. It's a policy-making point for the board, but it is a legitimate point that they've raised.
So as it stands now, though, it looks like a hobby breeder in Manatee County, if we were to pass the original ordinance that's been, set before us, that was modeled after the direction you were given. So I'm not.
It was. It is a little tighter than Sarasota, but Sarasota also had an exemption for hobby breeders, but they got in trouble in court with that because of an equal protection argument that was raised against them. But, if the board were to drop that phrase in the definition of commercial establishment, it wouldn't give me a lot of legal heartburn if that was something you decided to do. From a policy standpoint, I think there are going to be arguments for and against that, like everything else in this discussion.
If anything other than the original ordinance is passed, would we have to start over 10 days?
Not necessarily. The case law on that says that if you make changes that are substantial enough that they change the purpose of the ordinance, like adding rabbits, that I think would start you over. But I think all of the changes that we've heard and discussed and seen come in by email so far, I went through them over the last couple of days, and none of them give me heartburn that they would make us have to go back and re-advertise the ordinance at this point. This is a normal part of the legislative and policy-making process for the board.
I think this might be the last question for you. If passed the way the original language that has been advertised, so if it was passed in the original form, would this outlaw sales in Bradenton and Palmetto city limits and other municipalities within the county?
Unless and until they adopt a conflicting ordinance, the answer is yes.
Yeah, but they can
But
opt
they
out.
have the power under the Florida Constitution to adopt their own ordinance that's just conflicts with it, and at that point,
Right.
if they say something different in their codes, then that no longer applies within their boundaries.
So with those, and I'm very tempted to ask of the board, but I don't think I will. But
Oh, go
What-
ahead.
well, we need to. I would like to say first of all that I think that the reason this comes before us, and the reason it's been before us 5 times, and the reason this is a contentious issue, is that we all look at dogs and we all look at cats and we look at puppies, and we as human beings assign value to them. And to say that, I'm just looking at the, just here's a scale, and well, is this better for us or worse for us as Manatee County? I disagree with that argument. It's not, I'm not going to die on that hill, but I would just say that we value dogs, we value puppies, and we value our animals. Perhaps it is more of a real issue that if we decide that we need to take a step in this direction, then what animals are we willing to protect? We had some pretty passionate people until we kind of shut it down, but that we're in favor of also protecting rabbits. And there are other animals. And so I wonder if anyone would like to offer an amendment to add that on to the motion.
We'd have to re-advertise.
Right, yeah, and we would have to re-advertise, but it's been, how many years. So that's something to think about as well. If we're willing to go down this road and we've decided that this is something that we need to regulate, then how far would the people that are in favor of that go? I'm asking you. And then sorry, I'm knocking things off my points. So you should be so even though it's silent, you appreciate what I'm doing right now.
Harassing me as normal. He's doing what he normally does to me.
I'd say that consumer protection is a legitimate thing the government does. I think that protecting things that are valuable is a legitimate thing that we do. Whether we are outside of our scope as a county government, as far as that we're about to, from what what it seems that we're about to, regulate an entire business out of business. Whether that is what needs to happen in this case, I would like to just recommend that we go slowly because we have the option to do it later. We don't lose that. And I want to make a point. I've learned that I shouldn't assume everybody knows where my reasoning was going. I brought up the rabbits, and then there's also reptiles. There's, snakes.
Oh, I'm scared
There's
of 'em.
lemmings, right? There are all the way
Rats.
down to goldfish, right? So there are other animals, and that we assign some level of value to, right? And so, I don't think that. My point wasn't that I believe we need to regulate the sale of rabbits right now. I'll just be very clear about that. My point was, are you sure this is what you want to do? Are you sure this is a good idea? And maybe it is because of the difference in how we see them. And I'm not arguing with that. I'm not arguing that we assign value to these things and therefore we want to protect them, same as we do, turtles and et cetera. So anyway, I think that we would be smart as a commission to go with the compromise language, and then we can move forward farther later. And so that would be my recommendation to the board, but obviously I'm one vote out of 7.
Mr. Clegg, did you want to?
Well, procedurally, Madam Chair, we have 2 motions
Right.
that are on the table. The first was the motion to adopt the ordinance as presented. The second was the motion to amend it per the requested amendment presented by Mr. Barnaby. A motion to amend a motion has to be considered first before the original motion is considered. So there are 2 votes that are, unless somebody withdraws a motion, there are 2 votes in front of the board right now. The first is the amendment, and then if it fails, then you adopt the ordinance as presented, and if it passes, then the second motion is to adopt it as amended. I do think when you're ready to proceed with that, I would like the motioner of the second motion, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, and the seconder to acknowledge for the record that the intent of their motion was to propose the language as presented by Mr. Barnaby, because we've seen different versions of that come through, and I'm not sure that the version that's in the agenda package is exactly the same as the one that was presented today, so I don't want there to be any confusion in the record about that.
And point of order, Robert's rules or whatever, I made the motion, it was seconded, and then somebody wanted to amend it. I didn't agree to accept the amendment.
You don't have to.
Asking.
You don't. It's now, it's what's considered a hostile amendment.
Okay, well, you didn't
Because
say
it
that.
was
That's the part you're
It was a
missing.
motion. I mean,
Okay.
we used to do this a lot in
Yeah, I
here,
know.
and it was pretty common back in the day.
Hostile amendments.
Yeah, and so it was seconded, and so it has to go to a full vote.
I do.
And it's not the only motion to amend that can be made. I mean, people can make others. I've seen 3 or 4 backed up in the past, so
Let's not get too
I
complicated
hope that
here.
doesn't happen, but it can happen.
Yeah.
So we have a hostile amendment, correct?
Correct.
Correct terminology.
Yeah.
Mr. County Attorney, do we need, I've got a couple of more commissioners on the
I
board.
would
Do we
let
finish
everybody
that
talk
and then-
first, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bellamy, you are next, sir.
Yeah, this is my third time since I've been here.
Fifth,
High five.
I'm telling you.
So when it first started, I did speak out, and I did not want to impact individual jobs, and I was very, very concerned about that. And some research allowed me to learn that there's first of all, there's 9 other pet lands that don't sell puppies, and there are other services that are offered. I was interested in learning that as far as nail cutting, grooming, training, daycare, and obviously you have the healthcare services that are provided. So that was an educational opportunity for me. I actually met with the lobbyist prior to me having some downtime, and I let him know that I would actually read what was recommended, and I did read it, and I think I probably read it about 12 or 13 times at this point, to be honest with you. And there is some difference between what he gave me and what's here, right? And maybe y'all need to get together.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you all need to get together on how that was, because that kind of confused me. And I spoke with the attorney on the break. And when I spoke with the attorney on the break, I was talking about the transitional period, and the reality of it is you're basically asking to be grandfathered in and then have exemptions, which kind of goes away from the intent if you want to make sure that you, in my opinion, if you want to make sure that you protect the animals. But here's the things that I'm hearing. All of us love animals and want the best for them, right? And this what makes it very, very tough. It's clear that all of us care about our furry friends. But I'm listening, and we were talking about the right thing to do. The right thing to do. My position hasn't changed as far as on the ban, but I did want to make sure that it's clear. In my belief, if there is a ban, because I've learned that there are 9 other pet land stores that perform well. I even asked the lobbyist, hey, well, get me the data. What are their cash cows as far as what are the services that they're providing, so we can look at that. But I'm with them. I'm not into, analyzing a business model and trying to restructure anybody's business model. But I am in, trying to move forward as far as protecting, our furry friends. The concerns about the USDA is in their role as far as policing, the way I'm interpreting it. That may be a money or a resource thing, but obviously the ball is being dropped somewhere, and I don't want the USDA looking at me, but it seems like it's clear from a Manatee County perspective or this region area that the ball is being dropped as far as policing that, so we can make sure that the supply chain is doing things the right way. So again, that comes back to level, addressing. And what I mean by level addressing, whether it's at the local level or whether it's at the state or the federal level. I'm with some of the commissioners up here. We do have a responsibility to take a stance. We do have a responsibility to take a stance, but within us taking that stance, my initial concern was making sure that no one was without a job. And I hope this is not true, but there's a rumor that you all are getting paid $10 an hour to sit here, so that's a whole nother issue right there. But if you are, it's a nice sitting down paid job. I don't blame you. I'd do it too.
I don't know where that came from.
I'm doing it right. I'm doing it right now. Good job. Great day's work. But my position has not changed. I did initially want to look at the transition period, but there's 2 parts that they presented as far as the establishments and the part that they gave to us in blue, and then the period as far as when things take place. I can guarantee you this is not over with, regardless of which direction we go. I can guarantee you this is not over with. I'm going to follow the attorney's lead as far as just not discussing the rabbits at all. Because we can't discuss the rabbits at all. But when it's time to vote, my position has not changed, because I feel like we need to make a stance, and then also ask the state and the federal level to take and do the same thing to protect the furry friends.
Furry friends. Commissioner Whitmore.
And I don't support the hostile amendment, and all due respect, Commissioner Satcher, I love you to death, but I'm not going to support it. I'm never going to be hostile or mean, but it's called a hostile amendment. And I did not know that rabbits could have babies the minute they were born, so I learned something today, that they could already be pregnant, so that was weird. I appreciate everybody's side. Yeah, I've never heard that. I'm gonna have to look it up because I don't know, I can't believe it's true. But anyway, again, I respect everybody for being here. I'm representing, I'm not the enemy, I'm representing the thousands that have asked me to do this for years. And with that, I would like to call the question on the hostile amendment, right?
That's fine.
So we have to vote on the hostile amendment. Well, it's called the hostile amendment, the one that Commissioner Van Ostenbridge made and Commissioner Boss seconded, correct? So I'd like to call the question on that.
Me. All right, the question has been called. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have the question has been called by Commissioner Whitmore, second by Commissioner Servia.
Read it.
Well, the first vote would be.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to clarify that the amendment stands as read by Attorney Barnaby.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder agrees to that, Madam
Yes.
Chair. Thank you.
Yes. I'm a little confused, though. We have to vote on the question.
We got
right?
3 votes
Yeah.
lined up.
Question first,
So
yeah.
we're calling the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Aye.
Is that a nay?
No, that was
You said aye.
That was an
Did
aye.
you say aye? Okay.
That was an aye. That was an aye. You didn't give me a second.
Aye,
Sorry.
aye.
I'm a little, I guess I'm
There is
a
a
little
delay.
tired.
There is a
There's a
delay
little
on
delay.
his feed.
Madam Clerk, it
Sure, I
was
was just
approved
waiting until you
unanimously.
all vote, and then that way I would come in clear after you all were done.
Yeah, you're just counting
I-
votes.
Now you
Say
gotta
that
vote.
again, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
The delay.
Said I was just waiting for a split second till you all were done to say cast my vote so you could hear me clearer. But then Commissioner Cruz thinks I'm counting the votes, which is a valid point. Maybe I shouldn't wait.
We're getting a little bit, I think we're all a little tired at this
I don't even
point.
know what he said at this point.
Okay, so the question has been called. So,
The hostile amendment.
Mr. County Attorney, can you kind of guide us
I
to where
think
we need
the
to go
vote
at
now
this
is
point?
all those in favor of the amendment offered by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge to vote yea or nay, and
Hand.
or
Wait, I
however
got-
you want to, that's the next vote.
Call the question.
I'm sorry.
The next,
Please, Commissioners, just a
yeah,
minute.
the next vote is on the motion itself.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
All
don't,
right, so, Madam Clerk, can you,
Can I just clarify something, please?
Doesn't understand.
Yeah, I want to clarify something too. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and here's the reason why I want to clarify this, because the way everything took place, the initial motion was the original,
Right,
what was presented. And that motion came first.
right.
Then the second motion to take place was to go with the amended that came. So here's where I'm confused at, right? If we have a motion to vote on what was presented, or what was represented initially, and then regardless if that motion passes or fails, we probably wouldn't have to go to the other one, depends on whether or not it passes or fails, am I correct?
Hostile
let the
amendment.
county attorney answer the question?
Well, I'm asking him, that's what
Yeah,
I'm
I
doing.
know, I was,
Right.
Commissioner
Yelling at
Whitmore.
me.
Go ahead.
the,
Somebody else.
motion from Commissioner Van Ostenbridge was to amend Commissioner Whitmore's motion.
The main motion, to amend the main motion.
To amend the main motion to add in the language offered by Mr. Barnaby. So that is a motion to amend the original motion. You have to dispense with that before you can vote on the original motion.
Right.
But, are you
Go
supposed
ahead,
to?
go ahead.
So
Okay,
just to clarify here, so now we're voting on this. This is the amended motion passed on by.
That is correct.
Okay, so,
Yes, sir.
so if that motion fails, if this vote fails, then we effectively move straight to the original
And vote
motion.
on the other
Which
one.
is your, however, if this vote passes,
That's my point.
this supersedes that motion. That motion's gone.
No,
But
no.
if this votes successfully, then it amends that motion. How are we going to vote on the original motion?
Sure,
Okay,
sure.
let me try, okay. The
I'm going to adjourn this meeting real
Commissioner
soon.
Whitmore, those of you that watch me on reality school board TV, I've been doing this for like 8 years.
I'm sorry, I
The
can't hear.
Neither can
Commissioner
I.
Whitmore made the main motion, which is the complete ordinance.
Recommended.
It was seconded. Then Commissioner Van Ostenbridge made a motion to amend it with an additional paragraph into the entire ordinance, which just provides for certain commercial operators to continue in business if they are in compliance with the amended ordinance.
Understood.
And so her motion is still very relevant.
Yeah.
You're just voting on an amendment to add a provision to it. It doesn't replace the main motion. It is an amendment to the main motion. It was made properly, and you are now about to follow the proper order. You're voting on the amendment. This is easy. I mean, I've sat through meetings where there have been multiple amendments
I
to the
watched.
amended, so this is a simple, basic vote on an amendment to a main motion.
There could
I
be
don't
50
sup-
of them if it were the legislature.
I don't support the hostile
Okay, well,
You
amendment.
called the question, so there is no
Madam Chair,
more debate.
question's been called.
Well, then why have you been talking for 10 minutes,
Because
guys?
we were asked a question.
God's sakes.
We're asked to clarify.
Clarification.
Yeah, and once that amendment, if the amendment passes,
Right.
Commissioner Whitmore could withdraw her original motion, and somebody else would have to make a new motion. So, I mean, that's the way the legislative
Mess me
process
up.
works. It gets awkward when people offer hostile amendments, but it does happen. It happens in the state legislature all the time. But it doesn't change the vote. I mean, the vote is the vote, so I would suggest you proceed with the vote.
Didn't you say as well, Mr. Clegg, that Commissioner Van Ostenbridge will have to say that he's still in agreement with that before we vote?
He did.
He did.
He has.
He
Okay,
has. He covered
so
that.
we can just vote now on that. Madam Clerk, can you read back that motion, please?
The motion was to incorporate the amendment supplied by Mr. Barnaby. That's the amended motion, is to incorporate the amendment supplied by Mr. Barnaby.
Right.
And Commissioner
Mr. Barnaby
Van
to read it?
Ostenbridge, is that the motion?
It is. If you all want Mr. Barnaby to read it, I'm fine with that.
We've read it.
No.
Even he doesn't
Okay.
want to.
All right. All in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
Hey,
Raise your hands, please. It's just
4.
easier at this time of day. The motion fails, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, 4-3. Commissioner Servia, Commissioner Whitmore, Commissioner Cruz, and Commissioner Bellamy.
So now do we have to vote?
I'd like to call the question on the original motion.
second.
That's all you have to do.
Okay, we call the question.
Really need to call the question?
You did.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
All right. Question's been called by Commissioner Cruz, a second by Commissioner Bellamy. All in favor of the calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Aye.
nay. It is approved, Madam Clerk, unanimously. Okay.
And you have to vote on the motion.
All right, let's see if I remember correctly. The motion was made by Commissioner Whitmore and a second by Commissioner Cruz. Madam Clerk, can you read that motion, please?
The motion was to adopt Ordinance 2128.
Right.
All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All right, all opposed?
I'm raising my hand, Madam Chair.
I thought you might be.
I'm
All
a
right,
nay.
so it is approved 4-3 with Commissioner Satcher, just a moment, please, let the clerk hear. Commissioner Satcher, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, and Commissioner Baugh voted nay. Okay, now clap.
I'll clap the Yeah, it's 10-7.
All right, guys, we have one more item that we have to address before this meeting is adjourned.
We do?
Moccasin Wallow, number 43.
No, those are deferred.
I'm sorry.
What? I can't hear people, please.
Well, we got Commissioner
We have to
comments?
do 43.
Commissioner comments?
40, I thought 43 was the 10 o'clock time certain.
No, I think there was one or two more.
That was
It's 42.
42.
Oh, what is 43?
Well, I didn't either. They brought it to my attention in the back. It's about Moccasin Wallow. It was added
Oh,
at
we
the
have
last
to do
minute.
that.
That was part of the consent agenda.
It was?
Item 43 was on the consent agenda. It was an add-in to the consent.
How about if we
All right.
take 5 minutes? Can we take 5 minutes to let the room clear?
We're going to recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you all for coming.
Fine.
minutes.
As soon as the clock runs down, wait, we've
All
got,
right, we are back for commissioner comments.
Oh, wait, you're.
we gotta wait for the clock to run down, because we said 5 minutes, so we're almost
I'm
there.
going to take my time speaking at
Okay.
this moment for 4 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Time's up.
Sorry, it's the rules.
Okay.
I didn't make them up.
Commissioner Sarvia, you go ahead, you can start.
Okay, we're doing commissioner comments? Is that
Commissioner
right?
comments.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. Today, we heard someone ask about playgrounds for inclusivity, disabled children, and I think I heard someone say that we don't have any in Manatee County. I don't know if that's true or not true, but I would like to, and Commissioner Whitmore saying we have some.
Yeah.
But it would be nice to know about that, if we could, just get some information on that so we can get it out to the public. One of the things that I do is I serve on the AHAC at the pleasure of the board, the Affordable Housing Committee. And we have one vacant seat on that committee that we're unable to fill because by statute, it has to be filled by someone on our local planning agency, or what we call the Planning Commission. Now, it doesn't have to be a Manatee County Planning Commission. It could be the city of Bradenton, city of Longboat Key, it doesn't matter, but it has to be a local planning official. And that seat has remained empty because we just can't fill it. And so there was a suggestion by the committee, that when new planning commissioners are appointed for Manatee County, and I think we're about to do that in the future, 2 of them, that it should be one of the criteria that they consider as part of the job that we need one local planning official to serve each year on that committee. So I would like to make a motion for the board to consider amending the planning commission requirements so that we can get that representation that's required by statute. Or discussion here, or at another time, whatever you guys feel is appropriate.
Commissioner Cruz.
I would want to make a motion requiring it. It's a volunteer position, and they already spend a lot of time doing something for free. What I would say is there are 2 positions opening up, and I think, if whether it's just through a matrix or just through general ideological policy, maybe we should all just kind of let the world know right now that people who apply for these open positions will have some level of preferential treatment, or will be looked upon more favorably if they offer to fill that seat for us.
Yeah, I mean, we need something, and maybe just making them aware of the requirement would be really good. But do we need any action on this board to help achieve that?
No.
Okay.
I'll follow to the cities and see if we can get somebody.
Okay. And then my last comment, you guys, I was really surprised today that I was attacked again by 2 colleagues on a topic that has not even appeared on an agenda. And I'm guessing it was done for political reasons, and trying to trap me to say something that they could use against me in a future campaign. It was very sad to me. It's very disheartening. I believe our job at this dais is to have productive discussions and use our time efficiently to reach conclusions that best serve our community. I don't think it's a place to share personal ideology. Our role is not to govern from our personal beliefs, but to govern for the people we represent who elected us. And I got a copy of our oath of office, and I just want to take a moment to read it. We all took this oath when we accepted this position, and it says, "I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, protect, defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the state of Florida, that I am qualified under the Constitution and the state, and that I will well and faithfully perform at all times the duties of the Florida Public Service Commission on which I am about to enter in a professional, independent, objective, and nonpartisan manner. That I do not have any financial employment or business interests which is prohibited by Chapter 350 Florida statutes, and that I will abide by the standards of conduct required of me by Chapters 112 and Chapter 350 Florida statutes. So help me God." That oath, we should all be reminded and listen to it and read it and make sure that we're following what we have sworn we are going to do. I am a commissioner who prepares for meetings. I don't act impulsively. I am a researcher. So I am unable to tell you today how I feel about a nonprofit that we may give either $50,000 or $100,000 to in the future. I'm not even clear what the request is. I'm not sure what the organization does, but I do promise you that I will research it. Once it's on an agenda, I will strive to fully understand it, and then I will vote in the best way to service the citizens of this community. I can't control your behavior, my colleagues, but I ask and I encourage you to take your oath seriously and refrain from getting involved in how I represent my constituents. And please worry on representing your constituents. They're our constituents. I've expressed this to you before. I will not be spending my time advocating or condemning any of you in any election cycle, because that's not my role. And I think that's very unbecoming a public official. I've said that before. I've always treated you with respect, all of you, as my colleague. I ask for the same, and I ask that we stay focused on the business of Manatee County.
Okay, Commissioner Survey, I've got to respond to that. You know what, if anyone on this board, and Commissioner Whitmore will probably agree, I think if any two commissioners have been ridiculed by other commissioners on this board, it is Commissioner Whitmore, only because she's been here longer than me, but I think I've probably got her beat. So, you know what, I would say to that, I understand where you're coming from. I surely do. Boy, do I understand. But that being said, you know what? I think probably tomorrow, in fact, I had to stop and think of what you were talking about because so much else has already happened today that it was already gone from my mind. So I had to stop and think about what you were talking about. I don't think that, I think we need to just let it go and move forward, because I don't think any of the others remember that either. And, I mean, you have said some things in the past that were pretty difficult, and we need to just move forward and keep going and realize, you know what, we're all on this board, we're all working together, and we've got to do the best we can do with the seven of us. And that's really, you know, and if we get into a little bit of a match now and then where maybe we get emotional, you know, you've done it, I've done it, Commissioner Whitmore's done it, we all have. So, you know, I think it's okay.
Madam Chairman, I don't believe that there is a time that I've treated anyone with disrespect. I have not agreed with people.
Okay, well, we probably need to move on,
That's
I can
certainly
tell
the
you.
case, but I will always treat you all with respect, even when I disagree. That is our pledge of civility. And just because I disagree, it's not disrespectful, Madam Chairman.
Well, I don't think they meant to be disrespectful to you either, so I really don't. All I'm saying is we probably all got caught up in the moment.
Okay.
That's all.
All right, well, good. Hopefully, everyone
There
will.
is, you know, we're all kind of the same here.
We can all practice self-awareness
Yes, we
and try not to put ourselves in that situation.
We all need to practice
It's
that.
very unbecoming,
Yes,
a public
it
official.
is. Agreed.
Madam Chair, when the time's right, I'd like to weigh in as well.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge?
Thank you.
Deep breath.
I didn't mean to be disrespectful, Commissioner Serbia. I did say that I thought you were trying to weasel out of taking a position, and I apologize for that language. But, you know, in the spirit of self-awareness, I mean, you know, this is politics. You know, we're sitting up here with the big boys, and your personal beliefs do come into it. And you were elected, we were elected to come up here and govern based on partly those beliefs and those, you know, those guideposts that we have morally and ethically. And you're going to be asked to take a firm position on issues. I don't think that's, you know, surprising or shocking thing. And when it comes to being self-aware and I mean, you've attacked our chair multiple times and even attempted to remove her from her chairmanship. You even, you know, made references that our governor was a racist.
Now you're lying, sir.
Oh, whoa, we're not going to go there.
I never, ever called our governor a racist. Fox News did. Fox News said I did.
That's what I thought.
No, well, I mean, let's set the record straight because I never, ever have called our governor a racist. I never would. I support our governor, and please do not twist words around. Now, the news programs can do that. Fox News did that, but that is not what happened.
Right.
And as far as your words attacking our chair, I've never attacked our chair. I have voted that she be removed from the chairmanship,
Definitely.
but I did not attack her. That is not an attack, that's a vote. And I think I've done so very respectfully. Please, again, the oath says nonpartisan.
Okay.
That is what the oath that you
Commissioners,
promised.
I think we need to stop this conversation.
No, I'm sorry, just because you're uncomfortable, Madam Chairman, but I will address anything political in a political debate. But when I am up here, I would like to stick to the agendas, please. And please, respect.
I can tell you I'm not uncomfortable. I was trying to get us back to commissioners' comments.
And that was my comment. That was
Commissioner
very
Satcher,
important.
do you have anything to add, sir? Commissioner comments?
This is my
Yes,
commissioner
sir.
comment at
This is your
point?
time.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I believe that the oath that you're reading is for a public service commissioner. And so I think it's different, but, and I think that's why we run, we do put our party next to our name. And, but that's not to say beyond that. That's all I'm saying, is that I didn't, because I literally campaigned saying that there were national issues that I felt like were also impactful on a local level, and that it would be good to have someone to bring some of those things into this arena. And my voters in my district that was one of 3 things that I put every time I put what I did. Back the blue, support our sheriff, and build roads, which we're building roads like crazy, and national issues that are of local importance to bring those up before this board. So I didn't pledge to that's the Public Service Commission pledge. But regardless, I wanted to say, first of all,
Thank you.
Congratulations, Commissioner Whitmore.
Sorry.
And
I never get like
What
that.
is left for you now?
no, I mean that was
I can retire.
I don't know what you just said, but I actually started
Don't
crying.
want to know.
What did you say?
I said, now you can retire happy.
Oh, not even, honey. I'm going to be with you forever.
Oh, joy.
And I don't have dementia.
but
He knows.
You just have to start getting your own room at conference.
Hey, no, not now.
Guys, can we, seriously, I'd like to go home soon. Commissioner
guy.
Satcher, go ahead, sir.
So I would just like to say, and one of the things that I did say is that, hey, we all care about puppies and animals. And so I disagreed with that ordinance. I voted against that specific ordinance, but I am, on a personal level, congratulations for getting that done. And then I found out that one of, my favorite people was here and supporting your side. And so, that's neat.
Oh, you can't
I don't
tell
want
me?
to say it
Okay.
out loud.
Okay, sorry.
So the other thing that I had, we've talked about this before, and I feel like it was already a clear vote. But I do, as you go back and you watch the video, the camera was zoomed in on me, and so you couldn't see everyone. And I understand and appreciate that our county attorney, wants to be thorough. And so one of the situations I ran into after we spoke about putting together an ordinance, or first of all, putting together a grant program, and then second of all, about putting together an ordinance, both of which were pro-life in scope. I ran into some roadblocks. That probably my fault, because I didn't call a clear enough vote, and then I should have brought it back before. The last time I was in our land use meeting, I was on Zoom and trying to get the chair's attention to make this motion. But I think, it's appropriate now. So I want to make a motion for the board to approve me. And let me just say, I don't feel like, I mean, it's up to you all, but I don't feel like we need a lot of debate. We should know where the vote's going to end up. But anyway, that's up to you. I'd like to make a motion to approve me to work with the county attorney and county administrator to bring an ordinance similar in intent and scope to the sanctuary city ordinance in Lubbock, Texas, and bring it to you, and put it on our agenda and advertise it accordingly.
Well, that's a motion. All right, is there a second? I will second for discussion.
Geez, what was the city?
Lubbock?
Somewhere in Texas.
Commissioner Cruz, you are on the board, sir.
I didn't second it, and here's why. This has been a long day. Everybody's gone. Everyone's having dinner. It's first day of school.
Dinner?
People are going to sleep. Like, this is a big discussion, and I supported you the last time, and I'll most likely support you this time. But people are really, really getting fed up with random motions showing up at 7 o'clock at night around here. And sometimes it's like, should we light a bridge? But this is a pretty big thing. I would just prefer to see this as an agenda item. I kind of don't like having any motions during commissioner comments, unless it's like, there's a fire, let's make a motion to leave the facility because it's an emergency. I think motioned things should be on the agenda, that we have a commissioner agenda portion of this, and, unless it's an emergency or a spur of the moment thing, so it's not about, has nothing to do with what you're saying. I think it's just a policy issue in general that is something I've supported and wanted us to adhere to going forward. Nothing against you, nothing against even the context of your comment. It just, I think motion should be on the agenda.
Commissioner Whitmore.
And in all due respect, my friends, everyone here except maybe Commissioner Cruz knows how I feel on this issue, because I told you, because whoever thought this would ever come up to Manatee County Commission. So, and I have contributed to CareNet throughout the years, and I thought the county, when I was supporting Focus, right? I'm tired. But, I agree with Commissioner Cruz. But again, I've always thought, and I understand Commissioner's passion, trust me. We all know where Commissioner Satcher is on this, with the strip clubs and all this. I totally get it. But, I am not going to hide what I've said throughout the years and what I've said to each commissioner up here. So if you want to have this on a future agenda, that's fine. But I don't think that if we're trying to catch somebody from an election, I don't think this is it at all. I mean, I never would think that Commissioner Satcher would do that, because I've known from day one. I'm talking. I know from day one where Commissioner Satcher stands on this, and I've been honest with all the commissioners, except I've never talked to Commissioner Cruz about it. But again, this was before, when you first got elected, I didn't think this would ever come before us. But again, I have no problems with it coming up in the future, but I think I don't think we should be doing it at 7:13 at night. So I would wish we would rescind it and bring it up, or I'll just do what Commissioner Satcher does and walk out of the room. Well, I don't think it's fair. It should be advertised. I mean, in all fairness, to hear from our community, this big issue, no matter what party you're. I was at the Republican Club, members of the Tea Party the other day, and some lady who's a member of the Tea Party said we shouldn't be talking about this. And I went to go up to get her name, and she had left. But so this is not I think it's something that should be up in the public. And this was a Republican club, and she was a member of the Tea Party. And she said in front of the whole club. So again, I think in all due respect, if you would withdraw it and bring it out, ask for it to be on an agenda, I would suggest it be a separate meeting. I think it should not be with 1,000 other things.
All right, I'm next. I think you're right. I don't think Commissioner Satcher is doing this because of you or anybody running for office. I think this is truly what he believes is right. And I agree with him. It is right. That's what made today a little bit difficult. Bottom line, it doesn't matter. We each have our own morals and thoughts and things along that line. We each have the right to have those thoughts. I do have a question, Commissioner Satcher. As I recall, before, we did give you the authority to get with the county attorney's office to have them research. Is that correct?
We had to vote.
So do you want me to I won't throw you under the bus.
I'm sorry, you are on there, just not next.
I am.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr.
So I've done quite a bit of research on it, way more than 2 hours. I've got quite a lot of hours into it. But in terms of scheduling or advertising or even drafting an ordinance, that requires a motion and direction from the board to go down that path. I do have some pretty significant legal concerns about this. I've talked to each of you about them. It is late in the day to try to walk you through those in a public meeting, but I don't think you should be taking any votes on this unless and until we've had the opportunity to do that. There are also some other options that we can talk about, but, you know, so I would prefer you put it on an agenda as a commissioner item, and then we can talk about it. I don't necessarily need a separate meeting on it, but I would ask you to do that so that we can have that discussion.
Okay.
I mean, I am exhausted, but if you really want to do it this evening, I'll do it this
No,
evening.
I understand, and I'm going to say this because it is such an important issue, and we all have very strong feelings about it one way or the other. I do believe, however, that for something like this, it should be, you know, earlier in the day, you know, when we're, and the public knows that we're going to bring it up. So Commissioner Satcher, I would ask that you bring it up on another agenda. Have it put on under commissioner agenda.
And we
like
can, if you want to do it on the
Commissioner Surya did
24th,
today.
that's fine with me. I can certainly be ready on the 24th to talk to the board about it. I mean, as soon as you want to do it, Commissioner Satcher, I'm ready to have the discussion.
So the Chairlady Baugh mentioned that I had already done this. And at the time that I did it, I had 4 expressions of approval. One of those has since made it, you know, has vocally said that they believe they're probably going to change their position on it. I'm not calling names. I'm not upset at anyone. That still makes 4-3. And then I was told that this was not official enough of a vote, even though if you look back at when we spoke about the pet ordinance, she brought it up. I never even spoke about whether or not we were going to put that on the agenda and whether that was going to be drafted. That day, I never even spoke, but it was clear that it had 4 votes for the attorney to look into it, and I feel like I have 4 votes for the attorney to look into it at this point. And so I'm doing the opposite of what I'm accused of being doing. I'm not trying to spring it on everyone. I'm trying to be very deliberate and very open that I want to bring this up with exactly the same way that I brought it up earlier. But at this point, I'll take a different, I will put it under commission comments. I mean,
Commissioner.
or commissioner agenda. I don't see why I'm having to vote 3 times. I understood twice, but now 3 times is kind of objectionable for me. I don't know how to make Commissioner Cruz more like, you said you wanted it to be official. This will be the second time we voted on this, and I don't see any scenario that it goes down other than 4-3. It should go down 4-3. And so why not take the vote now and move forward?
Only because the public, you know, you're going to get a lot of public comment, and they're not here right now to
On
get
the
it.
day that we bring it forward.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right, I'm okay with that. I'm not bringing it forward, I'm not presenting it now. I'm just,
Okay, I'm with you. I think I understand.
I mean, he went and looked at the ordinance and spoke with whoever to, you know, and looked at the Hillsborough ordinance, et cetera, to figure out what ordinance to bring before us.
Okay, I didn't
And
know
so
that.
that's kind of what I'm requesting again. However, it may not be the strategically smart way for me to go. Maybe I need to, you know, work on the ordinance myself, and I'll put it on commissioner comments, and we can go from there. Commissioner agenda, excuse me.
Commissioner agenda. Commissioner Cruz, did
But
you
now
want
let me just say that I understand some people are going to vote against this. This is not the end of the world, right?
This conversation is outside of the scope of voting for or against. You're trying to turn it into a for or against, and so you're trying to sway people into voting for it just because you're making it a for or against. Like I said, and
Commissioner Cruz?
I truly meant it. This is not,
late.
everything I said has absolutely nothing to do with the topic. The topic could have been what color we're going to paint the wall, and my comments were simply, I don't think we should be doing motions during commissioner comments at the end of a day. That transcends the topic in question, it has no aspect of any view of it. As relates to your topic, I would ask, because this has come up previously, and our attorney is very diligent, you know, has there been work done, or are we just kind of spinning our wheels and voting a second time? As Commissioner Satcher just said, like, we do have, and we spoke about this at one point in time with the county attorney, or I did, have we looked into anything with the state, with, say, the Attorney General with Ashley Moody, very conservative Attorney General, very very pro-life, staunch conservative. Have we had any conversation with her office about any kind of opinion letter or anything that she can provide as to what she believes from a state statute level we can or can't do? Because I think, of all the attorney generals in the entire United States, she's probably the one who's going to be closest to on our side. So that's probably a pretty good gauge of where we can or can't be as a county.
Dr. Hopes.
I was going to say two things, and I'm glad you brought it up, Mr. Cruz. Actually, Commissioner Satcher and I have had that discussion. I know the Attorney General quite well, and there is a process. The county attorney and I have discussed it. I've discussed it with Commissioner Satcher. There is a formal process with which we can go through to get an opinion, a written opinion from the Attorney General with regards to even Commissioner Satcher's proposed ordinance. The second thing I want to bring up is it is late, and the human mind has so much capacity for doing effective work, and I've got people here for our safety. There's no one else here. They're waiting here to be able to escort us to the parking garage and things. So if we're gonna be effective, I would say let's just stay here till 10 o'clock. But we're probably not gonna be effective, and I'm watching tensions, and I would just caution us to try to wrap this up and call it a day.
Attorney Clegg?
I just would add to Commissioner Cruz's comment about the Attorney General opinion. I haven't had a chance to talk to Commissioner Satcher about that yet. He and I are scheduled to meet tomorrow morning. And so before I talk about it with the board, I'd like to have the chance to have that discussion with him first, rather than springing it on him here in this meeting. And that's why he may be unaware of that dialogue. But we are scheduled to meet tomorrow morning.
Okay. Commissioner Satcher, I support you.
Yeah.
And I do think, however, that we probably should have you talk to the county attorney. You've got an appointment in the morning. I did not know that. And I would like to know more about Ashley Moody. I think that's a great idea. We do need to, kind of get a feel for them, because when my colleague comes forward to get a vote on that issue, I want to make sure that we've covered all of our bases, so that it's 100%. So, Commissioner Satcher.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed that I feel like I did exactly what I was asked to do, and yet it's still not official enough, or I'm supposed to wait for another meeting. I did exactly what I was asked to do. I was told that the opinion of the board that we had gotten earlier, where I said, I've written it down, what all went down. I would like to, I won't go through and quote it, but that I went through that, got 5 votes, then got turned down and asked to bring it up again for a more official vote. This is exactly what I was asked to do, and now that's not good enough. It makes me wonder where we're going to end up on this, and but regardless, I'm just amazed it's even an issue. This is exactly the same vote we already had. Why is this a big deal?
Okay, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you wanted to add something?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say to Commissioner Satcher, you know where I stand on this, obviously, I'm with you. But I don't want to, this is a big deal. We're taking on, 55, 60 years of constitutional, or Supreme Court precedent. We're not going to be able to rip that Band-Aid off in a couple weeks. And I don't want to do a swing and a miss on this, because if we do, it's a win for the other side. And I want to do this slowly, incrementally. I think we should have a workshop and strategy session on this, and so that we're all on the same page. I'd like to talk to Mr. Clegg about the Ashley Moody idea too. But anytime you can bring in your friends, especially if they're more powerful friends, and we know that Ashley Moody is a friend of yours. Obviously, she came to town for you. That's always a good idea. You get into a fight, bring your friends. I don't think 7 o'clock at night is the way to do it. Yeah. I'm obviously on your team here, but I want to ensure that we have a win. And you always, begin with the end in mind. And I don't think that we should jump too quick and get out over our skis. I think we really need to take our time, have a solid strategy as we go into this. We're likely to end up with outside counsel on this. I mean, I think there's a long way to go here, and especially if we can get a favorable decision or opinion from Ashley Moody, that would be huge. So I just want to chime in on that, show my support for Commissioner Thatcher, and I'm in this foxhole with you for the long run, for the long game. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, and I totally agree. Commissioner Thatcher.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the comments and the support. It's good to know that that's where we stand, and I'm looking forward to going forward. I won't rescind my motion, however, the seconder has the option to rescind the second.
Oh, you put it on me.
I'm not backing down.
All right, I'm going to rescind my second because I do think that we're tired and we need to get out of here. And the clerk wants to go home. Ryan Callahan, I'm sure, wants to go home. And so shake your head, yes. Yes. So, I do think that this will come back and everything will be just fine. And I am anxious about your meeting in the morning with Attorney Clegg. I don't know. Anyway, this will all work out. So with that, Commissioner Bellamy, do you have anything, sir? I am like, you see it, it's in my hand.
No,
Okay?
Oh, Commissioner, Madam Chair.
No, I do not, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
I know Commissioner Whitmore is gone.
Yes.
But I'm sure she's listening in the car. She said she always does.
Oh.
So I just wanted to congratulate her on the win today. Big win for her. She's fought for that for a long time. And she and I disagree like we did today on a lot of things, but she's tough and she's tenacious and she never quits. And she's a damn good politician. And that showed today. She came out with a big W. So
That's
congratulations to her and her supporters.
That's right. That was nice of you, Kevin, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. Commissioner Cruz.
I have nothing, but I will just point out, we've had some contentious stuff here today, but we had a long, tiring session that ended up 4-3, back and forth, with people stuck in the middle, not sure which way they were going. It was, for the short 8-9 months we've been on this board, probably the most contentious, loud thing we've had. But everybody played nice during that time. Everyone was respectful to each other, even on opposite sides of it. So for that, I'm very happy. It proves we can work together, even if sometimes we don't. So for that, I thank you, and I'm glad it passed, and that is it.
All right, well, I'm last. I was going to actually kind of say the same thing that Commissioner Cruz did. I watched this board today, and we did have a few times where it got a little testy, but we still treated each other generally with respect. And so I think we're getting there. I think we're going down that road of trying to figure out how we all fit. Got your back. So I think that, in the long run, we have a great board. It shows that we can get a lot done, and I hope Ryan Callahan is at least writing that down, that we're going to all work together and be good together. And I think that we need to realize that sometimes we get tired, sometimes we're going to get a little testy, but the bottom line is, we need to realize we're all commissioners, we're all going to be on this board, and we're all going to work together, and that's what it's all about. And I don't think any of us on this board want to, and I'm going to go back to Commissioner Bellamy, I don't think anybody wants to discriminate, in any way. I don't think anybody on this board doesn't want to get along with all the commissioners on this board. I don't think that anybody on this board has it in their mind that, we're not all equal. We are. So, I'm saying that for all of us, and we need to all realize it and work closer together as a team. And I'll do anything I can to help that happen. So, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead. That's it for me. Nobody's on the board. No questions. I keep looking at Misty because she always asks a question, and she's not.
Not at 7:30 at night.
Okay, good. This meeting is adjourned.